Considered live. So if someone can check audio for me, that would be fantastic.
Just a second.
I have to get myself in here too. Come on, Twitch.
Yeah, I don't know why it takes forever to fucking do that. I think audio's coming through, okay?
All right, testing audio, testing audio.
Yep. We're good.
Okay, dokie.
And shit, how do I get the settings? Can I do it on here?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Dice and Men. I think this is now game 14, so we've been at this for a while. Where we left off...
I think last game was 14?
I don't remember. I'll adjust it if I need to. We're 14 or 15. I'll fix it if I have to. Regardless.
There's something in my head was saying last game was 14.
Our party is currently underground in the City of Dead, which is located deep, deep, deep under Edoras. It was quite an endeavor to get down there for them. But where we left off last game, the party had traveled to Oprythis, which is a city located well out in the frozen wastelands, because they had been given a message that there may be a problem there. Arriving, they found the guards kind of in a trance. They found that all of the priests in the Temple to Malor had been really horrifically slaughtered, and they found that Dahlia, who was a love interest of Rex, had been viciously murdered in a really unpleasant way that left Rex very upset and the entire party a little bit shocked at just the sheer levels these guys are willing to go to. The party then collected themselves, traveled back to Edoras, and through careful and clever usage of the divination spell by their cleric, figured out how to get through the hidden temple underground into the City of Dead. Arriving, they found something that they weren't expecting. The city itself, while occupied and completely run by undead, wasn't inherently hostile to them. They have had a chat with a couple of different denizens of the city down here, learned a little bit about how the city functions, who the nobles are, and what they may have to do, and were squirreled away and given a place to rest by White, who owned sort of a local tavern that was dubbed the House of White. So that's where we're going to pick off in this game, is the party has all had a long rest, and as well of a rest as you can really get down here. And it is now sometime in the morning. It's a little difficult to tell strictly because there's no sunshine down here. But from what you can gather, it's probably 8 a.m., maybe 9 a.m.
Ain't no sunshine when she's
So,
gone.
As you guys all come to awakeness, still staying in this little kind of rundown tavern, could I have everybody run a constitution check for me, please?
Give me a second, let me get my dice out. Get me out of there.
Is that flat or what's the bonus?
If you have a bonus to your constitution, you can add it on, but I need you guys to do a constitution check for me.
That's just a check, right, and not a saving throw.
That is just a check, yes.
Okay.
Seeker, you had a 16?
Yep.
Okay.
14.
17.
Dirty 20.
And roll for Ilmir, please.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. Hang on. His bonus. Wow. Okay, he also got a dirty 20.
Okay. And Cal.
12.
All right, you guys are all fine. So, it is, I'm not going to say bright and early in the morning because it's kind of permanently dark down here, but it is early enough in the morning. You can start to hear denizens kind of wandering around outside of the establishment you're in. What would you guys like to do?
Oh boy. Well, I think we need to gather some more intel of the various houses, because it strikes me, and I am a bear of very little brain, But if we attack one of them, that will probably alert the other two to the fact that we're, attacking the noble houses.
Well, yeah, I wasn't gonna suggest we do them one at a time because it's gonna give them a chance to prepare.
Going in head first is like not the best idea to go.
Plus, yeah, we have Dick all for information on these guys, so it would be best to. And look, I think wasn't our plan originally to try to foment unrest and revolution.
No. We were told
that
that
was
if we start with a certain house, that the guy can help us get the guards to look the other way or be distracted. But there's no way we're going to be able to fight all three houses at once.
Which was the point of what we had the discussion of last time. Don't tell me no, because we did. We had the discussion of starting a revolution on it.
Well, we kind of did. We
No,
didn't get very
you said it wasn't the plan to start a revolution. That wasn't the plan. The white guy said, no, the white guy said if we let him know before we attack, he can get the guards on the one house to let us through or be distracted. That's not starting a revolution.
Okay, I'll say it another way then. Regardless, we're starting a revolution. They're an oppressed underclass.
Right. My, let's say, concern is at this point, the noble houses, as far as I know, are actually able to directly control their subjects, with their minds. So a revolution might be very short-lived unless we're setting the flavor of undead against their oppressor that is not actually able to command them.
Which is what I was trying to get it in the first place with more information.
The guy is so the owner was the white. Hold on, I got this written down here. Where was it? So he can help us with. Who the fuck did he say he could help us with? Because we've got a Death Knight that controls the ogre, zombies, and the revenants. There's the Flame Skull, which is the fucking Death Tyrant, which is not the one I want to start with, who controls the wisps and the skeletons. And then you got the Blood Drinkers, which is the vampires, but there's the main vampire plus 3 brides, and he controls the Banshee and Wraith Guards, the Gas Ghouls, Spectres, and Ghosts.
He's got the most backup, but he's out of the 3 bosses, he's the easiest to kill.
There's 4 of them. Don't forget, though, that's the problem.
Yeah, so there's 4 of them. I'm just saying, out of the 3 bosses, he is the easiest to kill. He's just got the most backup.
So there's like a Death Knight, a Death Tyrant, and the two
and a Vampire Lord.
vampires.
A Vampire Lord with his brides.
We should be able to like try to take out one without arousing the suspicion of the other houses somehow.
They're gonna be watching each other really closely because I have a feeling they're aggressively in competition with each other, so they're always watching the other houses.
Basically, what we have to try to figure out is what figurehead could we take out where taking them out earns us the best allies to take out the other 2.
I don't know. I have no idea about the undead.
Will you make me? I'm now gonna have to make like a history or religion roll on this, Lex, about the fact that I have fire and vampires don't like fire.
What do you want to know?
Make the roll. I was just gonna make the suggestion of bringing it in. I just want to know if you wanted me to have to roll it to have the knowledge on Rex, but it was like vampires don't like fire. I breathe fire.
Roll me a nature check.
Okay.
To double check.
Natural 20.
Okay. So, ironically, you have a decent amount of information on
hit DCs or
vampiric types.
modifiers plus 5.
You know that vampires have issues with running water, specifically. They don't have any specific weakness against fire, but it will hurt them. But they don't do well with daylight either.
Well, I know outside of that the fire, one of the reasons they don't like fire is because it fucks with their regen.
No, it doesn't. They're not trolls.
Fire is not going
Pretty
to give
sure
you
they
any
have-
particular
okay, read it.
advantage against a vampire.
They do have regen,
Um,
but it's not affected by fire. It's affected by running water and daylight.
No, they'll have an issue if you can find a way to do radiant damage or sunlight damage, and they'll have an issue if you guys can use some sort of a water against them. But fire isn't going to give you any bonus against a vampire.
I don't know. I don't really.
Okay, then
know
I'm
about,
super confused about the hour-long conversation we had the other day.
They don't like it, but it's not going to give you a bonus damage on it.
I'm still super confused about the hour-long conversation we had the other day because that's not the implication that I got out of that. Very clearly.
What?
She's changing things, that's what.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that is the knowledge
Fucking mine then.
that you get on that.
Which was completely useless then. So why did I even fucking bother?
What?
Depends on how vampires work in this particular.
Then we just
Anyway.
got that.
All right,
And we
you
just
got a nat 20 on it, so I will give you this one. They don't have a weakness against it, but you know they aren't resistant to it. Unlike a lot of things that won't damage one, fire will work.
All right, relay as much then.
What you're relaying that?
It's not going to delay. It's not going to hurt them over much, but they don't like fire. I do a fair amount of fire damage, and I know Ilmir has a couple fire spells. It's a start.
We do have somebody who uses the holy radiant fire of their god, which I'm pretty sure vampires.
That works on all. That works on all. That works on all of them. They're all undead.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying we're not completely helpless.
Because I think the last one, because I don't remember exactly.
We should look for more information on what can't hurt them though.
What was what was that about running water that stops them, or can they not cross
Running
it or something like that?
It prevents the regeneration.
Running water very definitely hurts them more
Huh.
than fire.
I glance over at the stagnant fountain in the center of town. Is it actually running?
Roll me a perception
Okay,
check.
for a second, I'm gonna have smoke.
Sure, I'll roll a perception check.
Should I check it out?
I mean, from where we're standing, we should be able to see.
All right.
Okay, that's a 16.
Um. 9.
Okay, so Himbo, you got a 9 on your perception check. Granthar, how did you do?
I got a 16.
16. All right, Granthar, you kind of take a look over at this fountain. It is not running. The water that's there is completely still. It's covered in moss. It looks like it hasn't been disturbed in decades.
Huh.
But you do notice there is a really kind of gross, unpleasant river that seems to be running through the city.
Oh, okay. Well, it's technically water, or has water in it. I think that would maybe do it. Hang on, let me...
I'm sorry. Fix that shit. That's how fire functions.
Where in the city? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, that is a gross and pleasant river. Okay.
So there is a really nasty river that seems to run underneath the town center square. You have a feeling that's probably where the water that has managed to seep into the fountain came from. But it's not actively running. It's more like there's natural seepage up through the stone.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, we do have some sluggishly moving water.
I wonder what we can do with it though.
It's more like a saunter than a run. I don't know. Just a thought.
Okay, so you guys have managed to ascertain there is one source of running water down here.
Mm-hmm.
Could I have everybody roll me a perception check, I'm going to call it?
I don't know what my bonuses are.
Sure.
I don't remember what my fucking
I'll
bonuses
guess.
Oh, did you hear that?
17.
Phil rolled a 21. I rolled
21.
14.
21, 14. That's above a 10. Ilmir is... Okay. Looking around, you guys all notice that based on what you've been told about where the vampiric noble house is, it is clear on the other side of the city from where that running water source is.
That would make sense. Where does the water drain to?
You guys haven't made it to
I mean-
that far out yet, but it looks like it tapers off into sort of like an underground waterfall at the northwestern edge of the town.
Oh.
No idea. Fuck.
Do any of us have Shape Earth?
You're not arguing.
No, we don't have a druid. I think that's a druid only spell, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got Earth Tremor, but yeah, I didn't take Mold Earth when I was.
I think
Adding
some
spell.
clerics can get it, but they have to have Earth as one of their domains, I think.
Hmm.
I think. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Just glancing around, seeing if there's something we could drop down that hole to plug it up. Divert that river. I don't see anything.
Are you saying like cause like a flood or something?
Well, if we can pin the vampires into where they are by blocking its drain, yeah, river might flow all the way across the map. Yeah, given we got the fountain working again and broke at the corner of it, it might drain in that direction. It looks like there's a canal that used to be there that's dry now. Or it's or a road. I'm not sure. Hmm. Hmm.
Almost as if it.
Hmm.
Blood Drinkers, Death Tyrant, the Death Knight.
Do you know anything about those kinds of undead?
I think that would be the key, is we want to find out more about the heads. What can they do? Like, I'm assuming we all know what vampires can do for the most part, because that would be common knowledge.
I'd
Wait, is
say
that-
common knowledge-wise, you guys have a decent idea about what a vampire is, even if just things you've heard in passing. But things like Death Knights and Death Tyrants aren't surface dwellers typically, so you guys would never have really had any dealings with
Yeah,
those
and that would be
kinds.
where we would want to get the information.
What
It's
sort of
about
stuff
them.
can vampires do, though?
Well, we know that they're strong, we know that they're fast, we know that they're weak to sunlight, we know that they drink blood.
But we know that they apparently have a bullshit thing that makes fire not function as fire, but
Anyways,
they also, if it's a lord, they can dominate you,
oh,
like mind control you.
okay.
The brides might not be able to, but the boss probably can.
Yeah, okay, from down the fucking walkway around the corner of the fucking. Fuck you. So over there. I've got a knife that's an extendo sword.
Okay, so I want to find out more about the other two. So I want to start. I'm gonna go talk to my friend in the stall over there that I talked to the other day.
You want to go talk to the skeleton?
Yep.
Okay, excuse me while I drink something quickly. All right. So, you remember where he is?
Yep, right here.
And the skeleton that you spoke to previously is there. He looks up at you with hollow eyes, kind of a large toothy grin, and says, "Back for more?"
More in the way of information. I don't need any more weaponry. As you can see, I've got more than enough. I need more information.
What can you pay for your
And I'm willing to
information?
trade if need be.
Always looking to trade for information. What can you trade?
Okay, let's see. What do I got that he'd be interested in? Let's go. Ooh, I still have a vial of centipede poison that I'm willing to trade to him. Giant centipede poison. That I've doctored, so it actually does. The damage is poison damage, but counts as fire damage.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion roll.
That is charisma, right? Yeah, good, and I do have proficiency in it. Perfect.
It's not going to be a hard check. He rolled really badly.
17 plus 5, 22.
He extends a bony hand out, and you can hear the cracking and grinding of bones, and says, "All right, then. For this little
I'll hand
beauty,
him the vial.
I'll give you 4 questions."
Perfect. So, I've heard of the leaders of this city. And I know one of them sounds familiar. I know what a vampire is. What exactly is a death tyrant? Like, what is it capable of?
You watch his hollowed eye sockets kind of dart around a little bit before he invites you back into the tent. You get the feeling that he doesn't feel comfortable talking about this in the open, but is willing to talk with you about it nonetheless.
All right, so I'll follow him into his abode.
Okay. So he leans in a little conspiratorially and lets you know, well, the noble I serve is a death tyrant, and they're nasty creatures. Don't know if you've ever seen one, but they're what happens sometimes when a beholder dies, and it comes back,
Ooh,
but it comes back as something worse.
like there's worse than a beholder?
They've got magic. Real nasty creatures. Ill-tempered. Not trusting.
Okay, then. You said he has magic. Have you ever seen what they can do? Like, can you give me an idea?
Well, he says, well, that'll be your question number 2, but I haven't seen
That's
all
fine.
of it. But we had a couple of us that weren't happy with management and thought we'd deal with the problem. And the one of them got paralyzed, and the other one, well, the other one just turned to dust.
Oh, well, that sounds promising.
And one thing I've noticed, the last time we had a fleshy type that came down here, they tried to do something to heal up the cuts they had on their body after it, and when the Death Tyrant was looking at them, the healing didn't work.
Oh, beautiful.
It's got an anti-magic vision. Lovely.
Well, all right, then. So that's 2 out of the 4 questions. There's Death Knight. What can you tell me about the Death Knight? Does he have anything magic about him? Is he gonna prevent us from using magic or anything?
He says, well, they don't use a lot of it. I mean, they've got a fire ability that they'll use, which doesn't go so well with the rest of us. And they've got a few other things they'll do, but mostly they just hit real hard, and you can't damage them as well with magic.
Okay. Okay, so let's call that magic resistant, I guess. What about this specific Death Knight that's in this city? Is there anything I should know about him? Does he have anything like some crazy weapon that's going to hit the ground and cause thunderstorms or anything bananas?
He has a real nasty looking long sword he carries around with him, jagged, toothy thing. Not fun if it cuts through your bones, and he shows you a big jagged scar he's got on the one side. He says,
Oh boy, okay then.
ill-tempered that one, doesn't trust any of us bones.
Just obviously in player knowledge, that sword is hella cursed.
Oh, obviously, especially since it looks like jagged teeth. Yeah, no thanks. That's gonna be a second fuck off, don't touch sword.
Now, he's a real untrusting type. Sticks to his own house and his own sentience, and doesn't want anything to do with us bony types. Seems to think that we're ill-bred, and
Okay.
there's always
So
fighting
that would be
going
why
on between us and them.
So that would explain what guards he keeps around him, why he's got zombies and revenants and not skeletons or anything. Okay, well, that's my 4 questions. That's all the information I needed. That's enough information for me to at least start gathering an idea, anyways.
He looks at you kind of curiously, cricks his head to the side in like a up and down fashion, and goes, well, one more thing, and this one's on the house, because contraband's always happy down here. If you wanted to
All right.
say deal with that Death Knight, open up the floor for some of us to have a nicer place to rest our bones, I can tell ya, you make it look like it came from either us or the blood drinkers, the gods won't interfere.
I was gonna say, with the way that he was setting it up, that the Death Knight's kind of a loner, he might actually be our first target.
Well then,
Nobody
That's
likes
too
that guy.
thank you.
Yeah, if he's the odd man out, might be the first target.
The blood drinkers have been trying to take over his house for decades.
Well then, so we just gotta somehow make it look like vampires did it.
Or their minions.
Or their minions. Banshee, Wraith Guards, Ghastghouls, Spectres, and Ghosts.
How do we mimic a fucking attack on one of those?
Witchcraft and Sorcery.
I mean, I can make my teeth real pointy when I'm angry.
Now I'm just gonna run around the place just chomping on people.
Quick, everyone, grab files. Let's file our teeth down.
No, I mean, I can literally make.
Oh wait, they don't have teeth.
Poisonous.
Half dragon, I already have pointy teeth.
Alright, so let's see.
I've moved up towards these 3 houses, Lex. I'm just gonna kind of check out over here.
Just a second. Let me figure out where you went, because I lost track of you.
I'll ping it.
There you are. Okay. All right. Seeker, is there anything else you wanted from our friendly skeleton vendor?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna go back to the party and relay what I found.
Okay. Rex has wandered off, so you'll be able to talk to him afterwards. Rex, what are you looking at specifically?
I just want to kind of make a quick little investigation check on these 3 houses here, see what they're about. Because they're kind of pinched in between sort of 2 of the big houses, I think, right? Because this is the Death Tyrant up here.
The Death Tyrant is at the very top, and the Vampire Lords live off on the right-hand side.
Yeah, so these 3 houses are pinched between the 2 other guys. It might actually, if we can figure it out, it might not be a bad staging point to try to grab something from and make a rush towards the other guy. Because it looks like it came from here. So I want to take a little bit more of a look at these 3 houses, see if who they're tied to.
Okay.
If I can get a look at what's inhabiting them or anything like that.
The house closest to you, there is a doorway. That is, I'm gonna ping that for you just so that you can see it. Right there.
Sorry, I missed that. I put my dice down.
There's a doorway
Okay,
right
over there.
here, or the house in front of you, there's what looks like a broken window over here.
I'm gonna move towards the broken window,
All right.
but casually kind of make it look like I'm just looking at the stream too, so it's not too obvious that I'm looking inside.
Roll me either stealth or deception.
I'm gonna go with deception because that's charisma. I have a good bonus on that. That is a 23.
Okay, you saunter very casually over to where the broken window is, making a show of looking around and kicking off at a couple of plants and sort of looking like you're trying to find access to check out the river and whatnot. And doing so, you have your side glances looking into this broken window. Roll me a perception check.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Looking in, you see a couple of bedroll type things. You see, hang on, I actually have to see what's in there. I have to go to my map.
Take out the roof.
You see there is what looks like a storage chest of some description. And gliding past the broken window, heading towards the other half of the building, you see distinctly the shape of a banshee.
Okay. So that's that's probably the Banshee house, which means the other two probably belong to the other ones. But I'm just gonna kind of wander back a little bit towards like this junction and have a casual look over. Like I'm just kind of getting an eye of like, oh, these are interesting inhabitants.
Okay. Roll me another quick perception
I
check.
don't want to look super suspicious. I want to look just like I'm kind of casually looking around.
Roll me one more deception check and then one more perception check, just to see how
Okay.
well you do and if you're noticed.
23 on the deception.
Okay.
Again. And a perception. 10 on perception. Not
All right. There is what appears to be a wraith that glances at you but doesn't do anything and just continues moving past. Looking around, you don't get a full sense of it, but you do notice that there are wraith or banshee that seem to be flitting in and out of the buildings over here. If you were to guess, you'd say this is probably where the guards for the vampires live.
okay. That's what I was feeling on by the Banshee and everything. So I'm gonna head back towards the group again casually and be able to kind of add that information.
Okay.
Because I feel like with what Seeker uncovered, that's actually gonna end up being helpful.
All right. Let's check in with the rest of the group. Seeger, you have filled in the rest of the party
Okay.
on what you found out by chatting with the skeleton vendor.
Technical issues.
Hang on.
Lost her audio.
Sound check, Lex?
Yep, I got you.
Just to... Okay, no, you're good. I was sound checking on you because
I gotta rewrite the sound. And here we go. We should be able to hear you now.
All right, is that better? Sound check, Granthar.
Here we go. Okay, we're back. Sorry, we lost our audio there. Okay, we're back. So people have gathered information. I've been hanging out with the great group, so I'd like to. What have people learned?
You go first. You got figured it out
Yeah,
first.
Tyrant's got a bunch of, well, it doesn't, at least two that I can tell, fuck off moves that it does. It turned one skeleton to dust, for sure. I don't know if it's a full anti-magic field or not, but apparently when people tried to heal near it, they couldn't heal for anything. Death Knight is magic resistant, at least. But I was also told if we go after the Death Knight, but make it look like the attack came from the Flame Skulls or the Blood Drinkers, the guards would not get involved.
On that front, the other side of the courtyard, those three buildings, that's the vampires' guards. Those are their houses. So if we can figure out something to make it look like it came from that direction, it's perfect.
Yeah, but anything we do, if they see us doing it, they're gonna know it's us. We really stick out around here.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, it's
I'm trying to
where
think.
the magic's gonna have. That's
Think.
the key. We're gonna have to figure it out.
I'm wondering if all of us can go over by those houses, if we might be able to find something to plant as, false evidence.
Hang on. The booth we're in. What does it sell again?
You guys are in a tavern, sort of.
Yeah, it's like a little inn type thing.
It's a
Okay.
ramshackle kind of a tent that has some old half-broken tables and seems to be selling stale ale and, dead rats.
Ugh.
Yummy.
But it's got makeshift bedrolls available, so it's the closest thing to an inn you guys have been able to find down here. And it is out of sight. You guys are currently taking up residence in the House of White.
Oh, I had a thought. So the skeleton guards, or one of the creatures won't employ skeletons, right? They don't like things that are bony.
The Death Knight.
That's Death Knight.
Death Knight. So if we say, I don't know, set something on fire or knock it down and leave like a piece of a skeleton behind, like it accidentally knocked off a couple fingers or something, they might think it was the work of one of the people who does employ skeletons. I mean, it's not like we can drop or I don't know, like a piece of rotten cloth, like clothing.
That's
Yeah.
along the lines that I was trying to get with when I scouted out.
Granthar, can you roll me a quick intelligence check?
Sure. Oh man.
It's along the line I was trying to go with scouting out the three houses. I figured, okay, well, they come from there. If we can possibly grab something to plant.
Oh, I biffed it completely.
Ooh.
I rolled a critical fail, so I'm assuming I think this is an amazing plan.
You're really fixated on this concept of leaving bones behind. Anybody else want to give it a shot?
Sure. Make an intelligence roll.
My intelligence is garbage, so well, it's not garbage. It's not great though either. So
14?
All right, roll for Ilmir for me.
Okay. Let me check what his intelligence bonus is here. 5.
Himbo or Kel, are you guys going to give this a shot too?
I'll give it a go. I might as well. What's the worst? Oh no, my wisdom's the one that's got a 0. Hold on, I got decent intelligence. I rolled a dirty 20. 18 plus 2.
Well, now. Seeker, you are listening in on this conversation, and it strikes you that you heard fire mentioned. And based on the conversation you had with the skeleton, you know that the Death Tyrant employs flame skulls.
Yeah. I'm gonna point that out. Hey, we said fire. The Death Tyrant does use flame skulls.
So maybe not finger bones, but a jawbone.
Potentially. That could work. I mean, we have to refine the idea, but yeah, that could definitely work.
A dirty 20 is nice. You also get the feeling that if things were, say, set on fire, that might help.
Could help.
I could provide fire.
Fire!
So between you guys, you're actually doing really well at figuring out a way to try and make this work, if you can pull it off. As you have the concept of leaving bones behind, and you have the concept of leaving fire behind. And you guys do know that the Death Tyrant employs both skeletons and flame skulls. Those are both under his dominion.
That's but the how is where I'm on right now, going how are we going to get over there and implement that without being seen.
That's up to you guys.
Because as it stands, we got those big fucking abominations patrolling quite a bit all over the city, so not to mention all the smaller things moving back and forth. It's going to be tricky to get over there without being seen. Probably even for you, Seeker.
That sounds like a challenge. So fuck, how are we gonna make this work?
I can provide fire, but I am very visible. I'm a large, stompy dragon man in armor.
Maybe if we
I'm
carve
just trying to think if there's a way that we can do fire without having to get any of us
One of us at a time.
exposed. Yeah.
I don't know. I really think this bone thing is a good idea, guys.
If we use a jawbone, it falls in line with a flame skull. We just need to find or borrow a jawbone.
On that note, actually, Rex kind of has a little light bulb moment and goes back over towards the stall.
Okay,
skeleton
you're
is.
gonna go talk to the skeleton. He is in the tent currently messing around with some very rusted looking armor and is loading it into what appears to be some sort of a cart.
Investigation on it real quick.
Go for it.
19.
19. It is a good-sized cart. It's a little janky. Like, one of the wheels is definitely loose. It's seen better days. But looking around at it and along the streets, you see that there are several of these that are being pulled by varying types of undead up and down the streets to set up their little stalls in different locations around the city.
So I'm gonna kind of make my presence known. Just
Getting out of Dodge.
He looks up at you and goes, "Ah, well, this area seems all fished out. Figured I might try somewhere else."
Before you do that, I want to have a quick conversation with you, considering what we might have kind of touched on earlier when walking by.
He says, "Well, conversations are free, but if you want anything else, that's a price to pay."
That's fair. So we have a rough sort of a plan, and from what I've been able to gather, you are a man who can procure things. Would you happen to have any extra bones laying around, preferably jawbones?
He kind of looks at you, and if he could blink at you, he would, but there are no eyelids. So it's more just a very deep, hollow stare, and goes, "What kind of jawbone you looking for?"
Something that would closely resemble that of a flame skull.
He lets out a bit of a raspy, hollow laugh and just goes, "Well, I'm a collector of a great many things, and I happen to have the bones of a flame skull.
Perfect.
But they ain't gonna be cheap." "What do you got to sell, buddy?"
Let me look through my shit here real quick. Really gotta fucking get on that goddamn new character sheet. I'm going to reach into my bag of holding and pull
Commander
out
Root,
conflict
Electric Longboard,
grenade.
Nixosaurus, and Play Acted. Welcome to the stream, guys. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Please feel free to chat. I do keep an eye on it.
Apologies for not catching you earlier, guys. We're kind of in the middle of stuff. Yeah, I'm going to pull out the Conflict Over the Ages and kind of just show that.
I don't know if you would have interest in this, but since you collect a great many things,
He looks at the book, kind of pokes it cursorily, and goes, "Not much of a reading type," but gives you a once-over and points at your ear and goes, "But if you got any more of that kind of stuff, then we can talk."
All right, I'll slide the book back in my bag of holding then. Do I have anything else? I'll take the basilisk fang out of my one webbing.
Okay.
Where the hell did I put my pencil?
He extends a hand out and looks it over and takes it from you and kind of creakily scampers back over to the cart Roll me a perception check.
Whoop, that didn't go in the thing. Natural 20.
Natural 20. You watch closely and you notice that the armor is all piled up about 3 feet on top of this plinth. He opens up a compartment underneath of it that is the same size as the cart itself, but on first glance you wouldn't have noticed, and pulls out these bones before shutting the compartment back up.
Interesting.
He puts them into a kind of an old holy rucksack and passes them over to you and says, "Now, if anybody asks, you didn't get these from me."
I found them.
I'm going to just kind of give him a little respectful bow and
Good luck with your business.
head back over to the group.
He nods at you and goes back to sort of packing up his stall and putting things onto his old cart.
All right, so going back with the group, I'm going to just hold up the bag and go,
I got the flame skull bones. That part's taken care of. We have the bones. Now we need the methods of how and the fire.
no way was I giving him the fucking Bahir tooth.
I wonder if we could hire some mercs.
I mean, that's again kind of what I was leaning on before with the setup where more or less, no matter what, we're kind of fomenting civil unrest, probably have a chance. I know there's like by the tone of it, there's a lot of them that aren't happy with the rulership. So I'm sure we could probably find somebody.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Though we could probably hire some goons to stage an attack and stay back.
And they can move a lot more, like a lot less suspiciously too. So, well, who the fuck are we gonna hire?
We don't really know of any places
Well,
to hire people.
hang on. I'm going to just point out we're in a tavern.
Yeah, about to say, where's the? I was gonna say, where's the tavern keep? Because we might want to ask him, since he seemed amenable to the idea of kind of launching this off.
Maybe we can find a group of undead adventurers who are looking for work. So we just need to find, like our undead counterparts.
The tavern keep would probably be the best one. Always ask the
So we
keeper
meet
what
in a
happened.
tavern.
We're in the tavern.
Yeah, we're looking to meet some other people in a tavern who are meeting in a tavern. Let's look for a bunch of first level undead adventurers who are.
We'll get you started, guys.
So, unfortunately, they'll get like TPK'd or Lamau.
Did everybody bring their mysterious hooded cloaks so we can just come up and be like, "So we have a job for you," and then they catch a glimpse of our horrible fleshy hand before we tuck it away under our robe.
Okay, so looking it around, the tavern you guys are in is pretty well empty. The owner of the establishment is behind what would pass as a bar, using a filthy rag on an even filthier mug. And other than that, there are a couple of wisps floating about, and there is... let's find out. There are 2 skeletons sitting in the back corner.
Bony boys.
Bony boys.
I think I might have found them, and it involves bones.
So who's gonna
Shake
approach
stack.
them?
Fairly good on charisma.
Oh yeah, charisma's not my dump stat. Nice. That was wisdom.
So there is a skeleton over here, And we'll grab one more of these guys just so that you guys have physical people to talk to. And there's another one over here. And they're sort of sitting and they're not really drinking anything because they can't, but they're half-heartedly, chomping on a dead rat.
Ooh, looks
That's,
delicious. Not really.
All right, how do we make the approach? How do we make the approach? Sorry, I'm pondering a little bit on how exactly to broach.
This is your show. You guys need to figure out what you're doing.
I know, I'm sitting on it for a minute and pondering.
I'm not
That's what I
gonna.
just said.
I'm not interfering at this point. You guys have made the decision that you're going to approach skeletons, so go for it.
Gonna step forward and kind of like lean onto the table towards them. Not aggressively, just kind of conspiratorially.
Okay.
So, you two look bored.
The skeleton on the left looks up at you from the half-dead rat that he is attempting to consume, not looking overly thrilled about it, and goes, "Well, not a lot to do down here right now."
What if we might possibly have something for you to do? That is, if you feel possibly mischievous. Before we go on with that, what are your thoughts on the Death Knight?
He spits the part of the rat that he had been chewing on out and goes, "Ugh. Thinks he's better than us. Always stomping around with his big old sword, looking down his big old nose. You're bony. You're unclean."
Perfect. How would you feel if I told you we have a plan to knock him off his high horse? And you can help.
The skeleton kicks a leg out and pushes a chair back for you to sit down, and kind of waves one hand at the white to bring over what you're assuming is probably ale.
All right. That's a constitution roll when I drink that.
The white does in fact set something down in front of you, but it's not what you were expecting him to set down. It is a sealed, corked bottle.
I'm going to kind of just look at him a little bit questioningly.
The skeleton passes over from somewhere on him what is noticeably a human hand, and the white takes it contentedly and walks off and leaves the bottle on the table. Roll me a quick perception or investigation check.
Right, they're the same. So, perception. 10, not great.
Looking at the bottle, you don't have a ridiculous amount of experience with vintages, but guessing this is probably a very well-aged bottle of whiskey.
Ooh!
That has not been opened.
All right, then.
The rat washed right off the outside of that bottle.
All right, I'm a cork it. Uncork it.
All right. There are a couple of shot glasses that are on the table.
I'll pour into the shot glasses, and I'll kind of not look over to the bartender, like lean back, catch his eye, and kind of give a nod like that. I wasn't sure, wasn't it what I was expecting? A nice, vintage whiskey uncorked was not quite it.
Okay. You take your shot. It is buttery smooth. It burns down the back of your throat. It's really nice whiskey.
Yeah, not at all what I was expecting in a fucking undead tavern.
The skeleton reaches out, pours himself some, knocks it back. You watch it sort of run over his ribcage. There's a wistful look like this is
I wish I
something
could
he
taste
would have
that.
enjoyed. if he'd still been alive.
Remind you of Captain Barbosa.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
You know, they're doing it mostly at this point to mimic what it was like, as opposed to actually getting anything out of it.
Well, then the thing I figure about it is like, yeah, I could get something out of it, but them doing it, it's kind of the
It's
it's just a
ceremonial.
ritual. Ceremonial ritual for conspiratory shit. You know, you sit and do a shot together.
The skeleton leans over the table, puts both of his elbows down, and kind of looks at you and says, "All right, so tell me what you got in mind."
I'm gonna pull up the bag and plop it on the table.
Well, we have these flame skull bones here. And we were thinking, light a bunch of shit on fire and leave these like an oopsie.
The skeleton looks at his companion. There's a bit of a chattering sound between the two of them that you gather is
Discussion.
almost laughter, but not quite. And he says, "All right, what do you need us for?"
You can move throughout the city to do it with a lot less suspicion. I am large, fleshy, and made of red scales. I'm very noticeable. You, however, you live here. The guards will pay a lot less attention to you wandering around than they will us.
The skeleton kind of scratches at his chin for a second. Roll me a persuasion roll.
12.
Okay. He looks at his friend and then casts a side glance outside, and looking out, there is a cart full of hay that is parked next to the tavern. And he says, "I'll tell you what we will do, because I don't really want to get myself into a scrap with that nasty thing. But
For now,
there ain't no love lost for us. So, you leave the body behind when you're done, because there ain't nothing like Death Knight flesh. And what we'll do is we'll let you get into our cart out here. We'll park it out front, and we'll just stay there and wait. Make it look all suspicious. And when you're done, you get back in the cart, we'll wheel you away, and we'll claim the remains for us."
it works for me. Let me step back and discuss it with my associates so as we can better coordinate.
So what'd they say?
Step back and just kind of relay the thing is,
They're willing to help. They have an idea. There's a cart of hay outside that apparently belongs to them. If we can jump in the hay, they'll move us close to the Death Knight's house in a way where we can slip out the other side and they look suspicious, so all attention is on them. We do our shit, we get back in, and leave the body for them.
Okay. So we're going to sneak in while the guards are distracted.
Sounds like.
yep.
Okay. Nope, that sounds like a plan.
All right, I'll step back forward and be like,
We're in.
Oh, wait. What do they want? What are we paying them?
Leave the body.
Oh, really? Okay.
I believe there's something delectable about Death Knight flesh.
Alright, the skeletons look you over and say, "Sound alright with you?"
Sounds good to me.
Sounds more than alright with me.
There's one thing you're gonna have to do first. Because I don't really want to tangle with them ogre zombies. You gotta find someone to pull those nasty things away. If I were you, I'd talk to the wisps.
To the wisps, huh?
Why do I hear what sounds like Sportscast in the background?
Not on this end.
Not me. Maybe it's just like the skeletons are.
No, it might be. I was looking at Facebook, and there was a video playing on the Facebook thing.
I'm just like, I swear I hear football sounds.
We're in a tavern.
No,
It's a football tavern.
no, and that was me. I was
Chat.
in football. My thing was a hockey video because apparently the Red Wings are up right now. But yeah,
Oh, there we go. Some sort of sports related. Anyways, you guys have been informed that you have a deal with this pair of skeletons. They are more than willing to conceal you and transport you and then loiter in a very obvious fashion. But they are going to leave the dirty work to you. However, they're not willing to do this unless you can guarantee that you can pull the guards away.
Problem is, can we actually make a guarantee of that sort?
We can get the Wisps to do it. The Wisps are also under the Death Tyrant, so they have no love lost for that house.
Could you guys introduce us to a wisp? There's somebody you know that we might be able to talk to.
The one skeleton points out into the marketplace, and there is a stall you guys had not visited. That's just over here. That looks like it is actually being run by a wisp.
All right,
Thank you.
gonna head that way.
Okay, is anybody else going with, or are you guys all sticking around the tavern?
Well, I'm going to go talk to the wisp. I think let's see how persuasive I can be. Anybody going with too?
Yeah, I'm over there. So we get anyone third, or anybody else coming, or are we all sitting in?
And what
all
is
come.
Ilmir doing during all of this?
Right now he's just kind of looking out to the tavern at everything going almost wistfully, because although it's different, something about this kind of reminds him of home. It's shadowed, it's underground, it's dark and it's dank.
Okay, I'll say he's got a little bit of a reminiscent feeling. All right, so anyone who is approaching the wisp tent, you are welcome to do so.
Okay. Wait, hang on. Okay. Bloop. There we go.
All right, so you guys approach. There is in fact a wisp that is floating around, and they seem friendly enough from what you can gather. There isn't a disgruntled energy feeling about it. The tent itself seems to be selling trinkets and other oddities.
Before we start on the talk, to possibly try and sweeten the deal and soften them up, I would actually take a look at the wares.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
Okay. 9. Yeah.
9. There are a couple of things that catch your attention that look interesting. You don't know what they do. There is a circlet made of some kind of a gold material far in the back. There's a very shiny looking pearl that is sitting off to the side. And there are a couple of needles in cases that are on a shelf.
I think we know what those are.
Yeah, I'm going to point to the needles and cases and go,
Could I have a look at those?
The wisp kind of floats over to you a little bit, and it isn't an audible sound. They don't speak so much, but you do hear a voice in your head that is feminine in nature. And it says, well, of course, I'd be happy to show you my wares. You're looking at the tattooing needles.
not what I expected they were.
That's what I thought they were. For sure, that's what I thought they were.
Well, hot diggity. What
I
what
thought
have
they
you
were
got?
going to be something to do with your poison shit.
No, the minute you said they were in cases, I was like, oh, I know what those are probably going to be.
I'm very interested in that.
As soon as you said tattooing needles, I'm sure Grant went, ooh.
Yeah,
Wait,
gotta add to my
what?
collection. What you got?
Well, she blinks a little bit, which you gather is kind of a contented thing for a wisp. These are really unusual creatures, and you've never had communication with one before. And she says, well, I have 2 on stock. And they do have vastly different applications. The first one that I have is a life well tattoo. So this will give you resistance to necrotic energy, which down here for someone like you would be very useful, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And it also has a life ward on it. So Once per day, if you are killed, it will bring you back so that you're alive again. Meta-wise, what this does is if you're reduced to 0 hit points, instead you drop to 1.
Oh, so wait, this is 2 separate needles, right? I want to be.
That's
Yeah,
the
or is
first
that-
needle. The
I think
first
that was just the
needle,
first one.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
the first
And
needle
what's the
gives
other
you
one?
resistance to necrotic damage, and it also gives you a once per day revive.
Okay.
Number 2.
She says the second one I have is a little darker. Some people aren't as fond of this kind, although down here it goes over really well. It's a coiling grasp tattoo. So what this does is, while you have it as an action, it'll shoot out inky tendrils and it'll grapple a creature you can see 15 feet from you.
So it's a hentai tat.
Both
And
of those sound good.
what it does essentially is
Both sound really cool.
they have to, the creature has to succeed on a DC 14 strength throw, or they take 3d6 force damage and are grappled.
Okay, so nasty tendrils. I like it. How much would you like for them? What would you like for them? Do you guys use money down here? Do you prefer gems? I have gems.
There's an excited kind of a blinking at the mention of gemstones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wondered. Figured most of it wasn't going to be actual gold because what value has gold to them? They're not part of the actual society.
And she says, well, gemstones are always of use down here because on their own they're very quite pretty, and well, I happen to like things that are really quite pretty. But they can also carry magic with them much easier than a lot of other things can. So if you have gemstones, I would be happy to take gemstones.
I see. Well then.
What kind of gemstones?
Well, hang on. I have. Where is it? It's in my stupid notes. Here we go. I take out that necklace I have that's covered in small gems and gold chains.
Mm-hmm.
Or the necklace that's covered in gems that are detachable. And I say, I have these. I have 49 of them. How many would it cost me to buy both of those?
She looks at the gems. Did I give you a value on what the gems were worth on their own?
1,000 gold pieces.
For the total thing or each gem?
I believe it just says in brackets 1,000 GP.
Okay, so it's probably the
Probably the whole
entirety.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she lets you know that she'd want the whole thing.
Sold. This is useless to me otherwise. Here you go. And I.
It's just been hanging around for that reason, basically.
Okay, she doesn't actually have anything that picks it up, but you do notice there is a small creature that scurries out, takes it from you, and then scurries back in.
Oh, that was interesting.
It looks sort of like a mole rat or something in that vicinity. It's just like a little
Hashtag scrotum face fox.
unpleasant, undead-looking rodent.
So.
So you can mark down on your inventory. You have a Lifewell tattoo and you have a Coiling Grasp tattoo. They both need to be attuned, so you'll have to do a long rest to attune them. But they count towards your attunement slot for the tattoos you already have.
Okay.
So all of your tattoos are one attunement slot.
So you said life coil tattoo and
A Coiling Grasp tattoo and a Lifewell tattoo.
life
Well,
well. Thank you. Life
Yes.
well and coiling grasp. Okay.
Which the life well also is necrotic resistant, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, so you also mentioned a shiny gem and a golden circlet.
There's a pearl and there's a circlet.
Oh yeah, pearl.
Okay. So which one did you want to look at first?
The pearl.
Okay, so you ask the Lady Wisp about the pearl, and she floats over to it, and she says, oh, this is something I've had for years and years. No one down here seems to have an interest in it, but I always thought it was pretty. This is a pearl of power. So what this does is it requires attunement by a spellcaster. While the pearl is on your person and attuned, you can use an action to speak a command word and regain one expended spell slot. If the spell was a 4th level or higher, the new spell slot is a 3rd level, and once you use it, you can't use it again until the next dawn.
Huh. Interesting. Not overly useful for me.
Do we have any casters?
We do, but he's full up on attunement. I got him a better item than that last game, and it filled up his attunement slots.
Okay, and the other item you were interested was the circlet.
Yep.
Okay, she
Those were
gestures
the three things
at
I pointed out.
the fine gold circlet that has a fairly bright gem embedded in it and says, well, this is a circlet of blasting. While you're wearing this, you can use an action to cast the Scorching Ray spell with it. When you do, you make the attack with a bonus of +5, and it can be used once per day. It does not require attunement.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. How much for that?
She
Add some extra fire.
blinks at you curiously and says, well, what do you have on offer? As you know, I do love pretty things.
Mm-hmm. Not getting rid of that. I don't know if I particularly have any gems myself. I think they're in the party phone right now.
Well, I don't know who's carrying them, so you'd have to talk to them.
Did we make a decision on who was actually carrying that, or?
I think
would-
Seeker has them because he has the inventory list.
Okay, I didn't know if like we had it that you in game were carrying them, or if you were just keeping the inventory list.
Yeah, because no, I have it. That's why I've been keeping the coins too. So that way I can divide it when needed, or whenever we get to a thing.
All right. Well, shit. I don't know if I have anything else that I should.
Question.
Yeah.
Is your javelin still on you?
No. You don't remember that last game? I went and gave it to Seeker so he could get it turned into a launcher.
Ah, yes, you did.
Shit. I don't fucking think I have anything.
Well, the
Gonna
wisp.
just growl with a bit of kind of a rueful and go, I unfortunately don't have many things on me at the moment other than gold, which I assume has little value down here.
Oh, I can deal in gold if you have gold. Gemstones, we would have been able to reduce this down a little bit, but if you're just dealing on gold, I'd want 1,200 for it.
That's actually not bad either.
I can do that.
Okay. Again, you watch this little undead rodent come out. It takes the gold from you, has a little satchel for you to drop it into, and scurries back underneath the counter. And she floats over, and you watch kind of a faint, kind of a force field type thing fade off so that you can pick the circlet up.
Anti-theft.
So you can add, you now have a circlet of blasting.
All right. Circlet of blasting that will fucking properly put on the new character sheet that I have to fix after this goddamn game. I'm fucking forgetting it. This character sheet is a mess.
Okay. The wisp kind of floats back over and says, is there anything else I can help you with today?
Actually,
Yes.
there is one more thing. So we're looking to hire some people that are
distraction.
like you. Mm-hmm.
We
We're,
require distraction.
Go ahead, Rex.
Well, I'm going to start by asking you, how satisfied are you with the current leadership of the city and the power dynamic?
She doesn't say anything, but her color goes a little bit red.
I thought as much. We are looking to shift that, starting with the Death Knight. from what we've been able to gather, nobody seems to like him. We have other things in place, but in order for that to be enacted, we require a distraction to pull the ogre zombies away. And we were pointed towards you and the wisps.
Could I have both of you roll me a persuasion roll?
Yep. 14.
23.
23. Rex, she floats away from you and sort of gingerly over to Granthar. And Granthar, you hear her voice in your head go, well, I'm sure I could talk to some of the rest of my kind and we could lure them away. But I'd want to see if you could get me some more gems to do it first.
Oh, I think that could be arranged. How much do you want?
Well, I would want probably another 3, and I'd say you'd be looking at the same for however many of us you want.
Okay.
What do we have in that area?
All right. I think that that shouldn't be a problem. So
It looks like
3
we've got
gems.
9 altogether, I think, because it looks like we got 2 ogre zombies there. Towards that house.
She lets you know that there are 5.
Yeah, 5 overall, but I mean, I'm saying like he's down here, is he not? In this house?
They're mobile, so they're always kind of patrolling around.
No. Okay. I was gonna say, but like the Death Knight's down here, and I figured they might have had routes that they kind of had it back and forth on just based on where you put them.
Roll me a intelligence check.
Just because like the way that it was looking, it looks like there's only 2 in the area we had to worry about. Fuck you, goddamn! How did you still find a way to cock? Like what the fuck? Jesus Christ, that's not great. That's an 8.
Okay, Granthar, could I have you roll the same thing?
Sure. What am I rolling?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Sure.
I'm not to be a dick. Can I argue a little bit of an advantage thing on that? With the fact that it's a patrol route, military experience. If no, fine.
Not on this one.
All right.
I rolled an 11.
11. Okay. Between the two of you, you kind of confer back and forth for a moment, and Granthar, you note in particular that while you can't totally tell the difference between these guys because they're all big, stompy, and ugly, from the time you've been down here, you have kind of watched them wandering around all over the place. It doesn't seem like they have a specific route so much as they just patrol the cities in general.
Okay. So they don't have a predictable pattern that I've noticed, but they should be easy enough to find. I mean, all we have to do is distract them,
They're largely
draw them away.
stealthy and not particularly intelligent.
All right, hang on, Rex.
So I think what we just need to do is send the wisps out to find them and then draw them as far away from where they're guarding as possible. Just a distraction. How quickly do wisps move?
I think they have a base speed of 30.
You can ask the wisp. And she lets you know. Hang on, I gotta find.
I'm pretty sure their movement speed's still normal.
They have a fly speed of 50 feet,
Oh, really?
so they're pretty quick.
I thought they were kind of a little bit like slow and floaty.
No, she lets you know that they move at a pretty good pace. Granthar, she
Then it's
whispers to
okay.
you and says, "You're gonna have to let me know where you want us to draw them to."
Where do we
Hang
want
on a
to
moment. Wait. Rex,
What if we double? What if we could double? Send all the ogres towards one of the other houses.
that was what I would. Yeah. Which house is opposed by the ogres work for the Death Knight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Death Knight is most
Most hated. He does like
hated by the Eye Tyrants or the vampires.
From what you can remember, neither of the other
most
two
hated by
houses
everybody.
like him overly much.
Sorry, what was that, Lex?
Okay, from what you can remember, Granthar, neither of the other two houses are overly fond of them. You are
Right.
currently employing skeletons and wisps who are under control of the Death Tyrant.
Right. And the
So
Death
possible-
Tyrant. Okay.
Maybe send it to the vampire then, just so we're not kind of stabbing the people we're asking to help in the back.
Okay, but it's the vampires who don't like the skeletons, right? I'm trying to remember. Okay, we're hiring the skeletons to go after not to go after, but to look like they are attacking the house guarded by the ogres. The ogres are guarding the house of who?
The Death
The
Knight.
Death Knight.
The Death Knight.
The Death Knight. So we're sending the ogres across the city to either the vampires or the Eye Tyrants to make it look like they are attacking one of those houses. We basically are creating chaos, even if and then yeah.
So
But that in that chaos, we'll have a chance to slip in and do some damage.
I think we should send the ogres at the vampire house since we've employed parts of the Death Tyrant's hierarchy to avoid possibly screwing our allies over.
Okay.
And the fact
Or
that
not just that, it would also make
The vampire also
it would
uses
also
them.
make it look like a three-way fight.
Yeah.
Because it would look like the Flame Skulls went after the Death Knight, and then it would make it look like the Death Knight was going after the vampire, where the only way you're not having conflict out of like that triangle is you don't have anything from the vampires going after the Flame Skulls.
Yeah, but the thing that's also good with that,
Hang
the
on.
vampire has the most minions. So that's the other thing is we send the bucket ogre zombies there, tie up his minions.
Okay, so you guys know that the house you are planning on attacking is the house that the Death Knight owns, which is on the western side of the city. The house that is occupied by the Death Tyrant is to the north, and the house that is occupied by the vampires is to the east. So if you guys are opting to send the ogres towards the vampires' home, you're sending them directly across the city, which is essentially the furthest house.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, that makes the most sense to me. Because I don't feel like we should possibly screw over our chances of doing this because it's already going to be a nebulous arrangement getting the undead to kind of work with us anyways. Try to pull any of the aggro we're getting out of this in the other direction so it's not fucking with their house. So vampire makes the most sense. Plus he's got the most minions, so if we can use that to try to take a chunk out of his backup.
I'm fine with either, as long as we have a consensus as to who we're sending the ogres towards.
I vote vampire.
Vampire.
Okay, vampire works for
Make
me.
it look like a three-way fight, basically. Like
Okay.
they all just decided to strike out at each other at the same time.
All right.
When
All
do we
right.
start?
So the Wisp lets you know it will take her a couple of hours to gather the rest of her kin.
Okay.
She will meet you back here, where you will have to have payment. And she will gather 4 additional wisps to help draw the ogre zombies away.
Alrighty.
So you guys
Gonna
have a couple of
bow.
hours to plan.
Gonna bow fairly low to her and
Thank you for your help, my lady.
head back towards the tavern to start the planning.
I guess we should get ready.
Oh,
And
All
damn
right,
you, with
hang
your
on,
puns.
Rex. Yes,
hang
Gunther.
on. Seeker, what do we have in the party stores in the way of gems?
1,400 gold worth of gems. Hold on, I'll tell you for exactly what we got. We've got a handful of gems worth 1,400 gold, or 2 handfuls of gems worth 1,400 gold, and a fist-sized ruby worth 1,000 gold.
Okay, we need the equivalent of 15 relatively small gems. Because they're going to want 3 each. I'm not sure how much the ruby would count in terms of fist-sized gems. I think it's the sparkle more than the value.
I'm gonna say that in the interest of payment for this one, it'll come out of the smaller gem pile that you have, and that will reduce from being 1,400 to 1,000.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to pay them, and then we've
I'll
got our.
deduct
we've
that
got our
already
shop.
so I don't forget about it.
Do we want to try to hire a third group to attack the other house while we're working on the Death Tyrant? Just utter
So we
chaos.
would want something. If we wanted to do that, we would need something that looked like it was coming from the vampires, and they have Banshee and Wraith guards, but they also control the ghasts, ghouls, specters, and ghosts. So I mean, you could try. I don't know if we'd be able to find anything though. That's my only concern.
No, I think that once we have 2 houses having pitched battles of the streets, the third might join in,
Jump
or at
in.
least think that the revolution has come. Viva the revolution!
Viva la revolution!
Okay, so just so I have a clear shot on what you guys are doing,
I have no idea what the fuck happened because I just went to pee.
So no,
you guys
the
are
resistance
going.
is-
All right, so
Sorry.
this way I have a clear shot on what you're doing. You guys, as a party, are going to be hopping into the skeleton cart. But before you do that, you're going to pay the wisps and have them lead the ogre zombies over towards the House of the Vampires.
Yes.
That's the plan.
Okay,
Yes.
this way I know how to move my tokens around and I know what you guys are doing. So you guys have a couple of hours to ready yourselves. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick bio break. I am going to shift tokens around, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so to get you guys over towards the first House of the Nobles. So if there's anything you guys want to do before you launch your initial attack, let me know as soon as we get back from bio break, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So quick 10-minute break, guys.
All right. Muting the mic. Oh, also we've lost Kel. Christina's fallen asleep, so I have taken her character over again.
All right, duly noted. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, new job. Stayed up, till 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Has crashed out.
All right. Well, if she wakes up later, good, but we'll allow you to run Kel in the interim. All right, so back in 10.
Montana, you dick. Come on. Get outside the fed while we're on break.
We're faking a revolution. Hmm?
What's
Okay, we should be jumping back in just a couple seconds. Who is in right now?
I'm back.
Commander Root, Electric Longboard, Ilara, Nexusaurus, and Placated. Thank you guys for being here. If you have not already done so, please hit that follow button to let us know that you're enjoying our content and what we do. Also helps me out because I'm still on my pathway towards affiliate and I would really like to get there at some point. So if you haven't done it, hit follow for me, please.
That does not cost you anything.
It is free. It just lets me know that you're enjoying what we're doing.
Twitch know that you're enjoying what we're doing.
And, helps us out in the long run because map packs and tech are expensive. So down the road, it'd be nice to be an affiliate so that we can make a little bit off of the shows that we do for you guys. We're still technically on break for the moment because I need to move a bunch of character pieces around, which takes time.
I just realized. Sorry, go ahead.
So I think a lot of what gets stuck
Because it is a very big map, so it's going to take me a few minutes to move everything to where it needs to be.
That's okay. I am currently away.
So we're on break while I'm moving stuff around.
Okay, I may have case smoking, so I don't know. Since you guys are doing
Really?
do you mind if I get on stuff?
Really?
On stuff in your game, so just a second. No worries. I'll pitch a good percentage of the poll too.
There, Daddy. Finally ate your food.
Oop,
Dummy.
nope, not that one. This map was a lot of fun to construct. I had not thought about it in the sense of token moving pieces because I think I have 200 and some on creatures that are on this map. And consequently, I have to carry and keep in mind where all of them are. So let's...
You just had your food. Let me have mine. Go away. Sure.
Some of them. I think I have 2 more still that I have to locate. Yes, there's one over there. And I need 1 more. There he is. You're over by the well. All right. Okay. And you need a wisp. And you need a wisp. There we go. Did I get everybody or am I missing someone? No, you need a wisp, so. And there's one over there.
I left the fucking server over last night and I was like, we were at war with everybody and one raid on this.
Nope, not that one.
Man, like, why am I even in this group? And they went to a new server.
Okay.
I wasn't online and won't join parties with me and stuff.
So while we are on break, for anyone that is back, I have been having a lot of trouble understanding you guys sometimes because there's a lot of crosstalk that's happening. So going forward, what I'm going to do is I will call on each person individually to have you tell me what you want or talk in character what it is, just because it can get really hard to pick up on conversation if I have two players talking at the same time. So it'll be things like, okay, Granthar, and, then, all right, Himbo, your turn. What are you doing? What are you saying? And, crosstalk is going to be on the DM no-no list from this point forward, so if it is somebody else's turn to talk, shut the hell up. And that goes for everybody involved. Just because that will make it a lot easier for us to have a clean game where we can understand what's happening, and also easier for viewers to hear what everybody's actually saying. So do me a favor and just respect my authority. But we'll be back up and running in probably about 5 minutes. I just have a couple final map details I need to shift around for you guys, like a cart that I have to move and whatnot. And then we'll be jumping back into the action where you guys are taking on a Death Knight. And this is going to be a lot of fun for you guys.
Oh, Lax,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you, Granthar.
Oh, okay, good. I just realized something. So I have a Blood Fury tattoo, which
Yes.
is awesome. Except on attack rolls, it scores a critical hit on a d20 if I roll a 19 or a 20. And if I score a critical hit against a creature, the target takes an extra 46 necrotic damage. Does that mean there's a small chance, like a 2 in 20 chance, that my attacks will heal the undead thing that I'm attacking?
I'm going to say when it comes to the purposes of undead, we're just going to negate that feature.
Okay, that's good. Because I also, and I gained a number of temporary hit points equal to the necrotic damage dealt. So that just doesn't work on undead things?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that it doesn't work against undead.
Okay, good, because that would be awful. It's like, bing! They're
Granthar has a
pristine
Blood
again.
Fury tattoo that has a chance on a critical hit of doing necrotic damage.
Oh, yeah.
So we're just going to negate that against undead.
Yeah, necrotic.
Okay. Like Fix It Felix trying to break out of the jail cell with his hammer. It's like, bing! The bars are thicker. Why must I fix everything I touch?
I'm going to say, given the fact that it is a magical base of a tattoo, it understands necrotic doesn't work against undead, so it wouldn't try.
Okay.
But
the critical hit still works, right?
No, the critical hit still works. It just won't do any additional damage as a result.
Okay. And
normally happens when they get hit with necrotic.
So consequently, no. And I'll say it would do what, 4d6 necrotic damage?
Normally we do 46 necrotic damage.
All right. I will say that just in the interest of not totally screwing over that item's capabilities, if you're fighting undead, it'll negate the necrotic damage, but on a critical hit, you can take 2d6 in gained life points.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
So it does half of what it should do for you when it comes against an undead creature, but it still helps. So that's the ruling I'm going to make on that. Just make a couple of notes on it so that you've got it for future endeavors.
2d6 necrotic. It does 2d6 extra damage in the temporary hit points thing. Okay.
Yeah, so it'll do 2d6 temporary hit points instead of doing necrotic and then having you gain that much.
So but it doesn't do the necrotic damage.
No.
Okay, in addition.
No.
All right.
It negates
Any other
doing any
reactions?
additional damage. It just lets you gain back 2d6 health points.
So I can't really comment on that either way, but it sounds like.
But that's the best way I can figure out how to make that particular tattoo work when it comes to undead creatures, because that is actually a situation they didn't really take into account on that item.
So it's weird that vampires can generate.
Okay.
But the vampires are undead, right?
That's what I figure is that's the functionality.
Did, 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 does the fire still do damage over time?
All right, we are starting back up in just a moment here. Is everybody back?
Yep.
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 All right, and Jordan's just setting himself back up. So I have moved a whole bunch of tokens around. So in the interest of being expedient with this, the Wisp has done her job very well, and all of the ogre zombies have been pulled away and are now kind of meandering about and glowering in an ogre zombie type manner in front of the House of the Vampires. And you guys, with some crampedness, have all clambered into this cart pulled by a couple of skeletons who
Unmuted.
have dragged you guys over and are now parked in front of the house where the
Oh, shit.
Death Knight lives.
Hang on, I think my roll 20 might have frozen.
Which it does
Oh,
sometimes.
there you go.
So
There you
you'll
go.
have to move your characters along, but I did move the cart and the skeletons. So they're out front right now with you guys all crammed in the back of this cart.
I plot myself in the cart.
It is cramped. You guys are smushed up against one another. It's not comfortable. It's itchy. There's hay everywhere. But you're well concealed. And these skeletons are making a very big show of being very conspicuous and like fidgeting with the wheels on the cart, and you know, they're making lots of noise. It's obvious they're here.
Alrighty.
Okay, so how do you guys want to go about getting in?
Do we know about the inside of the building?
No. There is
No,
a
we don't.
doorway just a little ways away from where you guys currently are. And at the moment, other than a couple of lower class undead, the streets in front of the house are vacant.
Okay, so if we want, what I'll do is before anyone else gets out, I'll go stealth and I'll just try to see if the door's either trapped or locked and take care of it.
Okay.
Should
There is no door. It's just an open doorway.
Should we all stealth through this, or like?
Oh, so it's just
Well, I
an open
mean-
doorway. Okay, perfect.
Open door right by us, right?
The open doorway is right here.
Okay.
So, Seeker.
I can go stealth and take a quick look inside and report what's around real quick.
All right, Seeker. I
At
will
least
have
that way we have some sort of idea.
Seeker. I will have you roll stealth for me, and then I will also have you roll a perception check when you get up to the doorway, assuming you do so without being noticed.
So let's see. For stealth, that is
The door's up here, right? Or this. The
The second one, right where you
27 on stealth.
are. 27
or
on
is it
stealth.
That one? Okay, because that just looks more like a front stoop.
The doorway is right here. 27
okay.
stealth. Seeker,
Okay,
you do not appear to have been noticed.
I was gonna say it looked like a front stoop, so
All right, roll me a perception check.
Perception. Come on, dice gods like me. Okay, well that's not too bad. 13 plus 3 is 16.
Okay, 16. Poking in, you see that the inside is mostly open. There is what appears to be a bed along the northern edge, along with some bookcases. There is a large rug on the floor. There is a fairly large creature wearing black armor that has a jagged looking longsword on his side, sitting on a large chair. Just to the left of you, across the house, and there are a couple of other creatures in there with him.
So like over where I'm pinging.
Over here.
Okay, so over there.
And there is some
Alright.
kind of a guard right here.
Okay, so then I'm going to stealth back to the cart where everyone is, and fill them in on what I saw and where I saw it. I'm gonna draw out like a little thing.
There are a couple of walls that are decrepit, knocked down, but no distinctive rooms. It seems like mostly one big open space. And I'll have you
Yep.
make me one more check, just on. We'll call this an investigation check.
Sweet.
thanks.
So 12 plus
You're gonna get picked up on the mic.
6, 8, so dirty 20.
All right. One thing did catch your attention very, very distinctly on looking in here. Next to the Death Knight, in this corner over here, there is a branded large symbol of 3 jagged triangles in the floor that is pulsing.
Of course.
Oh, no.
All right, well, I'll relay that as well to the party. Let them know. Think we're in the right spot, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'll also fill them in on all the guards and whatever the else shit I seen.
Okay. So you guys are now well informed about what you're doing going in here. Granthar, how do you want to approach this? I'm not asking you guys to do anything yet. I just want to go around and see what ideas are, so you guys can have an open discussion.
I think we might have to be careful. There is a ghoul or gas standing right behind the cart too.
Yeah, there are a couple of lower level undead wandering about, but they don't seem to be paying any mind to you guys.
I'm pinging it right here. Just
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. No, do I have anything that does not draw a lot of attention? No, everything about me draws a lot of attention. Okay, I'm going to defer to Seeker as to what he feels the best way to get in there is. We want to maybe deal with the Death Knight without drawing as little attention as possible. But that's That's a tall order for me. I tend to get shouty when I get angry.
But he's got guards, which means we can't get right to him.
Could
We gotta
I
take the guards
have
out?
all of you guys roll me a investigation check, please?
Sure thing.
Yep.
What I was going to say was Kel, who I'm also speaking to. Well, he rolled a 3.
I
Kel
rolled a
rolled
1.
5.
I rolled a 1.
Kel rolled a 14.
I'm gonna roll for Ilmir.
And
I
Seeker.
rolled a 19.
I was just going to say, Kel, do you have any or Ilmir, do you have any silent spells or anything that can make us quiet?
Looking through his shit right now, I don't think so. He went for basically you as a caster.
He's not overly quiet.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, no.
Well,
He
she
doesn't
can
have
blind and
anything.
deafen one foe.
I rolled a 1 and Ilmir rolled an 8 on the investigation, by the way.
Oh wait, hang on. Blindness, deafness. Can she cast that? All right. 3rd level or higher. She can make 2 creatures blind and or deaf. How many guards are there in the house?
From what Seeker sold you, at least 1, maybe 2.
I can handle blinding everyone if you want that, because don't forget, I can make a mobile fog bank wherever I'm from, centered from wherever I'm at.
All right, so
That might not be a bad idea.
on you guys that all roll checks for me.
I have an idea.
Hang on. You guys looking at this house and the doorway in particular do notice a couple of things. The doorway is open, but there is what looks like a door that's been knocked off its hinges that is leaning up against a wall on the interior.
Mm-hmm.
And the doorway itself looks like it would be able to be brought down fairly easily.
Okay, that actually lines in mind with what I have. Ilmir
Okay.
on his staff can cast Fireball. Can have him stand at the doorway, aim at the Death Knight, cast Fireball, and we knock the door down.
Okay.
Trap him inside, and then sprinkle a couple bones.
But we want to kill the Death Knight, right?
Trap
Yeah.
him in the fire, too, so he's going to have to take damage to fight his way out. And then we can scoot around off the street, possibly, to see if we can pull him out, like, around the back way.
Looking
so
at...
what
Are
do
we
we
supposed
do?
to-
All right, hang on a second. Looking at the building, there doesn't appear to be any other way in or out.
Windows or anything?
Nope.
Really?
Just a
What
doorway
use would
with...
windows be underground?
I'm going to... I'm going to challenge a little bit with how dilapidated you described the house. There's nothing.
No. There is a doorway.
I mean, to be fair, it seems to be made of
One
stone.
of these things is not like the other.
Like, you guys could start knocking walls down if you really felt like it, but this structure was not built with windows in it. It just has a door.
I mean, I can cause an earthquake and knock the house down.
That was kind of what I was getting more with set the house on fire and knock the doorway down so he's stuck inside. And it fucking collapses on him on fire.
I think at that point we'd be throwing subtlety out the window.
Yes,
Yeah.
but at that point, we're also kind of working with what the uprising thing that's starting to happen. And we sprinkle the bones and get the fuck out of Dodge so we're not lingering around.
But our goal is to kill him. We have to kill all 3 of them.
We have to like actually confront
Trap him in a collapsing, burning house.
Hang on, but we need
If
the
we can
body.
move back for a little bit, if he comes out, we can finish it off.
But the skeleton
In a burning house.
though.
That's got the mark of the undead triumvirate inside of it.
I mean, but like we gotta like they want the body.
If he comes out, I said.
Sorry, excuse me.
Fuck.
Which means then we're fighting him in the street in plain view of everybody. Us. We
Yep.
will be doing
Okay, we walk inside his house. That's a trap.
it.
That's what I'm trying to circumvent with blowing it the fuck up.
Excuse me.
Yes, Himbo.
But I thought like in terms of like the skeletons, we want to like actually kill the Death Knight or whatever, so they can grab the body.
Yes, the deal you struck with the skeletons, you do have to leave the body behind and let the skeletons take it when they're done.
Setting everything on fire and stuff, and caving in the house doesn't really make the body that convenient to access. Now does it?
That is true.
Pulsing triumvirate symbol.
Anyways,
You know what it is.
and that's my piece on that.
Okay, so far we have the concept of trying to collapse the building down.
I'm voting against that.
I know it's probably a trap, but I think that, in the spirit of the agreement we have with skeletons, we have to leave the body at least accessible.
Could I
know the house is
have
probably-
could I have Kel roll me a religion check?
Sure. Da, 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 da. Boop, doo, doo, doo. Oh, 15.
Okay, 15. Kel very casually approaches the wall to the building and sets a hand down on it and skirts back into the cart with the rest of you guys, and from the 15 is able to glean the symbol
Okay.
in there is pulsing, but the way that it seems to be functioning is this is essentially the vessel that's collecting the energy being drained out of the priests.
Oh, the house is the collection battery. We must destroy this unclean place. I will tear it down with my bare hands, brick by brick, stone by stone. Ah, this is the place that's killing my people. Oh, okay then. Well, we have another vote for collapsing the house then.
And
So I guess we lure the Death Knight out, collapse the house, and kill the Death Knight out here, and hope everyone's distracted by the ogres fighting or rampaging around after the wisps. Ooh, which might actually do it.
okay, so Granthar seems to be possibly in favor of collapsing the house and dragging the guy outside.
Well, if the representative of the god who we're doing this mission for is like, we got to destroy this place, I'm likely to listen. I don't know about god stuff.
Here's the other thing.
Here's the one problem.
Here's the other thing I'm
If
thinking about
anyone
too.
sees us do this at all,
If that's
even the
pulsing,
lowly
he's getting
undead that
strength
seem to
up.
be ignoring us, the guards are going to get
Guaranteed it's probably gonna
involved.
heal him during a fight if we fight in there.
Remember, we were told we had to make it look like the Flame Skulls did it, or the Blood Drinkers, or the guards would get involved.
A good point.
If we
Okay,
kill them out in the street,
so we got to kill the Death Knight inside, drag the body out, and collapse the house.
Seeker,
From the back, say?
Seeker, are you still over by the doorway by chance?
yeah, I'm standing over by the doorway, keeping an eye open.
Run me one more investigation check.
So that's times 2, so it's plus 8, so 17.
17. Looking around the interior, it is a fairly large open space. There are no noticeable traps or other kind of issues in that sense.
Except for the glowing symbol. I still think it's a possibility, but I'm putting out there, if that's what's it's pinging right now and delivering all the life force from the priests, what's to say that's not going to, if we try to fight in there, that's not going to be pinging and healing him during the fight. I still think collapsing the house is probably a good idea.
No noticeable traps anyway.
Right, but I think we have to kill him first and not be spotted collapsing the house. Like, we can't drag him out here on the street and fight him here. Everyone will see it. We have to do
Yeah.
it inside the house, out of sight.
Could I have
You collapse
everybody
the
roll
house-
me a quick history check?
History.
Okay.
Yep.
I rolled an 11.
Natural 20.
Kel rolled an
5.
11.
Natural freaking 20 as well.
Well, now,
What?
I'm fucked. Himbo and Rex. Hearing the sound of the description of the symbol and the way Seeker is describing it, there are no traps in the vicinity. There's a Death Knight. He's sitting nearby. There's this pulsing thing in the ground. It takes something off in your memory. Himbo, you wouldn't actually have memory of this one, so I'm gonna have to figure out how you would figure this out. But Rex, you remember distinctly when you guys were down in the Shadow Sanctuary, These symbols were active as long as the undead near them were active. You have a feeling if you kill the dead that is guarding this, the symbol becomes inert.
The other one that you pinned closer to the door, right? Like around here-ish?
There is
No, it was down here.
there is
There was
only
one
one
down here, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's only one, and it is located down in this area.
Okay, I thought
That's where it was.
I thought you remember saying something about a guard, and that put on.
There
each
is
guard.
a couple of other creatures in there, but there is a Death Knight who is sitting on a very large chair, maybe 10 feet away from where the symbol is etched into the ground.
And he's the only one down there. Or there's one other guard there.
There's him and one other guard, it looks like.
Okay. So if I'm understanding what you're saying, right, we kill that guard and he no longer gets the bonus of that symbol?
You have a feeling the symbol becomes inactive if the undead it's connected to is destroyed.
Connected to.
Which you have a
okay.
feeling. You rolled a
Which is
natural
what
20.
we were going to be doing anyways.
You rolled a natural 20. Based on the way that they functioned in the Shadow Sanctuary, these things were partially responsible for keeping the dead alive. But as long as you weren't damaging the symbol itself, it wasn't doing anything else. It was just keeping the dead alive. You have a feeling if you kill the Death Knight, you shut the symbol down.
That still doesn't negate, that pretty much confirms what I was worried about then, where it's going to be actively pulsing during the fight and healing them.
We don't know that.
By how much?
The other ones never healed the undead around him.
They weren't tied in the same way to him, though. They weren't tied in the same way to them.
She just
tied to him.
She just said.
No, from what you can gather, this functions the same way the symbols in the Shadow Sanctuary functioned.
I'm going in.
All right, Seeker's charging in.
I'm sneaking into the house.
Okay, I'm
not charging in. I'm sneaking
because it's a little confusing with the previous information that you gave us, Lex. That you had set it up like he is sitting there powering up from this thing because it's transferring the life forward to the priest, which is not the same as the other ones did.
Seeker, could you roll me a stealth check, please?
Yep. Natural 20 and a 19.
Good fucking God, I hate you. Yeah, you're not noticed.
Disappears.
Yeah, Seeker has vanished. All right.
I picture Seeker as having active camouflage like the Predator.
So
just sort of like, come on, I'm going silent.
Given that Seeker is now in the building, I will take the roof off and show you guys what you're dealing with.
What do I talk?
All right. So, Seeker is inside. What are the rest of you guys wanting to do? Rex.
Whatever, I'll just fucking go inside.
Stealth inside.
Not really gonna make a stealth roll, so I'll be the obvious one and do my job.
All right. So you are stomping in.
Yep. So that seems to be what I'm just getting pigeonholed into doing.
All right. Granthar and Kel.
Well, I guess Rex has just stomped into the building.
I got pigeonholed into stomping into the building, so I stomped into the building.
No, you didn't. I'm invisible. They don't know I'm there.
I mean, like at least,
I had no. There was like nothing else I could fucking do here.
like at least stealth.
Could have let me finish what I was doing.
Anytime I was trying to explain or get clarification, I was pretty much getting ignored.
Kel and Granthar.
Pigeonholed into stomping in.
What are you guys wanting to do?
Well, okay. We're gonna try to slip in behind Rex, who is being a distraction, I guess. Okay, so So the Death Knight is here, or and these two are guards.
Yep.
I just to be clear about what I'm looking at. Okay, so we're going to come up behind this wall here, just to see what happens next. Hang on. Grab the freaking token. I'm going to zoom in. Okay, Cal, come here. No, move. Pick up.
And you can still finish what you're doing, Seeker. They don't know you're there.
All right. So,
Anything
okay.
can help me because now I'm an active distraction.
Ilmir is positioning himself at the doorway. He has not entered the building, but he's sort of tucked in there. Kel and Granthar, you guys
have him anyways.
are sliding into that wall position behind where Rex is. Seeker is invisible because, of course, he is. And Himbo, where would you like to position yourself? You guys have essentially this round to move yourselves into position, and then I'll have everybody roll initiative.
Oh, Lex.
Mhm.
Sorry, before as Kel comes into position, she is going to cast spiritual weapon to have it ready, just floating at her side. A copy.
Movement you guys will get right now, but you're not going to get an action until we start the initiative round.
She can't precast
Nope.
spiritual weapon? Okay.
I'll like move in, making sure to at least like avoid the attention of the things outside of the area.
Okay, so you're
outside of the house,
entering
like,
into the building as well. Okay. Right. So, I'm going to have everyone roll initiative. Seeker, you are currently still invisible, so in the interest of this, you are going to get a surprise round off.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Rex, your initiative first, please.
I got 18.
Ilmir, what's his bonus?
He has...
I'm looking at it right now.
I think he has a +1.
Alright, so he's got the same as I do. You get a 10. I got a 16.
Okay, Rex is off on a 16. Ilmir's on a 10. Could I have Kel's initiative, please?
11.
Granthar?
Also 11.
So I need you two to roll off.
Okay. Kel rolls a 6, and Granthar rolls a 18.
Okay, so Granthar, you're going on a 12. And Himbo, I
Okay.
need your initiative, please.
15.
15. Okay, you guys are rolling relatively well, except for Seeker. You rolled really low today on initiative. Typically, you're in the 20s. Okay.
What happens when I only roll an 8?
So you have shitty dexterity. Not you. I'm yelling at my thing.
Okay.
And these guys are going on a 13 and a 4. Okay. So Seeker's going to have a surprise round off before we actually start the initiative order. Because you moved in like a ghost.
Okay, so I'm going to step here. I'm going to pull out the short bow, and I'm going to shoot him.
You're going to shoot him.
Yep. That's a damage on the short bow. I got that on the file here. Hold on. So I think it's a D6. Yes, it's a D6. So I need those and that. And then how does the Gloomstalker thing work again? Sweet. Okay. So on the first shot, that's 18 plus 8, so 26.
And who specifically are you attacking?
Death Knight.
Okay, so
Sitting on his stupid.
26 will hit.
Okay, so he's going to take. Ooh, that's a big shot. That's 6, 12, 17, 20, 28. So he takes 28 on the first shot.
Okay, 28 points of damage on
And
the
then-
first shot. That's not bad at all.
Because I'm a Gloomstalker, and I took an attack action, and this is the first combat action thing. I get to take a second attack in the same action. So that's 24.
24 hits.
And he's going to take 3, 8, 11, 19.
All right. Anything else for you?
I'm going to use the rest of my movement to get around this wall. And I'm going to use my cunning, whatever the shit rogue second action to use hide.
Okay, so that is the surprise round. Now he is aware that you guys are there. And we'll actually start the initiative order. And Seeker, you are still highest on the initiative count.
Oh, cool. So I'm going to peek out around the corner and I'm going to shoot at him twice again.
All right, roll me your attacks.
25.
Hits.
And that's for 12 damage. And then on the second shot, I'm going to use the entanglement thing if it hits him,
Okay,
which it might not. That's a 21.
21 will hit.
Okay. So then
I
he
believe.
takes 14, 21, and he's got to pass the. What the fuck was the save on? I think it was a 15 strength, I think. Yeah, 15 strength.
Which he does easily.
Yeah, I figured. It was a long shot, but I figured it
Okay.
couldn't hurt.
So he is not entangled, but you have rapidly shot off 4 arrows. Anything as a bonus
And I'm
action.
using cunning action to duck back behind the wall.
All right, and you are disengaged, correct?
Yep.
Roll me stealth.
18 plus 11, so nope. Yeah, plus 11, so 29.
Okay. All right.
Oh, sorry, plus 12, so 30.
So that is Seeker. Rex, you are next up.
I'm gonna charge at this guy and get him the fuck out of my way.
All
Swing
right.
long.
I thought of shooting that guy, actually, and trying to entangle him, but I figured it'd probably be a better idea to try to get the Death Knight entangled.
Yeah, I'll just see if I can cleave through him on my way. Check my shit for my axe. Disappears. Just like okay. 16.
16 hits.
Okay, and the other one is a 22.
No, that misses horrifically.
So both will hit. D12. Right. 3x. Yes, 1d12. Where are you? $12 on the first one,
Okay.
and 12 on the second one. That's 24 damage. Bye.
Not by.
Oh boy.
All right, bonus action. I'm gonna fucking burn him with a.
Not even close to by. The Revenant in front of you glares at you as the axe strikes through him.
Okay, well now he's gonna have to make a dex check.
How many
What's your
squares
DC?
have I got? 1, 2.
It's 14.
14. Nope.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that was a 3.
Bye.
Question, you're using Fire Breath, right?
Yep.
That's a 15-foot cone? I need to make a dex check for the Death Knight.
Ha! I was just about to check that. I was like, can it get him?
He also doesn't make it.
Yes!
They are not overly dexterous.
All right. Whoop. And that's 7 fire damage.
Okay, 7 fire damage. So that docks that guy down to... I have to do maths here. And... looking at the Revenant in front of you, while previously it had almost looked like the slashes you were trying to knit together, they stopped doing that.
Yeah, fuck your regeneration, bro.
Right, that's your turn.
Yeah, I can't do anything else.
Himbo.
Question: how big are the squares here this time?
5 feet.
Back to 5-5.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Hang on. Let's see.
You're going to have to be quick on the draw here.
I'm gonna move over to here.
Okay.
And I'm going to whack him with my quarterstaff. Whack him with my piece of bread.
Roll me an attack.
Sounds like someone's regretting rolling a jokey character.
Oh, I love Himbo. I think he's great.
There was a bit of regret in that. Oh, I whack him with my piece of bread.
11. Does that hit?
11 does not.
As I say, that might not.
I'll roll for the second attack.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure as a monk you get a couple. So
Yeah, I got 2 right now. That is a dirty 20.
that'll hit him.
Yeah, that will definitely hit.
Rolling for damage.
Yep, roll damage.
8 damage.
Okay, 8 points of damage. Anything as a bonus action.
I'll do I'll do the do flurry of blows and do the unarmed attacks.
Okie dokie.
Oh man, I was really hoping that bread was gonna knock him out because I had a great pun for it.
No. No, he's still up and kicking.
That'd be
Okay.
the studded punching gloves, right?
Yes. And you need to roll
I'll
me your
hold on to
attacks first to see if they land.
I'll hold on to it if you knock him out with the bread, but
Okay, that's a 10 to hit.
10 will miss.
Wait, that'd be that gets +2 on the a +2 along with that, right?
12 still misses. I
Yeah,
think.
no, 12 will still miss, unfortunately.
Okay, now rolling for the second unarmed attack. The second unarmed one.
Okay.
22 plus 2.
Well, that'll get him.
Yeah, that one will hit.
Okay,
Punch him
rolling
for
for
dick.
damage.
Yep, roll damage.
Okay, that'd be 12 plus 2, right?
Nice.
Okay, so roll your hit. So 14?
Sorry, what?
So that would be 14 then?
Yeah.
That's a nice punch.
That's a very solid punch. All
It's that tiny-
right.
Got that Mike Tyson
right
punch.
up in the face.
Oh, see,
Okay.
I'm going with your halfling, right? So you're just going for straight dick punch.
I don't care what you do, but you
Johnny
punched him, but
Cage
good.
tomorrow.
Right at crotch level.
So you wail on this dude. He's still standing, but he's not looking as chipper as he once was. So that is Himbo's turn. It is now the Revenant's turn. And the Revenant is not exactly amused at having just been wailed on a couple of times. So it is going to... It is going to make an attack against each of you. So, Rex, what is your armor class?
18.
18. He fucking misses. Himbo...
17.
Yeah, no, he can't hit for shit. So that didn't quite work out.
As I stated before, buddy. Bye.
So that missed. So that's his turn. Which means that's going to bring us around to Granthar.
All right. Okay. I'm going to draw Stavicus, dropping myself into a rage. I am going to choose to make a reckless attack, because why not? Which gives me advantage. And
Okay.
I'm going to charge and take a swing at the Death Knight, because I'm a dipshit.
Well, I don't know about that yet.
We needed to hit him sooner or later. I just wanted to get the fuck away, goddamn Revenant out of the way.
But I'm going to
Well,
make
he
sure
got 4 arrows.
maintaining up presence of mind in my charge to move around the Revenant so I don't provoke an attack of opportunity as I pass him. Okay. And so I'm going to attack with advantage with Stabicus. And that is a 25, a dirty 25.
Oh, that'll hit.
And that does 7 points of, let's see, 7 points of, hang on, let me just read up on this. Reckless attack. Okay, so I rolled a 19. Oh, which is a critical hit, actually, because I have the Rage Tattoo. So, let's see. Reckless attack, advantage on melee weapons, attack rolls on my turn. He's going to get an advantage on me. But the Blood Fury Tattoo, gives me a critical hit. So I should roll. So, okay. It's going to do 14 points of damage. That's it.
All right.
The damage roll wasn't
14 points of damage.
Yes,
Very
but
nice.
I do gain 2d6 temporary hit points. So I'm going to roll that.
Freaking Blood Fury tattoos.
Yeah. So I have 3 temporary hit points.
All right, that is your first attack, I believe. Do you have a second one?
That is my first attack. And for my second attack, which will also be with advantage, because Blood Fury Tattoo. Or no, not Blood Fury Tattoo. That is a dirty 20. That's a 14. So, dirty 20, there's no blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that is...
That'll just hit.
Yep, that is 11 plus... Yep, that's 11 points of damage on top of that.
You guys are just brutalizing this.
Yes. Yes, we are. All right, so
the Death Knight at the moment doesn't look particularly phased.
Oh no, I figured we were gonna have to turn and beat on him in a while. I just want to get his fucking on backup out of the way.
Okay. Anything as a bonus action, Granthar?
Oh, because I have ancestral protectors, the first creature I hit with an attack on my turn has disadvantage on any attack that isn't against me.
Yes, I remember, and I hate that ability.
Has the Revenant actually managed to hit anybody yet?
No.
Okay. Remember that also I have Spirit Shield, I'm raging, and another creature that if I can see within 30 feet of me takes damage, I can use that my reaction to reduce that damage by 2d6, and hang on. Danger Sense, Primal Path. There's also a reaction one where I can. Hang on. No, that's in equipment. Hang on. When a creature I can see damages me, I can use my reaction to make a melee attack against that creature with advantage on my attack rolls. So, if the Death Knight attacks me and hits me, I can stab him back as a reaction.
Remind me if we get to that point.
Yeah, okay. So I have 2 reaction things to either reduce other people's damage or slam back at him.
All right. So, are we taking a bonus action at all?
Bonus action. I don't have a bonus action that I can do. Nope. I've pretty much... Oh, I used my bonus action dropping to a rage. So,
okay. Yeah.
No, not this round.
Right, you're good. So, Granthar, that is you. Kel is up next.
Kel! All right. Kel's going to step out from behind the wall, point at the Revenant, and unleash a 4th level guiding bolt.
Which Revenant?
Huh?
Which Revenant?
Is it the one down or the one that?
Actually, no. No. She's going to attack the Death Knight. She's going to zap this guy. So, guiding bolt. That is a +8 to hit.
Okay, so she'll need to be over here or over in here somewhere, probably.
Okay. So she's going to pick up and move here. Okay. And she's going to zappity zap. hang on a second here. I'm just going to make sure I'm doing this right. 4th level guiding bolt, because it does a crazy amount of damage at that level, like 7d6
All right.
plus your radiant.
Roll your attack, and
Okay.
don't forget to add +2 because of the mace.
Okay, so that's 16. Does that hit?
No.
Shit. That would have been useful.
What did you roll on the die?
Oh, well, I rolled a 6.
Oh yeah, no, then that's not going to hit.
Damn it. All right. That misses. Okay, so for her next trick, oopsie. Okay, so she moves, she casts a spell, she only gets 1 attack, so it's her bonus action. Oh, she's gonna take a swing with her spiritual weapon.
Okay. So summon a spiritual weapon and tell me what it looks like.
Okay. It looks like a copy of her mace.
Okay.
Glowing-
Giant floating glowy mace.
Radiant energy of her deity. So let's hope this one actually hits. There, that's better. 26.
26 hits.
Okay, so that is a 1d8 plus 5 radiant damage. Wait, what is that? Yeah, plus another 2. So 1d8 plus 5, 12, 14 points of damage.
Keep in mind this is undead, so she gets the additional d8 radiant damage from the mace.
Oh, yeah! Okay, so let me just add that. So 12, 14, and roll that d8, baby. So 22. She does 22
Nice.
points of damage.
Full aid.
22 points of radiant damage. Very nice.
Yep, the mace flies up and angrily smashes him in the face. Bok!
Uh,
Naughty!
It does. All right, so that is Kel's turn. Next up on the docket is going to be Ilmir.
All right. Ilmir is going to skate here, and he's going to cast Scorching Ray, all 3 rays at this Revenant down here.
All right, roll the attacks.
All right. Let me just double check what his bonus is on that. Where are you? There we go. Okay. 15?
15 will miss. No,
15.
Revenants, 15 will hit.
I was gonna say 15 should hit.
Looking at the wrong sheet.
The other one is a 19, so that hits. And 20, so dirty 20, but it hits. So all 3 of those hit.
All 3 will
he
hit.
Takes. Double check what those do. He's gonna take fucking 66 fire damage.
Oof.
Did you say 66 or 6d6?
6d6.
I was gonna say 66 fire damage. Holy shit! Why hasn't he been using that the whole time?
Well, because he doesn't know how to play a caster.
Freaking cat. Sorry, my cat just knocked my door open.
Okay, there we go. 21 points of fire damage.
Nice. Okay, that Revenant is now angry. And is there anything else Ilmir is doing on his turn?
I'm trying to see if he could do anything with a bonus.
Hi, baby.
I don't think he has much that he could do as a bonus action, I don't think. Other than... Yeah, I don't think he's really got anything as a bonus action.
All right, so Ilmir lets off 3 scorching rays that just blast into this thing. Again, it doesn't seem to be rejuvenating. And that's actually going to bring us around to the Death Knight.
Oh my.
Who is finally... Okay, Floofer, you can't lay on my paperwork. Shoot. I have cat interference.
I gotta close the door.
It's like, get off my papers!
You big floofy dummy. Get out of here.
Ooh, let's see here. You know what? It's going to be worth it. The Death Knight is going to stand up from his chair and is going to extend a hand and hurl a ball of fire out that is going to land here. So
Okay.
I need Granthar, Rex, and Himbo to all make dexterity saving throws, please.
Okay.
And the Revenant has
13.
to make one because it's also going to take damage.
16.
18.
Okay, Granthar, you're going to make it, so you're going to take half damage. I need a
I don't
whole...
think I take any damage from it. Hang on. I think I absorbed this one.
He's got the fire thing.
You're going to take resistance from the fire damage, but you will take the necrotic damage.
Oh, man.
I need a shit ton of d6s. That's what I need.
I take fire damage. I can use my reaction to gain immunity against it. Instance the damage and regain the number of hit points equal to half the damage you would have taken. Okay, so
Okay.
I choose not to make a dex save and just absorb this bitch.
All right, so you'll take the full amount of the necrotic damage then, but you'll just absorb the fire damage, which is fine.
Right. So I'll take that half. I'll take that again.
Ow.
Back. Really.
13. So that's 28 points of fire damage.
Okay, I'm halved. I'm at 14.
And $32 points of necrotic damage.
Ow.
Okay, so I heal 14 points, take 32. Oh, math is hard.
You lose 18.
18 points of damage?
Yep.
And the
Ouch.
Revenant disintegrates.
Alright, bye. Fuck you.
Because he did not make his save and got royally fucked up.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, man, it's too bad I didn't have time to attune that life
Right.
belt.
So
happened? What
that
happened?
is that one. And then...
Excuse me.
Yes, Himbo?
He dropped a
Did
fireball.
did I take damage? from
Yes,
that?
you took all of that. So 28 points of fire damage and 32 points of necrotic damage.
60 damage.
Oh wait, 32 points of necrotic damage.
Yep.
60 damage altogether.
Wait, that's 60 from. Hang on.
Fire.
28
and
fire.
and necrotic.
Yep, there's 28 fire damage and 32 necrotic for a total of 60 damage.
Okay, that's gonna be an oof
Yep.
because I'm now downed.
Okay, so Himbo is unconscious.
Unconscious.
All right, so that is the Death Knight's turn. And
Oh.
now it...
Because damage. Hang on. I'm going to use my react. I think I can reuse my reaction to mitigate some of that damage. Hang on. Ancestral Protectors. Yep. While raging, the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn has disadvantage on any attack that isn't against me, which that was. Then the target hits a creature other than you. That creature has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack. Or I can reduce the damage by 2d6, whichever would do more. Because I also have a Spirit Shield.
Well, if they have resistance to it, then even failing it, they would take half damage.
Okay, so that would do better than 2d6. So yeah, that should be half damage. I'm going to use my Ancestral Protectors. The spirits of my ancestors have gathered around you and blocked some of the deadly
Yeah,
magic.
so
from...
Rex and Himbo, you guys both
Here.
take half damage as a result.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have to adjust I have to adjust my shit then.
So
That is
that'd
a
be-
really handy
so that'd
thing.
be so that'd be 30 damage instead.
Yes.
Okay, so it was 28 points of fire, which I dropped to 14.
Which drops to 7.
So half of that again, 7. Yeah.
Some big beefy ghosts in leather pants just stood in the way of most of that
And
blast for
32 necrotic, which then drops to 16.
What the hell did I get hit with?
you. Death Knight, baby. We got to kill this thing fast.
They're mean. All right, so that was the Death Knight's turn. You guys have adjusted your HP points, which means it's going to be the Revenant's turn. And the Revenant, who didn't get hit and is therefore still up and running, is.
But he did get hit with fire a second ago.
No, the one over here, though.
Yeah, but before that, he still got hit with fire a second ago.
He is going to charge up this way, and he's going to take a couple swings at Rex. Rex, remind me what your AC class is, please.
18.
That misses horribly. That one, on the other hand, actually hits. Yay! For 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And let's see here. Just 1 second. And it is going to point a crooked finger at Kel and glare.
Oh no. She mad now. I mean, she was mad before, but she mad now.
So that would have been the Revenant's turn. That's going to bring us back to the top of the round to Seeker.
Okay. So, let me do math here. There's no way I can get into range with him, right? So we got 5. Hold on. It's hard for me to see the squares, so hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to use half my movement to get here.
He's about 60 feet away, give or take.
60 feet.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45.
It's hard sometimes with the angles on it, so we'll call it 45. Why not?
Alright, so I'm going to move right here next to Rex. Oops, shit. And I'm going to shoot him 2 more times.
Okay, roll your attacks.
And just on a maybe chance, I'm going to use Entanglement on the second shot.
That's a DC 15.
Just in case, he rolls like a 1 or something and fails.
No, he's fine.
Who's this here?
That's Granthar.
Perfect. So I get sneak attack on the first shot too.
He does make his save against the entanglement.
Okay. So that's 23 to hit.
23 hits.
Hawk him up.
Or yeah, that'll do. Why can't I get like that when I roll for freaking stats sometimes? So it's 6, 12, 17, 25, 30, 33 damage.
Nice.
I'll do.
And then my second attack for being a Gloomstalker. Ooh, that might not do it. That's 21.
21 will hit.
Ooh, perfect. That's not that great. 3, 8, 11, 13 damage.
Maybe down for extra longboard play acted. Violet TV. Thank you for hanging out, guys. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Okay, sorry. I missed that. How many H? 14?
13 on the second shot.
13 damage. Nice. You guys are doing some good shots here. The Death Knight glares at you after taking a couple of arrows into the chest, but still isn't flinching.
I'm just going to smile and wave at him as he glares at me.
You smile and wave at him. Anything is a bonus action.
No, I'm good. There's nothing else I want to do.
Okie dokie. That's going to bring us around to Rex.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take a swing back at the asshole who just took a swing at me.
Go for it.
21.
21 hits.
Actually, I was fucking that up. 11. 14.
14 points of damage. Really nice.
I have a second one waiting. I just wanted to see what the first one did.
You hit him. He's still up.
Still up? All right, I'm going to take another swing on him then.
Revenants are tough.
Yeah, that hit him. I rolled a 19.
All right, roll your attack.
Ah, that's not so much. That's 8 damage.
Okay, 8 points of damage. I have to do all the math here. Okay, anything else on your turn, Rex?
Now, I don't have the 100. I got to look at it in a second. Just let me tap it up. I think I can use that circlet as a bonus action.
Do I still have that one up and running or not?
I just popped it open right now.
I'm like, I don't know if I have that item up.
Use an action. Shit. That doesn't seem. I don't think it's a bonus action.
If it says an
It says
action,
just
then it's an action. Okay, anything else on your turn?
As a bonus action, I am going to chug one of our 8 greater healing potions to heal up a little.
Okie dokie, go for it.
Remind me what an 8 greater is.
Greater is 44 plus 4.
Yeah.
Okay. And 14. All right, so I gain 14 points of health. Down 1. Okay.
All right,
Up to 69.
that's going to bring us around to Himbo.
But okay, you're not unconscious anymore, right?
No,
Okay, I'm
Himbo's
not
alive.
unconscious.
Yeah, because Granthar made that the remembered his resistance thing.
Ancestral thingy.
So you don't have to make wake up saves.
All right, I'm gonna shift behind you, somewhat, Seeker, and I'll I'll heal up with wholeness of body.
Okay.
All right. Can I ready a thing that can be a bonus action?
You can hold an action, yeah.
Yeah, you can hold the second attack basically.
What would you like to ready?
Can I ready like a flurry of blows just in case, like?
I believe that has to be used in connection with an attack.
Right.
I think that one's a follow up.
So unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to hold that one because you haven't attacked anything. If you have anything else you can use as a bonus action, though, you could hang on to that for a trigger point.
Perhaps like a dodge. A dodge, actually.
Okay, you're going to ready a dodge. That's fine. And when are you wanting that triggered? I'm assuming when something hits you?
When something goes in to attack me.
Okay, so you have a dodge prepared for if someone comes up to take a strike.
Any attack on me.
Noted. Okie dokie. So that is Himbo's turn. Granthar.
Okay. Well, I'm angry. I just got blasted with necrotic fire. Ouchie. Okay. I'm going to try to dismember this undead fiend. I'm gonna go for the stabby stab.
Roll your attacks.
All right. Oh, that one. 12 missed.
Yeah, no, 12 will miss.
Yeah, that. What the poop? 14 also missed. I am rolling terribly today.
Okie dokie.
That's the necrotic magic.
What do I need to roll to actually hit this dude?
I'm not going to tell you that.
Oh.
I will just tell you if you hit it or not.
Okay. That's actually all Granthar can do at the moment. I don't think I have anything else that can do anything to him. Nope. Oh, he did. No, I used my reaction for something else. Never mind. Okay. Calibreath, on the other hand,
Yes.
is much more useful against these things. All right.
And it is now
Well,
Calibrath's turn.
Hmm?
It is now Calibrath's turn.
Yeah. Having now had this thing point at her specifically, she drops into a cold fury. She raises her shield and thrusts it towards him. It's the middle finger of the saint, flipping him off as she begins to glow with divine energy. She casts Spirit Guardians and is suddenly surrounded with armored figures, dressed much as she is, and she's casting it at 4th level. As she moves here. So she's within 15 feet of both of them.
Okay.
And she thrusts her shield. Okay, so in casting, whoops, what just happened there? Oh, okay, hang on. We had a small crash out here. No, don't do it. Oh no. Okay, her character sheet just vanished on me.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
no.
Oh no, frick.
Okay. Crap! This was going to be amazing. All right. So what she's doing is casting Spiritual Guardians, which does, in her case, she's 8th level. She's casting it at 4th level. Damn it. Lex, did she send you a copy of her character sheet? Do you have an updated one?
No, I don't have one, actually.
No!
All right, so that's Spiritual Guardians?
Spiritual Guardian. Okay, hang
All right,
on.
let's
Call
see
forth
here.
spirits to protect you. They flit around you a distance of 15 feet for the duration. If you're good or neutral, their spectral form appears angelic or fey, your choice.
All right,
If
so
you're
I need
evil,
to
they
make a
appear
wisdom
fiendish.
save.
Yeah, he has to make a wisdom save, and if he doesn't, it does something ridiculous like 68 damage. 6d8.
3d8.
Because
What
of her.
is Kel's spell save?
I don't know. I don't have her
Right
character
here.
sheet anymore.
So you said at 4th level, so it's 48.
We're going to give you a second to see if you can't get that logged back in and
Yeah, it says for at high. You said 4th level of higher, damage increases by 1d8 for each spell slot level above.
Okay, so
3rd.
that would be 48 plus the radiant damage from the mace, which would make it 5d8.
Right.
Her spell save DC for the Death Knight's not going to matter so much because he did very well.
I was gonna say he's fucking got a
So
high
he's
DC.
going to take half damage. The Revenant is
It should
going
hit both
to...
of them. And she is going to use divine what's it called? Divine Radiance, Divine Smite. She's going to try to turn. She's going to turn undead at him with her shield as her bonus action.
She's going to try and turn undead the Death Knight.
Yeah, she's going to turn undead the Death Knight. She's going to, abjure him while he's being attacked by angelic figures. So I don't know how much damage that.
Well, it's gonna work.
The turn undead is not going to work at all.
All?
He's strong.
He also rolled a natural 20 on his save.
Jesus. Okay, so he is going to do. So she is doing 5d8 radiant damage to him.
And he will take half of that.
Okay, and the white or the Revenant as well. So that does. Okay, so that does.
The Revenant is immune to turn undead, and therefore it doesn't work.
No, he's going into the ancestral spirit thing.
No, that works,
That he
but
will.
attempting to turn them doesn't work.
So that. Okay, if it did 20 points of damage to whatever undead is sitting in its radius. So if the Death Knight takes half, the Revenant didn't make their saving throw, they take 20.
So the Revenant takes 20 and the Death Knight takes 10.
And they're also moving at half speed, if that matters.
Noted.
And for every round they stay in this circle, they're going to take another 5d8 damage if they don't make a saving throw.
Okie dokie. Duly noted. How long does that last?
I wish I could tell you.
One
think it's
action.
probably
Up
up
to
to a
10 minutes. Nice.
Oh, nice. Jesus.
Okay, so yeah, that's annoying. All right. Anything as no, that would have been action plus bonus action for the turn undead. So I think that is Kel's turn,
Yeah.
Yep, that does it.
which will bring us around to
Oh.
Ilmir's turn.
Yeah, your bonus action to try to turn the Death Knight, and it did not work.
I mean, that didn't do shit, but you walked in with a nuke on him. So.
Yeah.
That's effective. All right, so that's going to bring
He's
us around to
this corner.
Ilmir's turn.
He's going to scoot to this corner, and he's going to Scorching Ray this one again. Okay, so he's got +9. He's going to do all 3 rays on him. No, I don't know if that first one hit. First one is fucking 13.
It'll hit.
Did it hit?
Yep.
Nice. Okay. Second one I rolled 15, so it hit. And I rolled 12, so they all 3 hit. Have fun with that. Here comes another 6d6 fire damage, bitch. 10, 12, 15.
Stone, Himbo, to answer your question, the gloves will count for your flurry.
Okay.
He takes 17 points of fire damage.
17 points of fire damage. Okay, he is not looking good. Still kicking, but not looking good. All right, so that would be Ilmir's turn. That's going to bring us around to the Death Knight's turn, who is furious and is going to let out a pulse of energy. I need... Who do I need? I need Kel, Granthar, and Rex to all make Constitution saving throws, please.
Oh boy.
How do you still? Come on. That is a 17.
13. What the poop?
And Kel? I need a third saving throw.
Hmm?
I had yours,
needs-
but I also need Kel's.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what kind of what her constitution is extraordinarily high. I know that.
I think she has a 19, which would be a plus
4.
4.
Well, no, her constitution is now 20, isn't it?
Then that would be
Because
plus
of the
5.
magic she's wearing.
Then that would be a plus 5.
Okay, so she rolled a 17 then.
Okay, so Kel is going to make the save, so she'll take half damage.
Okay.
But you guys are going to take...
17 doesn't make it?
Nope. $19 points of thunder damage.
Ooh.
And... 24 points of necrotic damage. And
Okay, this skeleton was full of fucking shit, by the way. He's done nothing but throw magic this entire time.
No, the skeleton said he was resistant to magic.
Yeah, and he said he likes to hit things. He was full of shit. He's been throwing magic this entire time. Never has he swung that sword.
you're dealing with a skeleton.
Um.
And Granthar and Rex, you guys are both knocked prone.
Okay. Do I get a reaction to?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just automatically prone? I don't have any sort of resistance to that?
Nope, that's part of the effect.
Oh, I got.
Okay,
I got.
so-
Dodo.
Total damage again, sorry. 19 thunder and what necrotic?
23 necrotic. And Kel will take half damage because of the resistance. Granthar, I don't know if your bubble is still active or not, so you're going to have to let me know.
My bubble?
The people within however many feet get resistance against attacks not against you thing.
Oh yeah, they're well within. That's just a thing. Hang on, I
Okay.
don't have to. As long as I'm raging, that happens.
So Kel will
I
take
believe
a
you can-
quarter damage. Rex, you'll take half damage.
Yeah, I'm the only one who takes. Yeah,
Go back
I
to the-
believe you can put like a. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm the only one who takes full damage from that. Question: I have not had a reaction. I get to stab him, or at least I get to swing because he damaged me.
You can, and then he is going to finish his turn because he's not done yet.
Okay. All right. Well, when his turn is done, I get a reaction attack.
Yes, and you will be doing so at disadvantage because you are prone.
Don't I get a reaction attack before I get knocked over?
You
Never
get
mind.
knocked down, and then you get to react to the fact that you got knocked down.
Okay.
But he's
I'm gonna
going to
try-
take the rest of his action, and he is going to make 3 attacks against you, Granthar.
Who's going to make 3 attacks against me?
The Death Knight is.
Oh Jesus!
All right, so that
We are
is
seriously outclassed here.
a 16 to hit.
Okay. I've got an armor class of 15, so I guess he hit me. Why is my armor class so
That is
low?
a 15 to hit. And
Hang
that
on a
is a
second.
15 to
What's
hit.
going on? One moment. Something's wrong here. Bonus to AC. Yeah. Okay. What? Oh, okay. Never mind. All right. Carry on. How much
Okay.
damage does he do?
So he's going to hit you 3 times. You are
Okay.
going to take... I need to get out the right die for this. 11 points of slashing damage.
Halved.
13 points of slashing damage.
Halved.
And 8 points of slashing damage.
Halved.
I am now dead. Okay.
You took half on all of that. You're raging.
Yeah. Okay, so how much is that in total, Lex?
11. See, that's why I ask you guys to remember this. I'm trying to figure out. I believe it would have been 25 points total.
Okay, so 12, 13 rounded up. All right, so I am not dead.
Okay, and then on top of that,
Ah.
you also
comes.
take 13, 20, 34 points of necrotic damage.
Okay, I'm dead.
So you're
I'm at,
unconscious. You're not dead yet.
yeah, I'm at 0 hit points now. Okay. So that's it for Granthar. Night night.
Okay, so Granthar is unconscious. And that is the Death Knight's turn. So after him is the Revenant, who is going to move away from Rex, taking an attack of opportunity.
My standard bonuses apply to that, right?
Yeah.
No, fuck you. Take it. Hit.
All right, so that's going to hit. So I don't know what your damage is, though, so you'll have to
It's
tell
a
me.
D12. I need a D12. D12 plus my proficiency, which is 3. Fuck you.
So 6.
And I get free movement after him.
All right, so, and Rex can follow if he chooses to. He's not actually moving out of... he's not moving very far away. He's like 5 feet away.
I still get a free step on him.
So Rex keeps up with him.
Relentless Avenger, I get a free step on him.
And that brings us to... Okay. And the Revenant is going to take 2 swipes at Kel.
Okay, I'm gonna go see if I can get Christina to actually send me a copy of her character because I can't sign back into her account.
So we'll take a quick 5-minute bio break, guys, and then we'll jump back into this, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll see you. Wait her up long enough for that.
Oh my goddamn legs.
Excuse me.
Yes, Himbo.
Oh, is fire damage damage over time?
No, it just hits once.
Okay.
If there's lasting damage, I will let you guys know.
Okay. Maybe the Death Knight treats like freaking.
Tomorrow. Goddamn guy, buddy. Yeah. Hey, pop. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Da-da-da-da-da. Get your snout out of there.
Any luck getting that character sheet up and running? I think she's outside. Just have her holler. Just poke your head out and let her know to let you know when she's coming back in, okay? And crack a window in there.
Yeah.
All right, so we're just waiting to see if Granthar can get that sheet up and running, but we should hopefully be back at it in just a moment here. If anybody has any questions at the moment, though, that is a good time to ask. And BB Thumps, Electric Longboard Play Acted, and Violet's TV, thank you guys for being here. We appreciate having viewers. If you guys have any questions about what is going on in the campaign, questions about how anything is operating, or just comments about the stream, you're welcome to pop into chat. I do monitor that, so as always, you're feel free to talk to me.
Have a chat window open.
Just keep in mind some of our players also have the chat window open just because they mod as well. So
I just popped the chat window.
no spoilers though. So you can ask questions about the campaign if you'd like to, but don't reveal anything on the screen because you guys see my screen, which is the DM screen, so you guys get a chance to see that everything on the map as opposed to the players who only see parts of it.
Do you not have a YouTube one up yet?
It goes up automatically. You can also check out.
I was trying to ping it in reference.
Oh, the command it just goes off every however many minutes.
I was trying to ping it in reference because we were talking about things in the campaign, and we're on episode 14 or 15, depending.
You can also go to my YouTube channel if you'd like to, which the link is available in chat, and it will pop up every now and again if you want to watch past episodes, just so that you know what's going on. But I think we're jumping back in a moment here. Granthar, were you able to get that running?
I got the thing I needed.
Beautiful.
I'm just signing back into your account.
Okay, so as soon as you're up and running, let me know, because that Revenant is taking a couple of swipes.
Yeah. Yes. Sign in. Sign in. Whew. Okay, hang on. Here we go.
No more
character. Calibrath. Okay, so what did the Revenant do to her?
I need your AC.
Revenant?
I need Kel's AC.
Okay, that's what I'm getting. Her armor class is 19.
19. All right, so that one's going to miss. And that one is going to hit. So she's going to take one hit, which is 12 points of bludgeoning damage. And I also need to roll the extra damage because he has sworn vengeance. 7 and 10 points of necrotic damage.
Okay, how much is that total?
18.
19 points total.
Oh, was that what the pointing was? Was he swearing vengeance?
Yes. He was not happy. All right, so that would have been the Revenant's turn. Gesundheit. Woo, sneezing.
Oh.
Just gonna bring us around to the top of the order with Seeker.
Okay. This is where this guy's really going to start disliking me.
Like he doesn't already.
I'm going to drop my bow and pull out 2 knives. I'm going to pull out the knife of Radiant and the dagger +2.
Okay.
And I'm going to charge in and make 2 stab attacks on the Death Knight.
Roll your attacks.
So the first one is with the dagger of Radiance. And he's really not going to like that because that's a critical hit.
Oof.
Nice.
So that is, and I do have an ally there within 5 feet, so I get that. And the dagger of Radiance added, what did that add? Hold on. Dagger of Radiance. No, well, I don't have enough d6 for that, so I'll have to roll 2 extra ones. Okay, so he's going to take, so that's 11, 15, 16, 21, 25. Actually, I can re-roll one of these, so let's see if I can't get lucky. So we're at 25, take off the 5, and I did, so that's 26 times 2, so 52, 57, 60 damage on the first stab.
Ow! He's paying attention to you now.
Then the second attack is 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
And he's going
Fucking
to take
hell.
4, 9, 12, 16, 18 damage.
Okay, anything as a bonus action.
No, I'm just going to wave and smile at him again and get ready, because I know he's going to be getting mad.
All right, so you stab this radiant dagger into his chest, and it burns on contact. He is now glaring at you.
Oh, well, I just smirk at him.
All right, that is Seeker Rex.
All right. Well, I've got this fucking white standing in front of me, so I'm gonna make a swing on him.
All right, go for it.
Yeah, that hits. That is a 21
Yeah, that'll hit.
for 11 damage.
Okay, the Revenant is now swaying on his feet and barely standing.
All right, I'll fucking finish him off with another one then. Get him the hell out of there. 14.
Hits.
Sweet. Yep, that's cocked. And shaboom. That smashes him for 13 damage.
All right, the Revenant crumbles into chunks at your feet.
Like I was hoping to give it some time.
All right, anything as a bonus action.
Can I make a movement with a bonus action since I didn't move from there, or?
You just have your movement. You haven't used it.
Okay. I'm gonna move up next to Fuckface here.
Okay, you guys are moving into flanking position.
Take a spot right over here.
So you do still have a bonus action if you'd like to use it. Granthar is currently unconscious.
Okay. As a bonus action, I'm gonna use Lay on Hands on Granthar. And that is, you get 40 points of health.
Nice.
Okay, Granthar.
Okay.
You come to. You are prone, but you're up 40 points.
And then after I do that, I'm just gonna look at the Death Knight and kind of smile at him too. Fuck you.
So that is Rex's turn. That's going to bring us around to Himbo.
Okay, so I move around 5, 10,
Nick, if you're going outside, put the sweater on. It's still a little chilly.
15, 20, 25, 30,
Oh,
35.
I'm doing a thing. That's why. Sorry. I just realized what D&D Beyond's doing is it won't let me open two different accounts on
one on the same computer.
The same computer. Well, in the same browser. I'm going to try it.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for my quarterstaff attack.
Go for it.
Okay, that's a 24 plus the 2, right? From the
24 will
attunement.
definitely hit.
Okay, rolling for the first attack's damage. That would be 11 plus the. Wait, it gives you the for +2 for any weapon, right?
I think we actually decided that. Yeah, applies the punchy bonus gloves to almost every attack.
I believe so.
So that'd be 13 then.
Okay, 13 points of damage. Yep.
Rolling for the second quarterstaff strike.
Okay.
That would be a 12 then.
12 will miss.
You did attack, so this time I think you do get your flurry of blows.
I'll go for my flurry of blows.
All right, roll your attacks.
Come on.
16.
16 will miss.
Okay, fucker's got a high AC.
I'll go for the second bit of that.
Rabbit punch him in the kidneys.
Only 12.
Those will both miss, unfortunately.
Damn.
You'll be toast, zombie.
Okay, that is Himbo. After Himbo, it brings us around to Granthar.
Oh, right. I'm alive and awake. Okay. Hang on. 40 healing. Lock me out. Jerk. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I got to drop into a rage again, so that's my bonus action because it ended when I went unconscious. So, rage. Okay, and I'm not gonna dick around. I'm gonna try doing the stabby stab. So, first stabby stab. Boop. Come on! I rolled a 2.
Did you
So an
want
8.
to use
Clearly-
your inspiration?
Yeah, I should probably use that inspiration point I've been hanging on to. Let's do that again, shall we? Oh, okay. That time it was a nat 20.
Hey,
Well,
There you go. Fuck him up.
Inspiration point. So I rolled a natural 26.
Yeah, that'll
All
hit.
right. Some things are going to happen here because of, well, Blood Fury Tattoo. So, critical hit on a d20. Let's see. Not going to take 46 necrotic damage, but I'm going to gain 2d6 temporary hit points. Right. Okay, so I gained some hit points from that. And Stabicus does a measly 7 points of slashing damage. And 2d6 temporary hit points would be
7 points of slashing
5.
damage. Okay.
5 temporary hit points. And then I'm gonna swing again. Attack! Boom, 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 boom. That's a 16. I know that misses.
That will miss.
Okay. So I did very little damage.
Well, you did some. Okay, anything as a
All right,
bonus action for you? Nope, you went into a rage. Never mind.
I went to rage. That is my bonus action.
So that's going to bring us around to Kel.
Okay. Now. Okay. So, good old Kel. Kel was going to heal me, but doesn't have to now. So, let's see. What does a 4th level... Okay, so she's used one of these already. Oh, come on. D&D Beyond's being a poop. Hang on.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Did Ilmir go at some point?
I think
Ilmir is
next
up
up.
next.
Okay.
Trying to figure out what the hell I'm gonna have him do.
I'm not even
Backflips and cartwheels.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the current setup, there's really not a whole lot he can do.
because we're like squeezed in, like forcing the freaking Death Knight into a corner.
But that's fine. That's kind of our best tactic is just glomp him.
I guess. What is it that you could use help on and stuff?
Basically, I have to keep switching back, like logging in back and forth between accounts to do this. Okay, so now standing. All right, she still has the spiritual guardians up and running, because that is a thing. And
have we been counting that? Because then he should be taking the damage.
yeah, he should be taking 48
That's
damage or
okay.
5d8 damage, or saving against 5d8 damage every round that they're standing in that effect.
He did not make his save, so I need you to roll damage.
Okay, so 5d8 damage. Just a second. Where's my virtual dice? What the poopity? Okay.
Should be by the bottom left on.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying that
I
they.
think it's just eating itself on him.
Yeah, everything is awful. Okay, hang on. Tools. What the? My dice. Here we go. Yep, currently enabled. Great. Okay, show them. Yeah, everything's pooping the bed here. Okay, here we go. It is 5d8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, before I even draw a breath, 21 points of radiant damage.
21 points of radiant damage. Ouch.
Smash.
Yeah. Okay. Mace of the Dawnbringer doesn't actually do. That is like the least damage I could possibly do to them, even with my bonus. On the other hand, if I cast, let's see, what do I have spell slots for? A 3rd level Guiding Bolt. That does 66 damage, plus 1d8 damage. Okay, so I'm going to do that. All right, I'm going to use Guiding Bolt. 3rd level.
Okay, roll me an attack.
In their face. So energy crackles. I flip them off, and energy crackles out of my hand. Boom.
Roll high.
And
It's kind of an easy shot.
Sorry, you crackled a little bit on me.
I said, okay, so that's 18 to hit.
18 will miss.
DM, I'm kind of hesitant to ask this, but what happens because of how packed in we are?
It wasn't a
Guiding
critical
bolt, it's not
failure,
gonna
so
hit.
it doesn't do anything.
It won't. Okay.
No.
I
Miss?
know what someone could do, like assist or something.
We don't. I've been looking through assist, and there's not a whole lot on assist.
No.
Wait, really?
So an 18
Oh,
will
okay.
miss. Anything else on Kel's turn?
Oh, okay. Well,
Can't really assist her casting the spell. That's her thing.
yeah. As a bonus, he's going to get bonked in the face with, or she's going to try to bonk him in the face with her spiritual weapon.
All right, roll the
Still
attack.
So let's see if that rolls better. Of course it does. 27. So that's going to be 2d8 plus 5. So 1d8 plus 5 plus another 1d8. So 8 plus 1d8. Okay, so that's 12 points of radiant damage. Bonk.
Okay.
Screw you!
The Death Knight is starting to look like he's taken some damage. Ilmir is up.
Ilmir's gonna stand from where he's at, kind of look at the melee going on over there, and go, "Damn it!" Realizing he can't really do anything, kind of scoot back over by the door and just keep an eye out over here.
Okay.
To see if we're drawing. I'll have roll perception if you want to, basically to see if we're drawing any attention from the noise we're making in the house.
Sure, go for it.
Sean, bonus to that. You have nothing to that. Natural 20.
Okay, Ilmir looks out onto the street. There isn't a crowd at all gathering. The 2 skeletons with the cart sitting out back are chattering back and forth very loudly, banging things against the cart, and really just any eyes are firmly focused on them.
All right. Ilmer's just going to kind of like try to whisper, make his voice carry with the whispers. Good job, guys. Thanks.
Okay, they start talking even more loudly. I thought you bought this cart at a decent price and it's falling apart! And there's clamoring and skeletons rolling around on the ground. They're causing an enormous scene.
All right. So Ilmer's just kind of standing and watching back and forth because the way we have it set up, he can't really do anything.
Okay, so the skeletons are doing their job. So that is Ilmir's turn. That's going to bring us around to the Death Knight's turn. And the Death Knight has taken a decent amount of damage now and is not happy about it. So he is going to take 3 direct hits against you guys. 1 against Granthar, 1 against Rex, and 1 against Seeker. So I'm going to need ACs for all of you, please.
18.
16.
Okay, that hits on Rex. That hits on Seeker. So all 3 attacks are going to hit.
Fucker.
Okay, so I need that plus that. So that's 12 points of slashing damage. And 7 points of necrotic damage against Rex.
Okay. Ow.
Is this magic damage or no?
It's a melee attack.
Necrotic technically would.
It's necrotic, but
be a
necrotic would qualify as magic damage. So that's 7.
Okay.
12.
I'm going to use a uncanny dodge to have the damage from him.
Okay, so that's 12 points of slashing damage against Granthar, reduced by half to 6. And
Okay, so
2, 4, 8. And 11 points of necrotic damage.
for a total of?
17.
17.
Yeah, 17.
Thank you.
And that is...
Wait, shit, hang on. We might have to remath this again. Granthar's thing.
Granthar's what?
Your resistancy aura.
Your aura.
Oh, right.
I think that activates for you guys, so you guys can all just have the damage you take.
Let me just make
Blunder's
sure.
last.
It's just a passive.
Okay.
It's the same thing as I have aura of protection. If you're within 10 feet of me, you get my charisma bonus to your saves.
Okay, so that's 10,
Wow. Okay.
7.
Right. I'm raging, and another creature within I can see within 30 feet of me takes damage. I can use my reaction to reduce that damage by 2d6. Or there's no. Where is it?
This is working out to be the most irritating ability in existence.
It really is. Isn't it great? Okay. Rage, unarmored defense, reckless attack, danger sense.
This seems really powerful.
It's helpful.
Well, because bards or barbarians can't wear like armor or that kind of thing.
It's your natural damage mitigation shit.
Okay,
Fair
so
enough.
Seeker, you would be taking 30 points of damage, 10 slashing, 20 necrotic.
I halved it.
Okay, so you're going to take 15, and if Granthar's resistance thing is active, you take half of that, which brings you to 8.
Yeah, that's ancestral protectors give you resistance. Yeah, the first creature I hit with an attack on my turn has a disadvantage to any attack that isn't against you. When the target hits a creature other than you, that creature has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack.
And you crunked him first, so.
So you guys all take half damage. If you have a resistance in Seeker's case, you're going to take a quarter damage.
Fuck up!
Take like 8 damage. Okay. So that.
Okay.
Thanks for the tickle, bro.
So yeah, technically we might have made our saves more because I forgot about adding that bonus to shit, but I was trying to. So what happens when I'm trying to run the two different characters at once?
Okay, and that is going to be his turn. So, Seeker, you're going to be up.
Okay. I'm going to tell him thanks for the tickle. Now it's my turn, and I'm going to stab him twice. Actually, 3 times now because I get a full go of attacks at him. So first one with the super shiny special dagger is 22.
22 will hit.
So I get that, and I need that, and I need that. So that's 3, 8, 11 plus 25 plus, because the sword or the dagger is 32.
Jesus Christ.
And then with the second attack, which is the +2 dagger, so it's 19. That's going to hit because that's 19 plus 10, so
Yeah,
it's
that'll
29. So he's going to take a d4 and a d8. So he takes 6, 9, 16 damage. And then the last attack. Wait, I got to double check with that dagger. Is that only one turn that it? Nope. As soon as I hit him with piercing damage, I can deal it. Cool. So that's 24 to hit.
24 hits.
So he's going to take this and this. I'm going to choose to re-roll that dice because of Piercer. So 7, 10. So 10 regular damage and 9 more radiant damage. So 19 damage.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
We're absolutely tearing into this thing.
Now
I'm
we
just
gotta-
giving it a little
Anyway.
tickle.
All right. Anything else on your turn, Seeker?
No, I'm just gonna smile at him again. I'm just gonna keep like a permanent smile on my. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna smile and wink at him this time.
You smile and wink at him, and he glowers at you, red eyes sticking out of his helmet, glowing.
So I'm
Is
gonna
that metal?
chuckle now that he's glaring at me.
Brad, my turn.
Yes, Rex, it is your turn.
As a bonus action, I'm going to channel divinity, vow of enemy, which is going to be a 1-minute attack advantage.
Okay.
And on my first attack, I'm going to use Searing Smite, which adds a d6 of fire damage and lights him on fire. And I'm going to check for how long that exactly lasts, because he's going to be burning for a bit afterwards. Obviously I have to make the hit, but it's up to 1 minute. Okay.
All right, roll your attack.
With advantage. 18 plus 9. And 18 plus 9. 27 or 28.
28 will hit.
So have fun with this shit, buddy. That's 6 on the fucking damage plus 56. Okay, so he takes 6 slashing, 4 fire damage. He's on fire for a minute. And now I'm going to make my second attack.
Okay.
+15 plus 9, 26.
26
Or
hits.
sorry, 24.
24.
24, but 24 hits, right?
24 does hit. And let's just
Unmasked, but-
see quickly here.
For 15 damage.
Rex, could you describe your wreckage for me?
Bellowing angrily as I just chop down on his ugly fucking skull. Few times. Chop one side, then the other, take his head clean off, and just growl at his corpse.
Okay. You
As it smolders.
You slash into him in quick, rapid strikes, lighting him on fire and cleaving down so that his head is barely hanging on. The once glowing red eyes that had been staring out at you go dark. And the body falls back, almost as if it is sitting on this chair behind you. Lifeless again.
For good measure, I'm going to hack him once more. Just I don't like the way he's sitting there.
Okay, you do. Could I have everybody roll me a quick perception check?
Ooh, that's not very good. 12.
9.
15.
Oh my god. Calibreth rolled a 9, I rolled a 7.
None of us are very observant right now.
Well, you all rolled well enough. The glowing symbol on the floor flickers for a moment and then vanishes.
All right. Ilmir is going to kind of make a signal out the door to the skeletons, like, we got him.
Okay, Ilmir does. The skeletons are now at this point legitimately fighting each other and rolling around on the ground.
Fucking geniuses.
So they're ignoring him. They're just brawling over something.
What?
I think that they've got so lost in being a distraction that they've just fully committed.
But
There's
why
bones
are
clattering. They're just rolling around trying to tear each other apart. I mean, it's very loud. It's very noticeable.
Well, Hitchcock punched me in the penis, so I punched him in the penis. Then he punched me in the penis, so I punched him in the penis. Yes, but why are you fighting?
No, there's swear words flying around. There's bits of bone fragments flinging off. I mean, they're just going for it.
So, well, we got a couple of minutes in here while the two skeletons absolutely brutalize each other. I'm going to go check these. I'm assuming these are bookshelves. I want to see if there's anything of worth on these bookshelves
Okay.
Yeah, I was.
or anything intriguing.
I was gonna add to that I had like Ilmir moved in before and did note them though, so he was gonna kind of scoot over that way.
All right. If there is anyone who would like to check the bookshelves, you're more than welcome to.
I want to check his body to see if there's anything useful that we
Alright,
can yank
so-
out because they want to eat his flesh.
Seeker, I'll have you go first. Roll me an investigation check.
Okay, so that is, let's see, roll. So it's 14 plus 2, 16 plus 6, so 22.
22. Most of the books on here are crumbled beyond use. There is one book that you do take note of, though, that you pull off the shelves. And it seems to detail some of the history of the city.
Okay, that's useful. I'll hold on to it. History of the Dead City. Okay.
Okay. Kel can also roll me a investigation check.
Ilmir rolled a 15, by the way.
Okay.
Did we lose you?
Granther?
Oh, I'm going to actually. I'm kind of curious as to why he has a bed.
I'll
I'm
need.
gonna under it. Under the
Need an
mattress.
investigation for Kel too.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm rolling an investigation then. Now I roll well. 16, and Kel rolls a. Come on, big money with no mammies. A 19.
Not bad.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Looking at the bed, Granthar, it looks like it has probably never been slept in. It is covered
Okay.
in a very thick layer of dust. And it seems like this was something that was a remnant left over and has just never been dealt with.
Oh, okay. So like no weird porn under the mattress or anything like.
It's just a really old, really dusty bed.
My thought was it would have been something like the skeletons doing the shots. Like it doesn't do anything for him, but he kind of just it's like a memory of his past life.
Well, I found one, but it's necro porn. It's real
Yeah.
gross.
Kel, on the other hand, looking through the bookshelf, doesn't find any books that are useful, but does find a satchel that contains 3 fist-sized emeralds in it.
Ooh. We do like fist-sized emeralds.
You can make a note, each of those gems is worth 750 gold.
Okay.
Do you want to add that to the gem collection for the party fund, or did you want to have him hold on to those?
Might as well add it to the party fund so I don't need to keep track of it.
Okay. I'll add it.
Okay, and Ilmir, how did he do on his investigation check?
He rolled a 15.
He rolled a 15. Ilmir does not find books that are useful, but in pulling one off, does have one that makes a distinct chunk noise, and there is a compartment that opens up on the shelf below that has a set of bracers in it.
with a little kind of glee, Ilmir takes a look. Secret compartment. Secret compartment.
There is a set of bracers that are in pristine condition.
Oh, boy.
Going to use an Arcana on that.
Go for it.
Which is all right, Ilmir, come on. That's a 21.
21. That is very nicely done. They are bracers of archery.
Oh.
These require attunement, but while attuned, you have proficiency with a longbow or a shortbow, and you get a +2 to damage rolls and range attacks made with such weapons.
As he figures this out, he's going to kind of turn towards Seeker and go, you may want to take a look at these.
We can sell those. I'm good. I don't need them, but thank you.
Okay, and Rex, you were looking over the body.
Yeah, I want to see if he had anything on him. Because the skeletons just want to eat his flesh, so I want to see if he had anything interesting on him.
Remember, be careful of his big sword, because we were told that it could be...
Yeah, I got to roll
If you need me to, I've already got the one in the bag. I can come over with the other bag, and grab the other one, but if you want to take care of it, that's on you too.
That's a 15 on investigation.
15. He's wearing standard black armor. You find a satchel on his pocket that has a couple of gemstones and a handful of gold pieces in it.
All right, I'll add that to the party phone.
They're just small gems, so it's maybe the equivalency of 500 gold.
Okay, I'll just add it to the party
The
phone.
thing that does catch your attention, though, is his sword.
Of course you would make it happen.
Roll me an investigation check.
Yeah, that's not very good. That's 7.
7.
It's another cursed fuck off sword.
It doesn't seem sentient
No.
or anything like that, but it is jagged, black onyx in the way of the blade styling, absolutely beautiful, and you have a feeling probably very lethal.
Can I?
I'm gonna, without giving too much away, I'm disinclined to touch it and pick it up anyway.
Okay. Does anybody
I
else?
could sword fight its curse.
It looks.
It's not because of a curse on this weapon.
I'll come over and take a look at it if you want me to.
It's a
Sure.
really
See if I
cool
can figure it out.
sword here, guys. I'd use
I'll
it.
go
but
look at it.
Pats the axe affectionately.
I'll go take a look at the sword.
Go for it.
I'll use it. So investigate. It's investigation or arcana, you said, right?
Either one is fine. Yep.
Okay, so I'll go investigation. That's 12, 14, 20.
20. This is a beautifully crafted, ancient black onyx and metal sword. It is jagged in nature, and it is a +5 weapon. So it does +5 to attack and damage rolls.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
Oh, God.
This is a long sword.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, shit, do we want someone to try to pick it up? You know what? I'll throw it out to the party. If anyone wants to chant picking it up, you can go ahead. I'll tell them what the blade is. But I don't know if it's cursed or not.
It isn't giving off any other energy. That's what you gather from looking at it.
So, I mean, if someone wants to chance picking it up, go right ahead.
I'm not actually worried about there being a curse on this, but all of you guys feel free to go first. There's an inclination I have.
I don't use swords or match weapons at all.
Well, I mean, I can pick it up, but I'm going to put it right back down again.
I'll pass.
So let's see what happens when I pick it up. It'll probably involve me dropping it. Okay, I'm going to pick it up.
You pick it up, and you automatically go to hand it to somebody else.
Yeah, here, take this thing. It's fine.
Okay, so I will take it. I was going to say, I can take it and put it in the bag of holding, and then we can either...
Open the bag of holding and drop it in.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. I'll do that.
Oh,
So
man,
we
this is
can-
a sword.
I mean,
All right.
we can try to sell it, because I imagine something like that's going to fetch a pretty goddamn penny, considering it's black onyx, and let alone the fact that it's that powerful. It's a black onyx blade. Like that's not going to be something common.
No.
It may not actually be cursed.
No, I'm not worried about a curse. If anyone's worried wonders why I can't pick it up, look up Berserker Axe.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Much like Stabicus, Rex is unwilling to use other weapons.
I see.
The Berserker Axe has the same curse on it. I don't want to pick up other things.
But
It's a
so I mean, at the very least,
But
at the very least, we can. At the worst, we can go in and sell it to someone, and then just split whatever we get, because whatever we get is going to be a shit ton. Like, we still have. I mean, just running down. Let's run through what I've got in the bag of holding as group loot right now. We've got 80 gold. 2 handfuls of gems worth 1,500 gold, a fist-sized ruby worth 1,000 gold, 3 emeralds worth 700 gold, a ring of 3 wishes, like a folding bow.
Have any sort of ability to use a longsword? Because I thought of another thing. If the DM would allow it, we could have taken this one back to the Artificer too, and you could have had like a fucking punch dagger, big sword that can come out, and then you could actually melee people, or have a defense thing.
Yeah,
It was a thought
Good.
because it's got fucking +5 on it.
yeah. So like, I'll just put it. We'll leave it in the bag of holding, and then we can decide whether we want to try to give it to someone or sell it at another point.
Because that was one of my other thoughts too. Is it's a really good weapon, so we might be able to buff one of our allies with it. We'll see. We'll have but that was
It's
another
not a
thought I had on it.
Yeah, luckily, it's not one of those decisions that has to be made right now. So
No,
Yeah.
So keep in mind, you guys do have a +5 black onyx longsword.
Sweet.
yeah, it's in the bag. I got it marked down already.
All right, I'm gonna think we take a rest here before we get the fuck out.
It might be better if we just walk across the lane and go rest in the inn.
Yeah. I
Could
just mean
I
before we
have-
really do anything else.
Could I have Kel and Ilmir roll me a Arcana check quickly?
Oh no!
21.
21 on
Here
Ilmir?
comes a big fuck off fireball out of nowhere.
Yeah, 21 for Ilmir.
And how did Kel do?
Dad?
Yeah.
I need
Uh,
Kel to roll an Arcana check.
Sorry. I'm so used to listening to, I was like, nope. Arcana. There we go. I think she'd do better with that. Okay, 17.
17. Both of their eyes automatically look down at the carpet on the floor.
The carpet. Okay, she's gonna pick the corner up and wait. Is there anything special about the carpet, or are we moving the carpet?
Have Kel roll an investigation check.
Oh boy.
I'll roll one for Ilmir too, because he noticed at the same time.
She biffed it, so I think she's gonna. Okay, so Dungeon Master, what is the thing she noticed about the carpet? That it exists, or
Ilmir
that?
got an 18 on investigation.
The carpet is radiating arcanic energy.
Oh crap! Magic
Okay.
carpet.
Yeah, 18 on Ilmir's investigation.
Ilmir picks up the corner of the carpet, looks at it a little wise, and speaks. And the carpet starts to hover off the ground.
Oh shit!
Flying carpet.
So that you guys are aware, this is a 4 foot by 6 foot carpet. So it has a carrying capacity.
Not a 6 foot carpet.
I was gonna say.
Well, I
But okay.
oversized, but I'm letting you guys know. It's a 4 foot by 6 foot carpet, which means it has a carrying capacity of 400 pounds and a flying speed of 60 feet.
Dude, we have a flying carpet.
Nice. Rolled it up. Put it in the bag. Let's get it.
Sweet.
It will fly at half speed if it's carrying more than that.
Yeah, overburdened.
Are you going to? How many people saw it in like?
Oh, we're yoinking the carpet.
Yeah.
So you guys now have a 4 foot by 6 foot flying carpet.
Oh, just on the off chance, Granthar's going to search around and beneath and the chair that the Death Knight was sitting in.
Actually, not a bad idea. You might have
Go for it. Roll me an investigation check.
Oh man. Oh wait, that was Kel. Sorry. Investigation. Not that it's going to matter. 10.
There's a squirrel under the chair.
Oh. I know you said scroll, but for just a second I heard squirrel, and I'm like, squirrel!
There's a squirrel! It runs out.
I heard squirrel.
No, there is
I'm
a
gonna
squirrel.
haul
Not
it out.
canon now. It's a squirrel.
I'm gonna haul it out, turn it over my hands, and then look at the spellcaster and the cleric and say, "You guys know what this is?"
Have Ilmir come up and I'll take a look. Arcana?
You can roll an Arcana. It's not magical.
Oh, what is it then?
Okay. Usually scrolls are magical things. So that's why I was thinking that.
It has
Okay,
a
so-
wax seal on it currently of 3 jagged triangles.
Oh, it's orders.
No.
Those are marching orders.
Oh boy.
I biffed my perception check without even making one.
Nat one.
On the other hand, Celebreth actually rolled an 18, so I think she, yeah.
Those are marching
So
orders.
what can we tell about this thing? Is it sealed?
If you guys would like to unseal it and read it, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah. I'll do it if need be. But very quiet.
Okay. So Rex, you're opening it. Granthar, you've given the scroll over to him.
Well, I handed the scroll to one of the two magic users, so I guess.
I guess I'll have it. I'll have Ilmir open it then.
Yeah.
I thought you were kind of.
We'll open it together.
Okay. So Ilmir opens the scroll up, and on it there is scribbly kind of jagged writing, and it is not marching orders.
What? Okay, Ilmir understands infernal. Is it infernal?
It is an infernal.
Isn't?
Is
not?
It is an infernal.
Is?
And
then he can understand.
Not speak infernal.
all right, and what it says is, "We lose allies, you lose allies."
Motherfucker, you already did that.
Wait, is it for us, or is it for the Death Knight?
That's all it says. We lose allies, you
They
lose allies.
They leave shit. They leave shit for us all the time. And also,
Okay.
fuck you. This is a you losing allies because we lost allies, motherfucker. Eat the dick.
Okay, but that requires a level of foresight that I find a little improbable. So they, in anticipation of us killing the Death Knight,
The
They
Death
left-
Knight first.
Nope.
Yeah, this is what I'm going to.
Could I have everybody roll me a perception check?
sure.
No.
My legs.
Hang on.
8.
13?
Where's perception? Come on.
Okay, Granthar rolled 14. Kel rolled an 11. An 11? An
Oh,
11.
I gotta roll for Ilmir too. Give me a second.
Himbo got a 13.
Ilmir got a 2.
Anyone who rolled above a 10. You guys
Yeah, both
all
of us.
hear a large groaning coming from outside, and poking your head out, you can see across the city, the ogre zombies are collapsing.
What was that thud?
The ogre zombies are collapsing. They're not.
The ogre zombies are collapsing.
We killed them under. We killed their lord, so they don't have any power animating them anymore.
The scroll you guys are currently holding bursts into flames and vanishes as this happens.
Oh!
It wasn't for us.
It was for him. I think.
Yeah, I think it was for him. Yeah, but what are you doing? Stop. Yeah, that very much seems like that wasn't for us.
If it were for us, then we may be way over our heads as to what we're fighting.
Dude, we're taking on gods.
Okay, looking outside, Rex, you look like you're at the doorway right now.
Yeah, I moved over there since you said we.
One of the two skeletons you guys were dealing with is now a pile of bones on the ground.
Well, shit.
And the other one is kind of standing around, scratching his head, looking down, and kind of kicks the bone pile.
Stop and kind of look at him. He's like, really?
It's pissing me off.
All right, well, Death Knight's dead. You guys are welcome to his body.
Skeleton nods, looks at you, and says, "All right, as agreed. You guys get back in the cart. I'll get you out of here. Coming back
I'm
to
gonna
that."
turn back. I'm gonna turn back in and kind of motion to everybody, like, all right, let's go.
All
I'll
right.
hop in the cart.
Back into the cart.
We're out of combat now, right?
You guys are all
Yeah.
out of combat.
Yeah.
In the cart. In the cart. In the
Sort
cart.
of at least try to avoid being seen by.
Okay.
Move under.
So the skeleton, as instructed previously, takes you guys all back over to the House of White. Takes kind of a circuitous roundabout way to do it, but gets you there. Question. Before you guys leave, because I, was making a point of making you guys move afterwards, I'm assuming one of you guys set the flame skull bones around somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who did?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't specifically say it, but I had the sack, and I was going to say putting him in there. Just...
I'm kind of assuming that you're going to do this because it was part of the plan, so I just wanted to double
Yeah.
check to make sure, yes, you did this.
Yeah, no, yeah, yes, I did. I was in the haste of trying to organize that at the end there, but yeah, before we left, as I got everybody to go, I just kind of went around and sprinkled the bones while they were jumping in the cart, and then went and fucked off myself.
Okie dokie. You have sprinkled flame skull bones around, you have killed off a Death Knight, and you guys are now back all safely at the House of White.
And just what I'll use to add it to it on the way out. Let's say I used the circlet once and just did a couple scorch marks, a couple extra scorch marks.
Okay. Could I have everybody roll me a quick perception check?
What do we see around?
Well, that's what the
I'm gonna
perception.
see my feet.
Well, apparently not
Ooh.
much because I got a 9.
I rolled a 21.
Kel rolled a 15. I rolled a 14.
I rolled. What do I get? 11. Ilmir rolled 14.
14. Okay. Looking around the House of White, there is a revenant who is now sitting at one of the tables.
Uh-oh.
He looks up, notices you guys, just goes back to his drink.
I mean, if he wasn't there.
Uh,
He
He
wasn't
even
there.
come to me. I'm gonna tickle his ribs too.
Everyone in the city works for the works as guards or works for the.
Oh wait, who had the? Okay, so Mr. Death Knight is gone.
Question. Who rolled above a 15 on their perception checks?
I did. I rolled a 21.
Seeker. On the table in front of the Revenant, there is a shattered necklace.
Shit. Okay. I'll just. I don't even know what to do with that. I don't know whether I should approach him or just friggin' leave him alone.
Cal also rolled a 15.
Oh, so Cal also
Hmm,
notices in front of the Revenant there is a shattered necklace.
Huh.
Fuck would that be?
Interesting. What does it look like?
It's in pieces. It looks like it was at one point a chunk of a stone rune of some description. That has a now broken triangle on it.
Huh. Interesting.
I'm going to take a minute and ponder on that. I'm going to come smoke.
Jordan, could you grab me my other monster out of the fridge, please?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. I took my headphones off.
Monster!
Monster? Okay.
So this necklace is a fucking triangle. Does it look like one of the triangles?
From what you can tell looking at it, it was a jagged triangle, and it is now broken.
Alright, well then I'm not worried about it. I'm not gonna offer to go fix nothing. Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't notice this, right?
Not unless the rest of the party's pointed it out to you.
Okay.
Seeker and Cal, did you guys opt to tell the rest of the party about the broken necklace?
I'll whisper it and just say, like, if you're gonna take a look, just do so in passing.
Okay. So Seeker has informed the rest of you guys there is a broken necklace sitting in front of the Revenant that was at one point a small stone rune that had a jagged triangle engraved on it.
Just a single triangle?
One.
Yep.
He's not... Okay, I'm spitballing here. Single triangle. He's not bound to the Dark Triumvirate. He's bound to a single one of them.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Or was bound to a single one of them.
There are 3 bosses.
Yeah,
Possibly
the
each
whole
would have.
It being broken and him sitting in the tavern kind of reads like he's out from under a spell and not sure what to do with it. Of course, I say that hoping in a minute. She looked at the side like,
I'm going to leave that to people who are more charismatic to handle because I'm not going to go talk to this person.
Yeah. Did anyone want to approach him, or are you guys just gonna observe and leave it be?
I think Celebreth is going to go talk to him.
Okay. Kel.
High charisma.
Kel?
Startlingly high charisma. All right. Excuse me.
The Revenant looks up, sees this elven holy priest in front of him, kind of recoils back a little bit and goes, "Yeah."
She holds her hand out in a whoa, it's okay. It's just I'm off the clock. Don't worry.
He
I couldn't help-
relaxes a little bit, kind of kicks a shot glass across the table and pours one and says, "What do you want?"
I wanted to ask you about your necklace. How did it get broken? What was it for?
The Revenant spits viciously at it and goes, "I won't wear that dog collar anymore."
Hmm.
That's what I thought. His collar, and now he's out from under it. He doesn't know what to do with it. It's about what I thought it was. Sorry for breaking
So-
in operating on kind of just hearing DM's word of mouth. I'm in the other room.
So, the Revenant obviously has a lot of disdain for whatever this object was at one point.
It's about what it seems about what I thought it was.
Cal?
May I? And I'll scoop it up and take a look at it.
The Revenant pours a shot for it and says, "By all means, take it. I don't want it."
Oh, I'll dispose of it for you. Don't worry. I'm glad to see that it's no longer a burden on you. Let me buy you a shot.
Perfect.
And I indicate to the barkeep to put one on my tab for them.
Okay. The white behind the bar pours out a shot of a really deep amber liquid and, takes it over and sets it in front of the Revenant, who kicks it back, and there's a noticeable bit of smoke that comes out as it consumes it.
Hmm.
Revenant
How
nods
did you come to
happily.
wear? I'm going to sit down now that I've had the now that we're friends. And say, how did you come to be wearing that, friend?
The Revenant kind of gives a wry, kind of jagged-toothed grin and goes, "Well, we didn't always wear them, and then these nobles took over, and I was one of the lucky ones who was appointed a guard. And honestly, the past couple 100 years is a bit of a blur. But I came to maybe 5 minutes ago with this thing around my neck, and I wanted it off, and I wanted it off badly. It feels wrong."
Interesting.
Not even. They're spell dominating them. Okay, so it's not.
Does
it's
it
not
seem
even just kind of forced oppression in the other way? That's fucking spell domination.
Could I have Cal roll a religion or arcana check?
Religion. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Well, only got a 10.
Okay. There is not a full spell residue left over on this thing, but the little bit you can glean off of the remnants of the necklace, it feels like it operated much in the same way that a dominate spell would.
Interesting. So if we target these, this is her thinking to herself. If we target these, we might be able to break the control that the bosses have over their guards. They don't seem to be terribly happy about it. Oh, well, thank you. Do you mind if I keep this? I'm going to show it to my friends.
The Revenant kind of waves you off contentedly, like deep into the drink at this point. Every shot, there's a little curl of smoke that kind of exhales, and the voice gets a little raspier with each one. Whatever they're drinking is potent.
I'm gonna take it to Ilya and ask. Can you dispel magic?
Does Ilmir have Dispel Magic?
Sorry, Ilmir. Wow.
I don't think he does, actually.
Okay.
Just a second here.
See if that's something I can
Ilmir does not have Dispel Magic.
Do I have... Do I have anything like that? I don't think I do. Oh, I do. Actually, Dispel Magic is something I can learn. 3rd level spell. Ha. I'm gonna do that. All right. I'm gonna hang on to this, and just as a 4 action, when we have our rest and I'm meditating, I'm going to try dispelling the residual magic on this thing just to see if I'm able to affect it.
Okay. You guys have now been plotting, planning, and murdering things for quite a while. It's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, you gather?
6:47.
6 going on 7.
In game time. 5 o'clock, 6
Oh.
o'clock,
Oh,
in game
sorry.
time.
Fine.
So you guys are all, back at the tavern. It's been a long, hard day. Your stomachs are rumbling. What would you guys...
You guys are gonna have to eat rat.
I brought rations.
I think you guys all have rations.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I'm bringing Hexfeather. I'm going to sit at the table with the Revenant.
Okay. Rex goes and sits at the table with the Revenant, and Hexfeather, scampers along with him.
Look at the Revenant and look at just the way he's kind of looking at the pendant and go, looks like a hard day. Reach into my bag.
Kel picked up the pendant.
Did he pick it up?
Yeah.
Oh, she picked it up? Okay. Well, now I'm guessing he's staring where it was.
Okay.
Just because I would think even though she took it up, he's still just kind of staring there going, like, thinking about it.
Oh, he's like 6 cups in at this point.
Looks like a hard day. Reach into my bag of holding and I pull out a bottle of Dragon Ale.
Okay.
And pour myself a shot and kind of cheers him.
All right. I'm gonna need a Constitution check from you, Rex, because Dragon Ale. The Revenant knocks it back, and okay. You're a little tipsy, but you're okay. The Revenant
He's gonna be fucked.
is fucked. Like, the Revenant is giggling, which is really unsettling.
Kind of the point, actually.
It's really unsettling watching a Revenant giggle. And at this point, sort of looks around. There's all of you guys in the tavern right now. There's a couple of other denizens, and goes, "Barkeep, buying around." And all of you are presented with a shot of dark amber liquid
Oh, it's the smoky shit.
in front of you.
I'm doing it.
Oh
Take a
no.
shot.
Okay.
I can't.
Yes. And
Seeker, the Revenant has no nevermind about the fact that you can't, and, buys a shot. So there's a shot in front of you. You can pass it off to one of your companions.
I'll just wait. Is the Revenant drunk?
They're hammered.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do like they did in one of my old school favorite movies, and I'm gonna make it look like I'm taking a shot, but I'm just gonna throw it over my shoulder.
Okay, you do so. Granthar, do you take your shot?
Granthar's gonna pick it up, give it a sniff. What does it smell like?
It smells like whiskey to a certain point, but there's an undercurrent of something herbal in it.
Well, my belt of dwarven kind protects me against poison, so I'm gonna say to the barkeep, they do serve rat here, right?
Yep.
Somebody said something about eating rats.
They serve very unpleasant, very dead rat.
Oh, it's not fresh rat?
No.
It's aged rat?
It's aged rat.
Oh man, I haven't had aged rat in years. I asked the barkeep, hey, can you do aged rat in Sinking Valley style?
Although, you know what?
The white
Father might not mind a rat.
The white behind the counter kind of quirks ahead at you, pulls out a slightly fresher looking rat in the sense that it isn't swarming with flies, it's just dead.
Yeah.
Grabs a handful of herbs, chucks it on the rat, pounds it for a couple of seconds, and then pours some sort of liquid on it and lights it on fire.
just
then-
like Grandma.
Shoves it across the counter at you and goes, "Will that do?"
Yes, that reminds me of my childhood.
So you have
Okay,
a
now.
flaming dead rat in front of you.
Who's eating?
Yeah,
Grandma.
that looks about right. If I'm not going to drink strange liquor without a flaming dead rat, Sunken Valley style. Okay, so I'm going to do this in the manner of my ancestors. I'm going to
Order a rat.
tip my head back, take the shot in my mouth, put the flaming rat above it, blow fire, and then eat the rat.
Okay.
Fresh.
You take the shot. It is whiskey, from what you can tell. But I also need you to roll a d4.
Okay. D4. I rolled a 2.
You gain 2 hit points.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Wow.
Whatever the herbal tendency underneath of it is, you have a feeling it does some sort of a radiant thing.
Hey
Can
guys.
we buy some of
I
this
feel
booze?
great. Also, the rat is great. I wouldn't recommend it for anyone who wasn't raised on it.
Like, does he have a couple extra casks that we could just buy and fuck
From
off?
what you gather, this is probably just very, very diluted health potion.
That's why they're drinking it. It damages them.
That's why it's booze to the
It damages
undead.
us.
But it fucks the undead up pretty good.
That's why it's booze to the undead, because it hurts them.
So
That's
it's
why
a
they're
shot of
smoking.
whiskey with a little bit of health potion in it.
Right, because booze wouldn't do anything to them. Oh, this is great. Can I have 4 more rats and 4 more shots of this, please?
The white looks at you really strangely and goes, "Sure." It'll cost you 10 gold, by the way.
Sure, no problem. I haven't had rat this good since I was the last time I was home for a visit.
But slides
When
4
Grandma was
more
still alive.
flaming rats and 4 more shots across the counter on you. For each shot,
All
I
right,
need
I'm
you to
gonna-
roll a
I'm gonna-
d4.
I'm going to hold out Aunt Agatha's frying pan and say, put them in this, please.
They do, and yeah, I'll need you to roll a d4 for each shot you take.
Okay. 4 more shots. All right. 2, 3, 4. That would be. Do you need the actual numbers or the total?
Just do your total.
13.
So you gain 13 hit points.
Nice.
All right.
I'll have.
I'm going to have the shits tomorrow like nobody's business.
Okay, Rex, you take your shot.
Yeah.
So you gain however many hit points from it, and you said you were ordering a rat for Hexfeather.
Yep.
Just raw?
Yeah, no, assume it's fine.
Okay. It's a gold piece essentially.
Mhm.
So you pay a gold. White slides a rat across the counter. You huck it over to Hexfeather, and she chows down pretty contentedly.
Figured give her something a little change of pace from rat.
Um,
I'm gonna let Volley just go hunt his own.
Volley goes
Her own.
flying about in the city and comes back with what looks like a dead mole rat of some description.
Good bird.
Himbo, there is a shot in front of you. Do you take it?
Sure, actually.
I need you to roll a d4.
Okay, let's see here. What the heck does this do? Okay, 3.
So you gain 3 hit points.
Okay. Wow, this stuff is actually surprisingly good.
All right. Kel's going to take that shot then.
Okay. Kel takes the shot, and again, roll a d4 and add that many hit points.
Okay. Only 1.
And Ilmir, I'm assuming, does his.
Yep.
And gains... I don't know if Ilmir took much damage last round, actually.
So he didn't get hit at all.
Oh, so Ilmir doesn't gain anything then. Just takes the shot.
Because he did take a
The white is looking around a little confusedly at you guys all just downing these shots and looking, frankly, better than you were to begin with. And then kind of goes, right, fleshies. He does offer up letting you know that it is available by the bottle for 10 gold a bottle. you guys know that per shot it does a d4 worth of healing, and there are 10 shots per bottle.
But will also get you drunk.
Yep.
All right.
Take enough of them, and it'll get you.
warm and fuzzy feeling
Yeah,
too.
take enough of them, it'll get you fucked up.
It gets you all nice and warm and fuzzy feeling too. It's a nice warm hug.
Crunch, 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 crunch.
Okay, so you guys have chatted with the Revenant. It is now about 7:30. You've all eaten either rat or your rations. There have been other patrons that have sort of wandered in and out, bought shots, gotten something to eat, wandered back out.
Actually, I'll have the rat. Actually.
Okay. You order a flaming rat from the barkeep, and he takes a
I'll
gold
have
from
what Granthar's having.
He takes a gold piece from you. You're not familiar with consuming rat, so this is a very weird experience for you. But it doesn't do any damage. It's not the most pleasant taste you've ever encountered.
So some people like to chew on the tails. I set them off to the side, and the skull's crunchy, but don't eat the teeth. So you bite it in the back of the neck and suck the brain out. It's like a little treat.
Granthar,
Like
Granthar, could you roll me a perception check?
Sure. $27. Whoa.
Jesus. You notice very obviously that the pieces of rat you are setting aside are being snatched up by Hexfeather rather quickly.
Oh. Hey, I'll start tossing rat tails to Hexfeather. See if they can catch it out of the air.
She catches one and misses a couple of them. They sort of bonk off her nose, but she scurries after to eat them, and she's now looking a little plumper than she was. Apparently, Hexfeather is really enjoying the rat.
Or another couple of ones.
Okay, Rex orders another couple whole rats for Hexfeather, who is at this point stuffed and napping. Snarling slightly because not a friendly chicken, but content. Passed out, surrounded by little remnants of rat bone.
Nice. So where are we sleeping tonight, guys? We're back in the back of the tavern again.
The White says that you guys are welcome to stay the night if you'd like to. You guys are also welcome to crash in the empty noble house.
Ugh. I mean, sure, but it seems like we probably shouldn't hang out at the scene of the crime.
So
Exactly.
you guys are spending the
Exactly,
night back in the House of
Granthar.
White. Your bedrolls, I guess you could call them, are still there. It's about 8 o'clock at night, maybe. Is there anything you guys want to do before you settle down for the night?
Well, Kel is going to learn Dispel Magic.
Cal's going to learn Dispel Magic. Okay. Rex, anything you're doing before you bed down for the night?
Just gonna sit there for a little bit and kind of thumbing the ring and meditating.
Okay, Rex is meditating on the ring that he picked up from Dahlia. I'm going to get to you in a moment, Rex. Granthar, anything you're doing before you go to bed?
No, I'm just going to clean the Death Knight dust off my pants, and I don't know. I'm full of whiskey and herbed rats, so I think I'm just going to go to bed. There's not really much for me to do.
Okay. Is
So,
there
I'll-
anything that Ilmir is doing?
I don't think he's got any books or anything he's working on. Just he's gonna kind of sit again and almost meditate. He's gonna kind of meditate too, but he's gonna be looking out the same way he was before, kind of lost in the. It's not exactly the same, but it being a sort of bustling, thriving underground city sort of reminds him of home before it got fucked up.
Okay, so
Like
Ilmir
it's, it wasn't undead things walking around, but the idea of it being a subterranean city with trade and everything moving around, it kind of gives him a bit of a nostalgia and remembers home as it used to be.
So Ilmir is sort of taking everything in and allowing himself to reminisce. Kel,
Am I audible
is-
when I talk in here, guys?
can you guys hear Rex at all?
Like, I want to make sure
Yep.
that because while I'm in the other room, that it's audible when I talk.
You seem to be, yeah.
Okay.
Right. And Himbo, is there anything you're doing before you go to bed for the night?
I'm not sure. Like, did I attune to the ring of jumping already?
I believe you did. You guys would have done that on your last long rest.
Okay. I don't really have anything else aside from just like free. Aside. Oh,
It's a weird way because it's full of corpses, and corpses have a bad memory of home, but still the lively, bustling nature of it.
I'll
remember the good times.
I'll meditate for a little bit and stuff
Okay. Right.
for my key.
Himbo meditates for a while.
I got 3 people meditating.
All right. Rex, I'm going to need a wisdom check from you.
I need to grab my sheet real quick to see if I think I have a bonus on a wisdom check.
I'm just gonna read the book on the history of the city.
I was going to be getting to you in a moment because I figured that's what you were doing.
Okay, not to say
Yep.
that, just a check, right? Come on, stay shut. Eight.
8. Okay. You're finding it difficult to make out, but you do hear a little bit of the softness of Dahlia's voice. And from what you gather on it, she says, save the worst for last.
Kind of what we figured.
Seeker,
Yep.
I'm going to need you to make me an investigation check, please.
So 12 plus 2 is 14 plus double proficiency, so 20.
20. Okay. Reading through this book that deals with the history of the city, it tells you a good deal about this place, actually. It tells you that over 1,000 years ago, this city was built down here by most of what would be considered the peasantry class, as a safe place for them. They had at one point built solid buildings and decent houses, and the market was not what it is now. This was a thriving underground city. And then a little ways past that, something happened. From what you gather reading into it, this was the first time the Dark Gods had appeared. And they corrupted parts of the city. It's hard to make out exactly the details on it, but from what you can gather, there was a deal struck with some of the races that live down here, specifically the Death Knights, the Death Tyrants, and the Vampires, that if they took command over the city and helped the city rise up to overthrow the living creatures that were on land, there was a promise of power. The book goes on to record the fact that once this deal was struck and the Dark Gods were driven back the first time, there was a great conflict that happened within the noble races. They each started fighting both themselves and each other until it got to the point where only the 3 nobles left were standing. From what you can gather, those
Which
nobles...
are the ones that we're dealing with.
From what you can gather, those nobles, along with the promise of future power, were each given a solitary tablet with a triangle on it and told to pick their guards carefully. And that those guards would help them maintain control over the city.
Okay. Beauty. But with that being done, I'm going to do my nightly shutdown by the door.
Okay. Seeker goes and shuts down for the evening. Um, I'm gonna have you roll me one more investigation check before you do that.
Mm, 17 plus 8 for 25.
Damn. Okay. It is tucked away along with a lot of miscellaneous information that deals with things like how the city was constructed and, what the direction of the roadways should be. But you find a very small piece of information that tells you that each of the 3 tablets the lords were given are hidden in distinctive
Mhm.
places around the city. It tells you look for the well, it tells you look for the bridge, and it tells you look for the hidden door.
Oh, I know what well is because I was right by it.
Well, bridge, and you said hidden door.
Yes.
Okay, at this point I know it's meta knowledge, but just so we're aware, so everybody else is aware, Rex knows where the well is. I was standing by
Okay.
it earlier when I was checking out the 3 houses.
Now you can shut down for the evening. Rex, are you also finding your evening's rest?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody goes to sleep for the night. You're all going to get a long rest in, so you regain your spell slots and hit points. If anyone is attuning to another item or unattuning and switching things out, now is the time to do so. We're going to take a quick 5-minute bio break because I would like to go and use a washroom, and then we're going to jump back into this to find out what you guys are going to do next. So, 5-minute break, guys.
Did you just disarm my fork attack trap? Oh, I know the pork chops were like.
Hey, it's convenient. It's
All right, we'll be jumping back in here in just a second. Don't need that open anymore. And everybody just about ready?
Yep.
And we're back.
Woohoo! All right.
And Kel has rejoined the land of the living.
Yay!
Sort of.
hello.
I think it's going to be a dual play character. It's like don't brain work.
Okay, her brain no workies, so
Well, you guys have all contentedly bedded down for the night. We long rest passed quietly. Nobody disturbed you. I mean, there was the odd chatter of noise in the outside, and the odd still alive rat that kind of scampered around, which you quickly heard it and something thud. You have a feeling you now know where the rats come from. um, but you do all find your rest.
And I ate a bunch of smashed rat because it reminded me of the way Grandma used to make it with herbs.
All right. As you guys all awaken in the morning, I'm going to need everybody to roll me a Constitution check, please.
Oh dear. Okay. Grandthar rolls a 21, and Kel, who has crazy high Constitution.
Back at my station.
Roll a 16.
Dirty 20.
Okay. She also rolled a 21.
And Himbo?
Himbo rolled a 13.
And Ilmir.
Oh shit! Yeah, I gotta roll for him. Hang on. Hey, come on, wake up. Thank you, mouse. Oh well, Jesus. Dirty 20 as well.
Okay. Most of you guys are fine. Himbo, I need you to mark 1 corruption point on your sheet.
Where?
Make a
wherever
note
you
of it
can.
somewhere. You have a point of corruption. And keep in mind that from this point forward, if you attack, you aim to kill.
That went stupid.
Okay.
The fucking rehost.
So there's no
Nope.
non-lethal damage for you anymore.
Okay.
And I double tapped on me. Whoops. The unhost rehost there for a second, apparently.
There is a way to reduce corruption points or get rid of them, but as it currently stands, you are going to have to deal with it for the day. All right. So you guys all come to in the morning. Most of you are okay. Odd kinks and things here and there, but you feel fine. Himbo is a little less cheerful than usual, though.
Hey, what's the matter, little buddy?
I'm not sure what it is.
Oh, have you ever really camped underground much before?
No, I've almost always been been at the monastery.
That might have something to do with it. There's no sunlight.
Oh, you also discovered that the guards.
It's a weird concept of time, too.
Controlling cursed items. The guards around the very.
To be honest, I'm only feeling okay because we do have some caves back home.
And we killed the Death Knight, and then one of the guards, his necklace shattered, and he walked away. We've been buying drinks.
The Revenant that you guys had been chatting with the night before is looking very hungover and kind of half splayed back in a chair, still in the House of White. Clearly hasn't moved much since the night before. There are just piles of shot glasses around him.
Yeah, he was getting fucked himself, and then I dropped some dragon liquor on him.
Man, we should have just cracked a straight up healing potion and watched what happened.
He's looking kind of fucked up.
I'm not sure what we can do about the other ones though. About the other.
I'm gonna relay the information that I read in the book about how each of them was giving a tablet, and each of the tablets was hidden somewhere around the city, and you're supposed to look for the well, the bridge, and the hidden door.
Okay, we did have a correction from the DM. Apparently the well is actually over here that I'm pinging right now, above the Death Knight's house.
Oh, okay.
That, to me, the thatch roof, it read like a little guard hut or something. That it didn't really. Over here, where I was saying before, it's apparently a water fountain, but like it looks like a little bucket for a well, so and with water. So I was wrong, but we've been given where the well is.
Well.
Ah,
Isn't that
You
swell?
should lose an inspiration for that.
it's tempting. You have
You are
disadvantage on your next roll for excessive use of
Oh.
puns.
Okay, so the well and the bridge are actually really close together.
So I'm going to vote we go look for these things.
Sounds a good idea to me.
Okay, so Seeker is voting that you guys are going to go look for the 3 hidden tablets.
Anything to give us an upper hand, and on that, I mean, I think we were all on this plan anyways, but I meditated a little
Well,
bit last night, and I thought I heard
well,
you tell me do the worst last, which I'm pretty sure we're all in agreement is the Death Tyrant.
I don't know about that. I'm more afraid of the vampires than I am the Death Tyrant, to be honest.
But you don't have any blood.
There's one Death Tyrant, there's 4 vampires.
Okay. But really, all that's going to happen if they bite you, it's going to make a squeaky noise and their teeth are going to get blunt. Sorry,
Yeah,
that's
for
unfortunate.
me. But what about everybody? The rest of you are all squishy and filled with tasty red stuff.
like we're gonna get freaking.
Well, technically
And,
blue
like,
stuff,
go
but
against-
whatever.
If we go against the death tyrants, that might vaporize us.
And so I mean, it's a fucking dead beholder. Like, I think it can cast as much things to make up for the 4 vampires because it has like 12 technical fucking thingies.
Hey, this may be an indelicate question, Seeker, and I'm sorry, but I can't really think of any other way to put it. If you stood in an anti-magic field, would you just stop working? Or
No.
You're animated by magic, right?
Well, technically, but yeah, that anti-magic fields don't do anything to me.
Oh, okay, that's good. I was worried that you just suddenly become like an empty suit of armor or something.
Fuck! Wouldn't that be a killer?
Literally.
Literally. No one would ever want to play a Warforged. Ever.
Oh god.
Yeah, no, Seeker's not going to just suddenly stop working.
Okay, well, I wasn't sure. That Granthar doesn't know, so
I'll save you guys the concern on that one. That's not going to do that.
yeah. But wouldn't that suck? It's like, oh no,
All of a sudden, there's just some metal husk sitting there.
Seeker, we better run away. Seeker, buddy, Seeker, dunk, dunk, dunk. Oh shit!
yeah, give him a little push. He just
Falls
God.
apart to pieces. Like, does anyone remember how to put Seeker back together?
Carrying me out like C-3PO and
it would be like
Chewie's
that scene and fucking I'll put you on my back like C-3PO.
Yeah.
Poking your heads out into the market in this morning, it's more bustling than you've seen it before. There are Revenant and Whites and Zombies all kind of flitting about with a little more pep than they had the day before.
Good. Fuck that Death Knight.
And could I have anyone who has opted to exit the tent roll a perception check for me?
Okay, sorry, I was just
I will
we'll
exit
roll one
the
in a
tent.
second. I just gotta properly exit myself. I was trying to get Discord to stop screaming at me.
I rolled a dirty 20. And okay, Granthar rolled a dirty 20, and Celebreth rolled an 18.
Okay.
Seeker rolled a 16.
I rolled a 9, and Ilmir rolled plus 0, I think, right? Yeah. He rolled a 12.
Okay.
Nice.
Anyone who rolled above a 15, looking around, you notice wherever there is a Revenant, there seems to be a smashed necklace on the ground. One of them is actually in process of grinding it under his boot.
Viva la revolution!
Yeah, I told you that's what we were doing. Whether it was what we set out to do or not.
Okay, so you
I'm gonna
guys...
make-
I'm sort of just caught up too much in just
being a
Yeah, you're looking around at all these undead things and going, "What the hell?"
I'm gonna make my way
and you know
towards
the
the
whole
well.
like I'm not feeling well
All right.
today.
Seeker is heading off in the direction of the well.
Him-
What are the
him
rest
most
of you doing?
angrily smacking his bread off the ground.
Nice.
Just like bounces up and down like a freaking stress ball, a freaking thing of bread.
So Seeker is
Alright,
heading
I'm
towards the
gonna-
well. Rex.
yeah, I'm gonna head towards the bridge because it's still close.
Okay. Is Ilmir coming with you?
Yeah, I'll have him come with me.
Granthar.
Hang on.
I'm gonna. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna whip up my mirror of insight because the day has passed, and I'm gonna ask it, "Where's the magic door? Or where's the secret door? Sorry, where's the secret door? Sorry, still a little bit rat hungover.
It doesn't tell you anything and just shows the surrounding area.
Like specifically the surrounding area, like where I'm standing, or
You see the reflection from what's in the mirror.
oh,
And looking around, you do notice. Just a moment here. There is a wraith wandering around the marketplace. And the reflection in the mirror shows a glowing pendant hanging around its neck.
oh. I'm going to casually walk up to the wraith. Which wraith? Where are we looking here? The purple thing?
Yep. The one of the purple things. That's the one that's you're closest to, so I'll say that you can see the reflection on this one.
I'm
He
going
doesn't have
to
things standing in front of him either.
I'm going to walk up to the wraith and casually say, "Hello. Can I speak to you for a moment?"
It hisses at you and backs off.
Ah, crap. Well, I'm going to look at the glowing thing around its neck before it hisses and backs off. What does it look like?
Roll a perception check.
Okay. La 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 la. Oh, come on. A 10.
It is a stone rune with a triangle on it.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay.
You're gonna do what I think you're gonna do.
So horribly wrong.
You're gonna do what I think you're gonna do.
See, he's not that dumb. I mean, his wisdom is a 10, so he's not an idiot. So the question is, do I walk up and snatch the thing?
That's what I thought you were gonna do.
Well, wait a minute. Which house do the wraiths work for?
The wraiths are
Vampire.
under control of the vampires.
Under control of the vampires. Okay. I bet that Kel is not powerful enough to dispel this magic, but maybe. All right. Kel is going to mutter under her breath and try dispelling. She's going to cast it at highest level possible for her. Dispel magic. Where'd it go? Here we go. She's going to try dispelling the magic on it. Just, swipe it away with her.
Give me just a second here. What level is she casting at?
She's casting it 4th. Or using a 4th level spell slot. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, the ability check using your spell casting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level.
I'm going to need an ability check.
Yeah, so it's an ability check. So she's going to cast it.
So I think
cast a spell using
wisdom
spell slot of 4th or higher, you automatically end the effects of a spell on a target if the spell's level is equal or less than the level of the spell slot you used.
So I'm going to need her to roll an ability check. And I think wisdom would be your spellcasting ability, correct?
Oh, good.
So it would be
then she's
a wisdom check.
I was gonna say,
Wisdom.
she should be high. It's a cleric. That's your spellcasting one.
She just rolled a 24.
A
dirty
24.
but a 24 nonetheless.
Okay.
So unless these vampires are wildly overpowered, and we're dead.
Magic on the necklace that she is targeting flickers out. But I also need Kel now to make a dex save, please.
Oh, crap. Why'd you go for the? Oh man.
It's got a tamper thing on it.
Okay, well,
Clearly.
Kel, rather unsurprisingly, completely biffed her dex save. Didn't critical fail, but she got a 3.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, clearly, they're powerful enough and smart enough to have a no tamper device.
Kel takes
So-
19 points of necrotic damage.
Oof.
And the necklace seems to go inactive for a few moments before it starts to flicker and turn back on.
Okay, hang on.
They are powerful.
Granthar is going to try to grab it as soon as it starts to flicker while the white's confused and going, what's going on? Like, he's going to take a step forward and try to snatch it off their neck.
Roll me a dexterity check.
See, now Granthar has a decent an okay dexterity.
No, this again.
Yeah!
That still
17.
lets us know that they're powerful because that bounced it back at her and didn't last for long.
You do grab the
Nope,
necklace.
I just need a second to pull the chain, to snap the chain.
You snatch the rune off. And I am going to need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please. I believe it is.
Man. All right.
Yeah, so we know they're aggressively powerful. They fucking double enchanted their shit.
I rolled a 4.
Okay.
How much damage do I take from doing this dumb thing?
Oh no.
Our barbarian is now enslaved to the vampires.
Yeah, okay, so we might want to take the Death Tyrant next then.
You are now considered dominated.
What?
Oh,
hang
shit.
on.
No.
No. Wait. I think there's a magic item that prevents that I'm wearing.
I was going to say, otherwise the only one you have is Raging.
Yeah, hang on. Boop, 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 boop.
Sure, trade thing.
Yeah, so we might want to take the Death Tyrant next because it seems like these vampires are very powerful.
Rage, nerve defense, reckless attack, danger sense. Yeah, I think that's only when I'm raging.
Okay.
I knew for sure Raging did it, but
Man.
The white fucks off.
Right?
And
So we can
Granthar,
make our colors clear.
you hear a voice in your head.
Oh, god damn it.
It is a female voice.
Oh no, you're getting called in by the Bride of Dracula, bitch.
And it says, "Serve the triumvirate. Protect the House of Vampires for us."
Huh. I wonder if my cursed object's going to let me carry around this cursed object. I'm already having my mind dominated. All right. Ooh. So I say out loud, I must protect the House of the Vampires. I must serve the triumvirate.
Okay, so the way that dominate functions essentially is you are considered charmed. You have a telepathic link with the creature that is dominating you. And while conscious, you are required to obey any specific commands it gives you.
Fuck.
Oh.
Okay.
It happened while your other tank and when your big damage guys is off too.
So okay, how much free will do I still have left right now?
You
Can I indicate this?
consider whatever is commanding you as your ally.
Okay.
So as far as you're concerned, the House of Vampires and whoever's issuing these orders are your friends, and you should listen to what they're telling you to do.
Okay. I'm going to turn around and
friends.
Yeah, I'm going to turn around and say to Kel, I just realized bears are basically just kind of like elves. They're really long-lived, and I think we should probably make allies with them. What do you think?
Biff.
I mean, I really feel like this is they would be better if they were in control of the city.
This is the angriest cleric in the world. I guarantee her response is Biff.
Well, you're here, Kel. Your Granthar is now talking that way. And I'm like, I should put this on. And I start to put the necklace on. Like, but I broke the chain, so I'm like trying to tie it into a knot with my fingers. Yeah.
Smack him. Smack him.
Cal, what would you like to do? Granthar is now touting the glory of the House of Vampires.
I feel an urge to attack him.
Whoa.
But like, I need to. I don't know how to do that. Like, I
Major destruction inside the head. Blam!
Derp.
Okay.
Fucking Colonel Sanders noise from Waterboy.
Yep. Okay. So, did you hear that?
No. So it's Cal
Okay.
attacking.
She's going to try to dispel the magic on the necklace. She's going to cast it.
Okay.
Oop, that's her 4th level spell slots done. All right. So here we go. Wisdom. Ba, 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 ba. All right. That she rolled a 17 that time.
Total?
Total 17 total.
The dispel does not take effect.
Fuck.
Oh. Okay.
Well, that's bad.
Granthar!
No. Hang on. One sec. Do.
Little green goopy guy. You see like 2 of those. DM, I'm curious.
Yes.
Okay, there's 3, 4. Is that the flame skull, the little green ones? Like,
Okay. Well, have I got the necklace tied
Yes.
into a knot yet?
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to put it on because it's keen.
Okay, Granthar, you put the token on. You hear
Ooh,
a
I like
voice
this. I'm keeping it.
coming through in the back of your head again.
Okay.
That says, "Travel to the hidden door. You will find more of these. Give them to your friends. They too should
Ooh.
bask in the glory that is Bishaba."
Yes, you should. We should bask in the glories of Vishala. Where's the hidden door?
You are getting the sense that the hidden door is located on the right-hand side of the map.
Okay.
If you can look over to the right-hand side, I'm going to show you, kind of guiding you there. So
Okay.
it is located over here.
Hang on. Let me zoom out. Oh, I found it. Okay. All right. And you're like, hey, I know where the hidden door is. Kel, we should go.
I was gonna say, psst, Cal, follow him, and when he opens it, knock him over the head.
You have no idea what's going on, Rex. You fucked off. You're not seeing any of this.
I know that wasn't out of character.
So
Just-
Granthar is now contentedly
Okay.
trying to
everybody come with.
Do I notice anything?
Well, Kel is frantically gesturing at you.
all right, hang on. Himbo, roll a perception check.
Okay. Did I notice like what was previously going on?
Roll a perception check.
Okay, dirty 20.
You have overheard part of this conversation and see Granthar looking very un-Granthar-like, trying to careen Kel to follow him.
Yes. I'm going to see the vampire, the vampire, the vampire. I'm going to see the vampire does what she says.
All
La
I
la
care-
la 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 la. Yeah, I'm going to skip a little,
So will you be officially changing your career title to Midnight Snack?
We'll get
Oh,
back
yeah.
to you guys in a moment.
I'm thick like a milkshake, baby.
Seeker, where are you?
La 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 la.
Towards the well.
Okay. You wander off and you do come over towards the well. It is in sort of an enclosed but very broken looking area, but there is a well there. What would you like to do?
Okay, I'm going to investigate, see if I can see anything that might stick out as like a tablet or concealing a tablet.
Roll me an investigation check.
So that's 15 plus 2, 17 plus 6, 23.
23. Very nicely done. Yeah, that'll do. You look around, you don't notice the tablet, but you do notice there is a stone located at the bottom of the well here that has a very, very faint engraving on it.
I'm gonna head over towards that stone and take a look at it, see if I can't figure out what it is.
The stone has a very faint engraving of a solitary triangle on it.
Shatter it.
And Jordan, that's dinner if you can grab that.
Okay.
And could you tell me what languages you speak?
Oh shit, I got that written down. Hold on. I think it was common. What else did I take? I had 3 I took. Where did you go? Languages. Where did I put you? I had you written down. Where did you go? I had common. I want to say I did common, Sylvan, and fuck, I don't remember what the other one was. I can't find it. So I'm just gonna say common and Sylvan for now. I
You
don't
do
remember
speak
what the
Sylvan.
third one was.
There is
Yeah.
lettering very faintly written underneath of this triangle that is in Sylvan, and it reads Hydukel.
It reads what?
Hydukel.
Hydukel. Okay. Well, fuck. I want to just.
Okay, what did I miss?
I'm going to take. Hold on, I just gotta see what I got on me.
Seeker found hidden on the bottom of the well, there was a stone with an
Got that.
engraving
Just what was
of a triangle
that?
on it, and there was Sylvan lettering that said Hydukel.
Okay.
Going to take my 1 vial of acid that I've got left that has 2 uses left, and I'm going to pour one of the uses out on this freaking stone.
Okay. How much does that do in damage?
2d8. So
Roll
I
the
can
damage
roll
for
it
me.
if you want me to.
Yep.
7, 8, so 15. So 15 damage.
Okay.
Sorry, puppy. Didn't mean to hit you with the dice, buddy.
You pour the acid on the stone that you have found, and you notice it dissolves a corner at the top, and there seems to be a hidden compartment behind it.
Okay, so without touching it, I'm going to use one of my daggers to reach out and kind of like pry the stone and see if I can't get the rest of it to come up out of the way.
Okay. Roll me a sleight of hand.
17 plus 8, or 25.
The stone pops off, and there is a small chamber behind it that has a tablet in it.
So there's the tablet. Okay. I'm going to use the other use of the acid on it.
Okay. Roll your damage for me.
7 and 5, so 12.
12. You pour the acid onto the tablet that you found. The solitary triangle hisses and dissolves off of it, and the tablet shatters. Roll me a quick perception check.
Perception. That's not terrible. 14.
14. There is a revenant that is nearby where you are, and at their feet there is a crushed up necklace. The necklace turns to dust.
Ooh, okay. So that's good to know. So then I'm gonna head towards wherever Rex and I'm not sure who else went with him, but I'm gonna try to find Rex and them.
Okay.
Ilmir, we're not far. We're right by the bridge.
All right, Rex.
Okay, hang on. Oh, fucking door's open. That's why. Because I can hear my echo on myself. Hang on.
All right, give me just a second, guys. I just want to get dinner divvied up.
I need a minute.
All right, so we're going to get to Rex momentarily. We're going to jump back over to where Kel and Granthar and Himbo are. So you guys have all followed Granthar, as he has led you off in the direction of where he's been told this hidden doorway is. Where the hell did your character guys go?
They're right here. Bling!
Oh, so you guys are still heading in that direction.
Okay, well, I'll move them. I wasn't sure if you had something planned for the
You guys are
way
gonna
there.
head over here.
Okay,
Nope,
boom,
Granthar, you're merrily just like, come on, you really need to come on. You're very enthusiastically trying to get these guys to understand that, you've been wrong about these gods all along, and they're wonderful allies, and you should really give yourself over to them.
I mean, really, look at this wonderful society they built here. It really should just be ruled by the vampires. They're the best house, and really, the triumvirate of the Undying is the just absolute. It's amazing, guys. I'll tell you, everyone's going to be undead by the time we're done, and undead's better than dead, don't you think?
Okay, Granthar, you approach this area here, and as you step forward there is a doorway that appears, and it seems to lead into a tunnel system.
Okay.
As you cross the
Ooh.
threshold,
Sorry, what?
as you cross the threshold, you notice that there are 2 necklaces identical to the one that you're wearing that appear at your feet.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm going to pick one up.
Okay.
And
So, as he's trying to pick it up, I'm just going to be like, hey, Granthar,
huh?
can I see your sword? And I'm just going to try and grab it.
Hey! You just have to ask. Here you go. And I will draw Stabicus. And we know what happens when I draw Stabicus.
Okay, Granthar, you fly into a rage, which does in fact dispel the dominate. So you're now looking around.
to control the mighty Granthar Skull Smasher! And I pull the necklace off and start stomping on it.
I need you to make me a dexterity save.
Foaming. I'm genuinely furious.
I need you to make me a dex save, please.
A dex save. I'm great at dex saves. Okay. I thought. What the hell? Oh, wait a minute.
Hang on, what back?
Right. Advantage on dex save.
Those are mine.
Against effects I can see. Advantage. 18.
Okay, you take 18 points of necrotic damage reduced to half. So 9.
Is it 18?
9 points.
9. Oh, that makes me even angrier. Okay.
And you smash the crap out of that necklace.
All right. Anything else in there that I should be smashing? Stone tablets, or a vampire I could punch their face right through their asshole, or I don't know, just some random person I can vent my rage on, but not my allies.
Okay, so you are in a rage and have happily smashed the ever-loving crap out of every necklace you can see.
Every necklace, anything with runes on it, really.
And Kel and Himbo, Granthar, I'm not going to have you make this check because you're in a rage.
Yeah, no, I'm incoherent right now. I'm not even saying words anymore.
Kel
It's just
and Himbo, could you guys both roll me a perception or investigation check, please?
I'll roll perception.
Perception it is.
And I got 2 plus a 3, which is a 5. Wow, I rolled freaking low.
And Kel.
Well, Kel also got a 2-3, but it's a 23. So she rolled. It's good. She's fine.
Okay. So Kel, you notice on the pillar over here, located at the base, there is a single jagged triangle carved into one of the stones. And what languages do you speak?
Not Sylvan, I don't think.
Let's see. Kel speaks Celestial, Common,
It may
Draconic.
not
Elf,
necessarily be
Sylvan.
Sylvan.
Speak Sylvan.
Yeah, she took Sylvan.
This is actually in Draconic.
Oh, okay. Well, she speaks Draconic.
And
They may not necessarily be in something, but
it says Bishaba on it.
Does that mean something?
What does that mean?
Roll a history check.
History check. 19.
What you can remember, Bishaba was the name of one of the gods you guys are facing off against.
Ooh. Okay.
How do we decide this thing?
Well, you could point the Raging Barbarian at it and say kill. See what happens.
Tell me what to do.
The one problem is with like just freaking as soon as you did that, like because it's like I'm corrupted right now.
So what are you guys doing?
Grantar, smash! And I point at it.
And I just start wailing on it with Stabicus. And clang, clang.
Roll damage for
I
me.
don't. Okay.
You're hitting a wall. I don't need you to roll to attack. Just roll damage.
Okay, no problem. Stabicus does 13 points of damage.
Okay.
And then for my next attack,
Mm.
so all told does 24 points of damage.
The stone cracks open, and there is a hidden compartment behind it.
Okay. I take the pieces of this tablet, throw them on the floor, and start jumping up and down on them, or the thing in the wall. Just so I'm not looking in the compartment. These guys can do it.
Okay. Kel and Himbo. Inside of the little compartment that Granthar has now opened up, there is a solitary stone tablet.
So we're supposed to smash that one too.
I think so.
Did we hear what what was it seeker in the
Nope.
The history book?
Seeker did fill you guys in on what the history book said. That's why you guys are all hunting around for these things.
Okay.
So there is a tablet located inside this little hidden compartment.
That tablet. It's just the thing hiding it. I'm smashing. So yes, these are the things we're looking for to destroy.
Huh.
break the tablet.
So what do you guys want to do?
I gotta break.
I-
Just. I don't know what to do.
Hit it with your mace.
I grab. I see Kel like grabbing the tablet and like I go over to hit
So,
it with my freaking breadstick, and I
gonna say,
eat on this.
Okay, so Himbo, you are taking a swing at this tablet with your quarterstaff.
Yes.
Roll damage.
Oh, am I not? Do I not have to roll to hit?
It's a stationary object.
Oh, okay.
You're fine. I'm assuming you guys aren't going to whiff horrifically on hitting something that's not moving.
7 on the first attack.
Okay. It cracks.
I mean, I can do another one.
So hit it again.
6.
Okay. The tablet shatters. Granthar, you're in a rage, unless you've chosen to come out of it.
Is there anything left to smash?
No. Unless you want to
Okay.
just keep jumping on the dust that's remaining.
I mean, it's very satisfying at this point, but no, I'm gonna put my sword away. It's like,
Okay.
what just happened?
So could I have the three of you all roll me a perception check, please?
Okay. Come on.
Okay, 14 for me.
Natural 20.
Holy crap.
Oh, okay. She rolled a natural 20, so 28.
Wow.
I got a 6. Wow.
All right, so Cal notices this. Near the gateway you guys are currently standing in, there is a banshee. And you watch as a necklace around her neck turns to dust, and her eyes glow a little brighter briefly before she looks around confused and starts sort of floating off.
Oh,
Vampire one, I think. I'm pretty sure Banshees run with vampire.
Oh, Banshee.
Shop it.
Question: do you actually call out "Oi, Banshee"?
Yes. Yes.
Boy, Banshee.
I gotta know.
oh
You
no!
should go for it.
So,
What
yes
do
or
you
no? Do you
want?
call out "Oi, Banshee"?
Where the hell is the...
Did you call out for the Banshee shell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I want to see.
She turns, looks at you a little affronted almost, and I need to get to my thingy. Where's that?
What are you doing?
And floats on over.
Uh.
Um, and doesn't really say very much, but there's kind of a low rasp that comes out that you gather means what?
Well, you just came out of a curse, whatever you want to call that thing. So what's the last thing you remember?
Mm. She reaches out to touch you. Do you let her?
I'm a little nervous, so I'm gonna take kind of a lean back and no.
Could be memory transference.
She kind of gives you a look that's you gather means I'm not trying to hurt you, and reaches out a hand again.
Okay, so I'll take the hand.
She sets her hand on your arm, and you get a flash of the city not looking like it was now. There are buildings that are fully standing. You can see there's more than one kind of undead that are just milling about. They're all chattering back and forth. There's some plant life down here that's active. And then you watch as there's a tremor in the ground. The buildings start to shake and crumble a bit, and everything goes dark.
Oh,
No.
well then. So that would be the last memory, I guess.
Before being...
Okay. So the banshees are the ones that work not for the vampires, but the other ones, right?
I think they work for the vampires.
The
Yeah, they're vampires.
yeah, the banshees did work for the vampires.
Okay.
Sweet. So you broke the vampires.
Okay, so I'm gonna explain that the vampires had taken over their minds, all of the banshees, and had corrupted them, and were using them to protect their dominance.
She cants ahead at you in a grateful kind of a gesture. Reaches out and touches your arm again, and the feeling you get from it, it's less of a memory, but it's more like an emotional transference that you feel. And what you gather from it is gratitude and the sentiment that she and her kind will not harm you.
Cool.
She turns and begins to float her way off. Could I have the three of you roll me an investigation check quickly?
Yo, Cubby boy.
Okay, investigation.
Ooh.
Come on.
Oh, wait, I'm rolling
Really?
the wrong person.
Really, a freaking 5.
Oof.
Himbo's
15.
clueless. Granthar, you got a 15?
18.
And an 18. Okay. Granthar and Kel, you guys are looking at this tunnel that had previously been magically hidden from you, and you get the sense that based on the direction it is going in, and based on the fact that it has an almost imperceptible upward slope, this tunnel probably connects somewhere above ground near Silion.
Oh. Uh-oh. Wait.
Uh-oh.
No.
No.
I don't know if it's a good idea to have a tunnel that leads from the city of the undead all the way up to Asilion, but at the same time, they seem to be quite content to stay down here. I don't know. Well, we have one more tablet to destroy.
And I'm back now, so we can get to that.
All
Used
right.
to be a lot. So I'm
Yeah.
assuming that there was no conflict between above and below.
So I'm going to get
Yeah.
back to the three of you in a moment.
Okay.
Seeker, Rex, and Ilmir.
Okay.
I'm gonna let Rex know what happened when I found the tablet and destroyed it.
Okay.
Fair enough. So that means that knocked off any lasting influence from the Death Knight's house. Wonder which one we got over here.
And I'm going to kind of look at Ilmir and have him, as we're standing by the bridge, he's just going to cast a general kind of arcana on the bridge to see if we can hone in a little bit.
That would be a detect magic,
Okay.
which he has for free.
Is it for free?
Mhm.
Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out where my roll. Okay, there it is. Let me read how it works here. 30 feet. Okay. Blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
So, Ilmir kind of stops for a second, meditates, and tells you that he isn't 100% certain, but he does feel something coming from up here.
All right, I'm going to move towards that end of the bridge. And I'm assuming I kind of got to jump off because a little bit overhop to get here. Because the house
Looking
is right there.
at the way the bridge is designed, there are stone pillars beneath it that are supporting it, and it seems like he might be guiding you towards the pillar here.
All right, I'm gonna have a look around there. Investigation.
Yep.
19.
There is a stone on the back side of the pillar, located all the way at the top, almost hidden underneath the overhang from where the bridge is, that has a solitary triangle on it and some writing. What languages do you speak?
Common and Draconic.
You cannot read it.
Shit. But I do remember from Seeker's description. It's got the triangle on it still, right?
Mm-hmm. And there is writing of some description. What languages does Ilmir speak?
He's got actually a few. Common, Draconic, Elvish, Infernal, Sylvan, and Undercommon.
It is an infernal.
All right. I'll just call under the bridge. Ilmir. I'll have him go over because I really have a feeling we don't want to touch that water.
Okay. I should
Something
have had
about
you
the
make
way
one
it's-
actually, but have Ilmir do a dex check just to make sure he can jump off the bridge safely.
La, la, la. 11.
He lands awkwardly and kind of stumbles a bit, but does manage to get down. And looking at the lettering on the bridge, the infernal says Ayus.
Oh, we get a problem, buddy. Okay, at that, Rex goes berserk and starts swinging on the fucking symbol.
All right, roll damage rolls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where'd my D12 go? There you are. 6, 10, 7, 8. I'm swinging until you tell me.
Okay, you successfully smash the ever-loving crap out of this symbol, and also part of the support pillar to the point where part of the bridge collapses. There is a compartment there, which is empty.
It's baking. I normally would have it instead of so be okay.
Empty.
Have Ilmir run one more Arcana or Detect Magic check for me.
All right, I'll specifically roll on Arcana on this one. Fucking, he rolled a 2. It's a 7.
And Rex, roll me an investigation check.
Six.
Okay. Between the two of you, you gather that the pillar is hollow.
All right, I'm gonna look at him and say, all right,
Let's move back. And I think you've got something you've been wanting to use for this.
I'm gonna call also to Seeker to stay back from the bridge.
Okay. You guys are backing up. Seeker, are you staying the hell out of the way?
Yeah.
Ilmer's gonna cast Shatter on the middle of the bridge.
Have him roll damage for me.
There you go, buddy. You got to use it.
Oh no.
Hey, our bridge!
Knock.
Hang on, let me see.
Oh wait, what happens to this thing on the bridge here?
It's floating around, so it doesn't seem to give a shit what's happening.
It's only a 10-foot radius, so I don't know if it'll actually hit him.
No, it won't.
3D.
It won't because it's like only 10 feet's only 2 squares, right?
Yeah.
6, apparently.
6 points of damage? Really?
It's 3d8.
What level is he casting at?
Okay, maybe I didn't fucking. I'll have him cast it at. Hang on.
No, you're fine.
D&D Beyond's weird.
It's a decrepit bridge and you've already damaged it. 6 is enough. The bridge fucking collapses. So that's gone.
Kaboom!
And I will put in some rubble for you guys momentarily here, just so that you've got the concept of it. Underneath where the pillar and the bridge was, there is a underground chamber, it looks like. It was about 2 feet wide and 3 feet deep.
Go investigate it. Have Ilmir kind of trailing close.
Okay. You can roll me an investigation.
13.
It takes you a minute digging through the rubble, but you do find there is a tablet buried way at the bottom of this chamber.
Alrighty. I'm going to step back and have Ilmir. Actually, no, I can do it. I have a thing. Going to use an action and cast Scorching Ray at the fucking tablet.
Okay, go for it.
And let me just use Ilmir's thing to remember how that works. 2d6, 66. All right. 2, 5, 9, oops, 11, 13, 14 damage.
Okay, the tablet shatters. And could you, Ilmir and Seeker, roll me perception checks? Here you go. This way there's some rubble from where the actual bridge was.
14 for me,
I rolled a natural 20.
9 for Ilmir.
All right, the flame skull that had been floating nearby, you notice there is a small, what looks like stone rune that drops out of... He doesn't have a neck, so it would have been kind of in underneath where his jaw was. Drops down to the floor and turns to dust. The color of the flame skull shifts from having a really sickly green color to being a more natural red and orange.
Well then.
Aha.
However, it starts to chatter a little bit uncontrollably and begins to flit around, lighting plants on fire.
You do you little psycho.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of smile at him and like cheer him. I'm even gonna cheer him on and go,
Go on, little fiery one. Burn all the plants.
It chitters and like flits a little higher and just starts going woof, woof, woof. So part of the city is now on fire.
All right, I'm gonna pick my way back across the rubble here, and so is Ilnir to get back to the rest of the group.
Can I get dex checks from both of you, please?
Yep. I rolled a dirty 20. And he rolled a 14.
Okay, you both get across with a little difficulty, but you manage not to fall in the river. Where are you guys headed?
Fall in.
Gonna head back towards House of Light for now,
Okay.
because I feel like that's kind of like our unofficial meeting place. So
All right. Granthar, Himbo, and Kel. We're gonna jump back to you guys.
Okay. Well, the vampires don't have guards anymore, but they're still vampires. Let's head back to the tavern and hook up with our friends. I'm assuming that's where they are.
I mean, I'm not sure where they went,
So you guys head back to
but
confer.
that sounds like a good place, though.
Himbo,
Don't worry about. I'm coming.
The three of you on your way back notice that there
Yeah.
are a couple of flame skulls that are flitting about the city, just lighting anything and everything they can on fire.
Oh shit! That's not good, is it?
They're not attacking you. They just seem to be lighting plants on fire. The occasional, like, wooden ruin gets lit up. They're chattering away and just kind of woof, na 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 woof.
How are the other residents reacting to this?
Most of them don't seem to notice or care. There are a couple that are running around with buckets of really slimy water, kind of sighing and putting stuff out. Some of these skeletons are laughing.
Oh, okay then.
I ask like the barkeep, what is going on with the flame skulls?
Oh, we set them.
What?
We set them free.
Oh, that is that
Alright.
a good thing? Bad
They
Hang
thing?
on.
they're no longer under the Death Tyrant's control, and they like to burn things.
The white responds. The white responds. He looks at it and he goes, "Flame skulls are being flame skulls. Honestly, I kind of missed the little fires. This is just what they do. They haven't done this for centuries."
Okay then. So everyone has been set free. What you gonna do about the What you gonna do about the remaining tyrants? The Eye Tyrant and the vampires.
We've still got the Death Tyrant and the vampires.
The Death Tyrants and the vampires.
Guards are gone though.
The white looks down and goes, "I still don't want to mess with that."
Well,
I'm not sure.
I
We'll
think we will go. I think we will go.
yeah,
I'm gonna sit, take a load off, and take a short rest while I'm waiting for the for everyone to get back, and then I think maybe we should go and deal with that vampire who took over my mind. Shh, it's okay.
I'm not sure what would. I'm not sure if they'll find
Granthar,
us first or we'll find them.
Yes?
Like,
now that you are out of a rage and no longer dominated, roll me an
Mhm.
intelligence check.
Oh man, hit me right where I live. Okay, 8.
Yeah, you're not really sure, but you do feel like you had heard the term Bashaba previously.
Okay.
And you're not 100% certain if it was the vampires that had you under control.
Oh. Okay.
fun stuff. All right. I'm coming in for a smoke, but I will be proxy play.
Maybe
are you
maybe it was God that had me under control.
are you like saying this out aloud?
Yeah, I'm gonna say. Hang on, wait. Maybe it was Vishaba. That was the name on the tablet that I smashed the crap out of, wasn't it?
It was. And
Okay. I also speak Draconic.
you guys did hear that name before when it was the gods that were being talked about.
Huh. Well, I've had my brain dominated by a god.
So I'm going to unmute a little bit quickly before I run in. I had no doubts about that. Rex is very familiar with the name I use.
If the vampires and the vampires and the death tyrants, if the vampires and that death tyrant all suddenly lost control over them, does that mean that both of them know?
You don't know.
I'm not sure.
What you guys can gather is that you have broken whatever hold has been over the guards. But you have no idea whether or not the nobles know.
Well, the one doesn't know anything anymore.
True, the one doesn't know
I
anything
mean, like,
anymore because the one is dead. But
Can I roll something like wisdom to pose the question?
this isn't something
Or
you
do I
can
just
really make a
not-
roll for because you'd have no way of knowing whether or not they know. You're trying to guess the knowledge somebody else has. Like, best guess, maybe, but
Unless
Or
I know Ilmir doesn't
like
have
posing,
it,
like asking the
theoretically,
question,
the only
or
way I
is
would think that it would work, and you maybe have to make a roll, would be scry.
I will tell you, like, for me, I'm not going to tell you whether or not they know. Your character would have to figure out a way to find out that knowledge. It's not something you just know.
That's why I would think. I would think the only way that would make sense.
I mean,
guess,
like
would be,
making a roll to
scry.
even
You try to
I
scry
mean
the
making a
house,
roll to
figure it
even
out.
pose the question. I mean, making a roll to even pose the question in the first place.
Although I'm assuming they have
Who are you going to
guards.
ask? Because you can't ask me as the DM. I'm not going to tell you. There would have to be a roll that Himbo would make to find out. And as it currently stands, I don't know if you have anyone around that you would want to ask whether or not they know.
Well, just to throw it out there as an assumption, I would assume, like the Death Knight, they had some of the guards in the houses with them. If they're suddenly no longer under their control and just going, you know what, fuck you, I'm gonna do what I want, they might know.
Okay, so you guys have
Or
all...
is this more of
I'm gonna go with the assumption
Okay.
that they know. Personally.
Okay, so Rex is going with the assumption that they probably know based on the fact that their guards are no longer being complicit. So you guys are all gathered back up at the tavern.
I'm not sure.
No, they may not necessarily know we're there, but they know something's up.
What would you guys like to do? It is still early in the day. Granthar, what is your plan to attack here?
Wow. I mean, taking on the vampires full frontal. They don't have guards
Sorry.
anymore. I mean, now would be time to attack before they realize they don't have guards and have time to react to that. So maybe we should just go pay them a visit, like right now. We have a cleric here who's covered in holy symbols and divine light, and I really want to stick my sword through one of them.
So,
Maybe
Granthar,
chop its head off.
your suggestion is that you guys launch a full-on assault against the House of Vampires.
And see if we can get any of these dudes to come with us to attack with, because I'm willing to bet a bunch of these undead are not very fond of the vampires.
Seeker, what are your thoughts?
I'm torn. Obviously, we've got to kill both of them. And there's advantages and disadvantages to going after either one. We know the Death Tyrant can disintegrate stuff, but we don't know how often or if he's or like how often he can do that. We also know that he does something about healing or anti-magic. But then with the vampires, we can safely assume at least 2 of them are spellcasters, because we know for sure that he will be one, and at least one was enough of a spellcaster to be able to communicate with Granthar through the compulsion stone thing.
What you have gathered based on the way Granthar was feeling about it is that it was likely not the vampires that were controlling him, but the god itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can assume at least the male vampire is a spellcaster. Because he's a vampire and he's ancient, so he's probably had time, even if he never originally wasn't, to learn. I'm good with whatever we decide to do. If we go after the vampires, we go after the vampires. Either one's going to be a tough fight for different reasons. One's probably anti-magic, and the other one's 4 people instead of 1, so it's half a dozen, 6 of one and half a dozen of another, so...
Okie dokie. Cal, what are your thoughts on this?
On what we should do next. Do you want to attack vampires, or do you have a different idea? Seekers?
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Okay. Cal is remaining neutral on that question.
Cal is not sure. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
Yeah.
Okay. Rex.
It's an ugly toss up.
Like, I'm either on my phone or watching it.
Oh,
It's a really ugly toss up. I don't know. I still kind of feel like the Death Tyrant's a bigger threat than the vampires.
So Rex is taking
Because
the viewpoint.
the revelations farther on that wasn't the vampire shit on the necklace doing that. That was Bashaba. That makes more sense with the power level. I still feel like the Death Tyrant's a bigger threat than the vampires.
So Rex is taking the viewpoint that the Death Tyrant's going to be harder to take out than the vampires are.
So does that mean you want to go after the Death Tyrant first, or do we want to work on the vampires and work our way up to the Death Tyrant?
So do you want to start with the vampires or the Death Tyrant?
I think get the vampires out of the way first.
Rex is voting that you guys take the vampires out first.
I'm fine with that. Like I said, I'm good with either one. I mean, the vampires aren't as big a threat to me as they are to the rest of the party, because I don't have blood for them to drink. But so we want to go after the vampires. I'm down for going after the vampires.
The way I'm kind of considering it is, if we take out the vampires and everything, that kind of finishes getting the rest of almost everybody else possibly able to help us with the Death Tyrant.
So Rex is hoping that by eliminating the Vampire Lord, you might be able to gain some allies to take down the Death Tyrant.
I agree. I'm thinking we could probably get some allies to help us take down the vampires. So yeah, let's. I vote vampires. Let's go take those fangy bastards down.
Okay, Granthar's in agreement with take down the vampires. Ilmir is going along with the group. Himbo, do you have any objections?
To
No.
be honest, Ilmir would rather deal with the detail. Given what he is in his British disposition, I think he would rather deal with the vampires than the fucking death tyrant too. I think he would kind of
Let's
be a
go
little
with the
afraid out there.
vampires.
Okay, Himbo's in agreement. So you guys are taking the viewpoint that you want to go and take down a Vampire Lord next. Is there any kind of preparation you guys want to make before you head off in that direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, we might want to give it a little bit to let like if Kel takes a short rest, or we take a short rest, Kel will get her spell slots back because for her that's a long rest.
Maybe coat the edges of our weapons in like healing potions.
It's an interesting perspective. So Rex is
Yeah, like a you know.
Jordan is making the suggestion that you guys may want to coat your weapons in healing potions.
I think considering we're about to fight 4 vampires and we have a death tyrant looming at us, and we don't have a ton of extra healing potions, like we've got on count right now.
Because it's
Hang
not
on.
downing it to heal, it might spread it out more.
Excuse me.
Hang on a second. Okay. So, Seeker is concerned about the quantity of healing potions. Himbo, you had a question.
Hang on. You like I overheard the bit like was like the other nights in regards like the drink being for the dead.
Mm-hmm.
The drink at the tavern. What if we used that?
That's
That
healing potions. That's what he's talking about.
is an interesting proposition, actually. Himbo has suggested you guys might want to acquire some of the local drink that has
But that's what I was
healing
gonna say.
properties.
That's what I was gonna say. Is plus aside from that is there's that booze. And then the other thing I think is because we're not drinking it to try to heal, even if we were using a healing potion, it would stretch the usage longer because we're just taking a little bit to coat the edge of the weapon. But that was my other supporting thing that Himbo stumbled onto. Yeah, is there's the local drink that's part healing potion too.
So there is that as an option for you guys if you wanted to try and booze soak your weaponry.
Well, here's the other thing. Is bet. You know what booze is really good at?
A whiskey breadstick.
Double bonus.
Hmm.
Double bonus, guys. You know what booze is really good at? Being lit on fire.
Oh yeah.
Flaming healing weapons.
So it both gives you healing.
I'd like you guys to know as a party, you're collectively insane.
So what you're saying is we're going to coat our weapons in flaming diluted health potion.
That seems to be the idea that's going around right now.
Yes.
I'm in. I'll unsheath Stabicus just far enough to pour like a couple shots of whiskey in the sheath. And be like,
No, and we all have Tinder, right? So we could directly light it before battle.
yeah, all right.
Okay,
Sure.
the manager of the House of White lets you know that these bottles are available for 10 gold each.
All right.
So you're welcome to buy as many as you'd like.
I'm sure he's just cackling madly listening to us.
He's very
discuss
confused.
this.
He's watching you guys pour alcohol on your weapons and being like, what are you doing?
Okay, and for that, I have a ceremonial thing to do lighting.
There should be a montage music.
If I could find a way to montage music this, I would. So I'm assuming you guys are buying one bottle each.
That's 10
Go
gold.
around, nothing's gonna ever bring you
Okay.
down.
Who?
All right.
How many of you are buying bottles?
I'll buy a bottle.
Oh, I'm buying a bottle. I'm buying
Buy a
2.
bottle.
All right, so
You know
they're
what?
they're
It's not
10.
like I buy anything else with my gold. I'll buy 3 bottles.
They're 10 gold
3
each.
bottles.
So I will assume you will all pay appropriately.
Yep.
Yep.
I will tell you if you choose to apply the health potion soaked whiskey to your weaponry, it will last for an hour without being rubbed off as long as you don't light it on fire.
Okay. Well,
So if you're taking a short rest,
I'll reapply as needed.
so if you are taking a short rest, which for Cal to get regain her spell slots I think is 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
Then that will
I'm
have
gonna,
worn off and you will have spent 10 gold for whiskey evaporating.
I didn't rub it on. I didn't say I rubbed
That's
it on
fine.
yet.
So you may want to wait until before you go into battle. But
I didn't say I
Fine.
rubbed it
I'm
on
gonna
yet.
drink 4 shots of this stuff.
We do the rest and then we Coat it in booze.
Hey. Well,
Each bottle
I
will
just,
allow you apply it to your weapon twice.
no, I drank 4 shots of it. I applied it to my throat and then my stomach.
Okay, so each bottle, if you're using it for weapon application, will do 2 applications.
Sounds good.
Um,
You know what? I'm gonna buy 2 more bottles. I like this stuff.
so you're
It's gonna be real hard to
spending.
get once we leave this
You
place.
guys have cleaned out the House of White at this point. They are out.
Woo!
You have taken their entire stock of whiskey. All they have left
All
now
right.
is really rancid ale. And like a couple bottles of okay white wine.
I bet they're so confused.
Yeah, the white
How
who
many
is running the
shots of,
establishment is looking at you guys going, "It's cheap whiskey. What do you want with this?" He's especially confused considering the fact that down here this stuff is like ridiculous high quality whiskey for the undead because it actually does something to them. And he's watching you guys just like down shots of it and pour some of it on your weaponry and just being like, fleshies are weird.
You know what I call this? Bravery potion.
So any of you
And, like,
who have imbibed it, you can roll your d4s per the number of shots you've taken.
I did.
12
points healing.
Also keep in mind
And
you
I
are now
really-
slightly tipsy. So you've healed up, but you're a little drunk.
As a thank you and kind of sorry for cleaning out his stock, I'm gonna motion or either approach the barkeep white, and ask him to put up 2 shot glasses.
Okay, the white puts 2 shot glasses on the table.
Again. Dragon ale.
All right. The white takes the shot and is giggling maniacally. I need a constitution check from you, Rex.
Yep. Come here, D20. I brought my dice in. If I can get my fucking D20. Come here, you. Come here. Come here. Got it. Natural 20.
All right, Rex, you're fine. Content, like this stuff is delicious, but you're not wasted. The white, on the other hand, is beyond drunk. And just starts lining shots up of what looks like some kind of cheap alcohol on the bar. There's probably the equivalency of about 30 shots poured at this point. And he's looking at you guys as a group and just going, drink, drink!
Sorry, I just had to put do something with oven lasagna. The lasagna in the oven. There we go. I know words.
Rex has gotten the barkeeper white unbelievably hammered.
I shared some of the dragon ale with him too, like I did the Revenant the other night.
And he has lined up. And the white, as a consequence of being giggling maniacally in a very euphoric state, has lined up 30 shots of some kind of alcohol on the bar. And is just yelling at you guys to drink. It's on the house. You're his best friends. You're my best customers. You guys buy all my stuff. Drink them. Drink it, drink it, drink it.
Oh, no.
I think I may have just killed Jordan.
Did you hear that?
What?
Kel drank 5 shots.
Kel is quite warm and tipsy feeling. It's cheap tequila, but tequila.
Oh, we are going to be bulletproof. All right. I'm
Cheers.
going to drink.
I'll drink to that.
I will, yep. I'll knock back 5 too.
So, on top of the shots you've already had, Granthar, you're pretty hammered.
A little bit. That's okay. We're going to take a short rest. I'll be fine. Just got to go. I got to pee.
Rex, do you do your shots?
Yep.
Okay, you shoot back, 5 shots of tequila, let out a little burp of flame. You're a little tipsy.
No constitution.
Oh, it's 5 shots of tequila. You're fucked. Seeker can't do his, so his 5 shots are just sitting on the bar.
I'm gonna take one of them.
All right, Kel does another shot. Himbo, do you take yours?
Yes. Cheers. I'll drink to that.
Himbo, you are now a little tipsy and kind of swaying on your feet.
Any effect of that?
Nope, it just gets you drunk.
Okay.
I think I'm done. I think I'm just going to sit over here and. Okay, you have my shots.
Ilmir
We are
does
the
his, is very hammered, starts slurring a little bit, kind of throws his arm around the shoulder of the closest person and goes, I like you. I don't like
wait a
people, but
minute.
I like you.
Lex,
I like it here.
does my resistance to poison carry over to alcohol poisoning?
You can't get alcohol poisoning,
Okay.
but you will get very drunk.
But I have a belt of dwarven kind. How much do I have to drink to actually get drunk? I'm kind of dwarf now.
Essentially, you get drunk at the same rate, but you don't suffer the effects of a hangover.
Okay.
Okay. I also get as like a halfling. I also against poison and advantage against saving throws.
Yeah, so you
Aw,
guys don't
man.
have to deal with the tequila hangover.
We can drink like heroes.
Oh no.
Okay, at this point, it has been a couple hours. Your buzzes are starting to wear off. Kel is her version of a short rest, which is, essentially pounding back tequila shots. So you guys have taken the equivalency of a short rest. I'm assuming you've rested for 4 hours, which for Kel, I believe, is a long rest.
Yes, it is.
But the rest of you can use the time to use your hit die. Anything else you'd like to do to regain some health points?
No, I didn't take any damage or use anything in the last.
Let's go take out the freaking vampires.
So, is there any other prep you guys would like to do before you go take down another noble house?
Maybe let the alcohol wear off a little bit, or maybe not.
Or actually coat the weapons.
Aside from that, I shout out, "Are you ready, kids?"
I can't hear you.
4 hours later.
Who lives in the darkness under the city?
You can have
A bunch of dead vampires.
Kel, you can have an inspiration point for that one.
That was absolute gold.
That was nicely laid out. I appreciate your continuity of the theme and doing it in your own way. You may take your point.
Inspiration point for you.
Rewording of the SpongeBob theme. It was well done.
Mm.
Okay. All right. So, whenever you guys are ready, you're welcome to start making your way over. Rex is coating his weapon before you guys are going, and his intention is to go and locate a flame skull.
Oh no.
Okay, I follow like I'll go with the main group.
Okay, I have rolled a die just in the interest of finding out for arbitrary purposes. If you guys light your weapons on fire, they will remain on fire and the alcohol will burn on them for 7 minutes.
Flame of life.
I rolled a die.
Okay.
After which point, the alcohol and the effects of the alcohol being there have worn off. So.
Well, we're coating the weapons in the life potion, which does damage to the undead, and then we're lighting it on fire, which hopefully will do even more damage to the undead. and then you're going to be like blasting with radiance and holy fire, and it's just going to be a lot of like it'll be very bright in there, and you know.
Like, are the are the wisps still just hanging around there?
Okay.
The wisps are sort of flitting about. They're doing their wisp thing.
They all just seem to be vibing by there still.
There aren't currently any flame skulls in the marketplace, but there are some around the city.
I want to try to scoop to see if I can find them if one gets there.
Okay, Rex wants to go locate a flame skull. So he wanders off a wee bit. I'm assuming you're heading in the general direction of where the vampire's homestead is.
Ish.
Sure.
There is one actually that's sort of flitting around between the buildings nearby. Lighting things on fire. You know, living its flame skull life. So you have an eyesight of where one is. I'm gonna wait until you get back out so that everybody's in the loop on everything going on. The rest of you, are you guys all starting to make your way towards the noble's home?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, Rex, I'm gonna move you and Ilmir for the moment, just so that I've got the two of you coming along with the rest of the party.
Yeah, we can even say that Ilmir went kind of with me to wash my back, just to make sure I wasn't gonna get jumped going to do it.
There is a little bit of commotion as you guys start approaching the noble's home.
Oh, okay.
I need to check something quickly. Here you go. There. Okay. There are yelling sounds coming from inside the home,
Oh my.
Interesting.
and the sound of something crashing.
They might already be fighting with their guards.
You know, they might have actually already be fighting with their guards.
Oh, this might be the perfect time to.
We'll light them right before we enter in.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get this flame skull's attention.
How would you like to get the flame skull's attention?
Fire one.
Where? Which
I'm
house
gonna
is it?
kinda
This
just,
one?
like, extend, not a full fire thing.
Hang
just a
on,
little
I have
kinda,
to zoom out so I can see where you're clicking.
Which house is the vampire?
It's the really, really big one that is located on the right-hand side of the screen.
top right.
Oh, this one.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a lasagna about to come out of the oven. Oh, speak of the devil. Can we take a quick break while I pull it out to cool?
Yes. We'll give it a quick couple of minute break here, and that actually works because Rex is currently trying to get the attention of a flame skull. So we're gonna let Rex
Okay, well,
do that while
do
you
the
go get your
introduction,
lasagna.
We're gonna handle this.
Okay.
Okay, so Rex, let me know when you are back on to your own.
And I am back on.
All right,
And get the.
Rex. You yell out, fiery one at the flame skull.
Hang on. Oh shit! I think my thing froze again. Hang on. Come on, roll 20.
So you're up here, and Ilmir is along over here.
Yeah, it's frozen at the market still. Hang on. Come on, you fucking boob. Come on. You can't do it. I'm gonna hit refresh. You can do it. Come on. That might have been a mistake. Refresh might have been a mistake.
Oh, give it a second. I'm sure it'll chill out.
I have a completely blank page at the moment. And it doesn't look like it's loading anything. What the fuck happened?
Close the page and open it back up.
Kiskafak. Fucking. Coming back. Launching, come on. You can do it.
Okay.
Come on, roll 20.
Seeker, are
There you
you
go.
doing anything in the interim?
Nope, the only thing I'm going to do is just as we enter the building, I'm going to poison my dagger of blind sight and my dagger of radiance.
All right, I'm in.
Okay. Rex.
Yep.
You call out to the flame skull, and it turns, chitters its teeth at you, and starts sort of floating along in a oddly friendly manner in your direction.
I did say what I did to kind of get his attention. Right? Like not a full blast, just a little boop belch of fire.
Yep. It is currently lighting anything on fire in the vicinity that it can find. There are patches of mushroom that are now burnt mushroom. The roof of the building immediately next to it is starting to singe.
I'm gonna kind of like incline my head to the vampire's house behind. That's the one behind us, right? I think the big ass one we're standing in front of very much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna incline my head to behind it and go.
Would you like to set that one on fire? Get all your brothers together.
Roll me a persuasion roll.
Yeah. We're not to get my dice out of the bag now. Diddly diddly do. Also goes to my charisma, so +4. Haha. That's a dirty 20.
Okay. The flame skull glows a vibrant blue color.
Ooh.
And flings itself onto the roof and just sort of starts bouncing around on top of it. Like anywhere it touches is bursts of fire are starting up.
Calling all the fiery ones. Calling all the fiery ones.
It doesn't seem like any of the other ones are responding or paying attention, as it were, but the one that you did catch the attention of is like an overexcited puppy.
Aw, I made a friend.
It's contentedly just like the roof is on fire.
We don't need no water. Let the motherfucker burn.
Burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn!
I'm gonna turn and just kind of smile towards the rest of the group.
There is an angry shriek from inside.
I think that's our cue. And I'm gonna move up towards the door.
Okay. Seeker.
That is the door, right?
Yes.
Same thing. Archway.
So Rex and Ilmir are moving up towards the doorway into the vampire's home. The roof of which is now very on fire.
Okay then.
There is an overexcited flame skull still just flying around, setting anything not currently on fire on fire.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's going to town. So, Himbo, Kel, and Granthar, are you guys following Rex as he is heading towards the doorway in?
Sure.
Sorry, what?
There is
Are
a
you-
flame enthusiastically burning the roof of the vampire's house. There was an aggressive shriek from inside. I said, I think that's our cue, and moved up towards the door. You coming?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I am.
Let's do this thing.
Alright, Seeker, are you following along? Did I lose a Josh?
I'm right here. I went and made heated up dinner. I put it in the chat.
Okay.
I'm.
Right. So,
I'll light
just
it just before we walk in.
okay. So just to catch you up a little bit, Seeker, Rex and Ilmir approached the vampire's homestead. Rex caught the attention of a flame skull nearby and got it to light the vampire's home on fire. It has taken to this, pun intended, like a moth to flame. It is an overenthusiastic puppy that is floating around, lighting every and any patch of roof it can find that is not on fire on fire.
Okay.
And Rex is now approaching the door into the vampire's homestead.
It lit it up, and there was an aggressive shriek. So I think that's our cue, and went towards the door.
Yeah, kick the door in. Kick the door in, Rex. Do it. You're the man, dragon. And dragon.
As he's approaching the door, I'm coating my daggers with poison. It's going to be the blind sense dagger and the radiance dagger.
Rex, there is a door.
I'm gonna boot it.
All right. You boot that door in, and as you do that, could I have everybody roll initiative?
Surprise, motherfucker!
I light my breadstick on fire.
All right, Rex.
It has become toast.
Oh my god. Even with advantage, I rolled
11.
a 6.
Rex, sorry.
An 11 on initiative.
Granthar.
Rex, I'll give you credit for that. That was a good pun.
And I'll roll for Ilmir.
Granthar, your initiative?
He rolled a 10.
6.
Mine was also a 10. Himbo.
Okay, so Himbo and Rex, can you guys both roll off, please, so that I know...
It's Ilmir, but yeah.
So I know if Ilmir or Himbo are going first.
Do I just roll a straight d20?
Yep, you roll a d20.
Yeah, it's whoever gets the higher number goes first. 17.
1.
Okay, so Himbo is going on a 9. Cal.
Dude, at least the one wasn't your initial roll.
Oh no.
At least the one wasn't your initial roll.
So, Kel, what is your initiative, please?
11.
11. Kel and Rex, can you guys roll off, please?
God damn it. Roll off everybody today. 3.
At least you're higher than mine.
10.
Okay, so Kel is going on a... There we go. Seeker, I need your initiative, please.
27.
Jesus freaking Christ. Alright, and now I need to roll initiative for these guys. Alright, so you get... Ooh. Okay, you're going on a 24. And these guys...
Cast Spiritual Guardians. You cast a spiritual weapon that you had it going when you went in. And then when you got close to them, you're just basically
All right.
effect. Everything inside of it
So-
dead gets burnt with radiance.
Rex, you boot the door in,
And I will note that I legit yelled surprise motherfucker like that.
Okay. Inside, well, the flame skull is not inside, but he ended up underneath the roof. So we're gonna say he's floating around up there somewhere. You notice, looking inside this building, there is a vampire surrounded by smashed up furniture and 2 brides next to him and a pile of ash.
Interdasting. Seems like one of the brides died.
You.
The vampire lord looks at you guys as you all surprise, motherfucker, and bursts in and just lets out an angry, loud.
I'm just gonna kind of look him up and down and. Yes, it's the Imhotep.
Rawr.
That was glorious.
Tequila.
Inspiration point?
Uh,
I surprised motherfucker and then I Imhotep'd him. Or O'Connell'd him, but
Granthar.
Rex and Granthar can both have one.
I was gonna say the Rod was still worthy of one as well. I'm so resigned to this. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You're dead. I'm gonna draw my sword and let it on fire.
Okay. Seeker is going to be up first.
Okay, sorry. You go ahead. I am drunkenly skipping.
So the vampires are up over here, right?
Yep.
Since I'm not through the door and they can't see me yet, I'm gonna roll stealth, and then I'm gonna sneak into the room.
Okie dokie. Oh no! I just flung something at myself. Paperclip.
I rolled 27 on stealth.
You rolled a 27 on stealth. Excuse me a second.
So
Oi.
once I've got stealth in place, I'm going to, where I'm at, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I can make a dash action, so I'm not going to attack. So I go 45, 35, 40, 45. I'm going to get to here.
Okay.
And that's it.
Alright, so that is Seeker's turn. It is going to then bring us around to the vampire's turn. Who is going to... What do I want to do? It is going to... move up to here. It is going to cant a finger at Rex. And Rex, I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
14.
Rex, you hear a voice in your head that is telling you that you don't want to hurt these guys and that your allies are the problem. You are considered charmed.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be its turn, which means Cal is going to be up next.
Oh. Okay. I didn't think I was going to be next. I thought other people had it, but okay.
Initiative rolls were not great this round.
No.
Do I just fucking go inconsistent?
Okay, you can always light yourself up. So
lighting the sword would be a bonus action.
well, you have a mace for one thing. You don't need to. Your mace is kind of
Sorry,
fine.
no, I'm sorry, that was an 18. I forgot the fucking thing again.
Oh,
And didn't we light it before?
If it is an 18, then you survived. You shrug off the effect.
I forgot the aura again. That's an 18.
Spiritual
But
guardians.
before I forget, again,
Towards them while you're
if
drawing.
you're within 10 feet of me, you have +4 to your saves.
Oh, and then as a bonus, cast spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
And bonk
That
them.
was the idea.
Yeah, you don't even have to like touch them. You just have to get close enough that they're standing in your radiance.
All right, so Cal, what are we doing?
Okay. So I'm going to move up so that I'm within 10 feet of him.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians.
Oh, this
as
again.
A fourth one.
Yeah. She's gonna glow up. Wait, is this the vampire right here?
Yeah.
No, that's Seeker.
That's the vampire over here.
He's right.
Oh, okay. Okay, I've zoomed in. I can see better now. All right, within 10 feet.
One more.
One more? Okay.
I'm real close.
So she's...
Okay, yeah. Spirit Guardians, what I'm doing it is a 4th level, so it's going to be 4d8 if it hits.
5d8. Because you also do 1d8 radiant damage as a bonus to your spells.
So it does an extra, so...
So...
Yeah, okay.
And
So it's a 16 wisdom save for him. I mean, he's taking damage no matter what, but...
Yeah.
He makes it.
Okay, so he's going to do half damage. So I've got, let me see, 15 plus 1, so 16. So that's going to do 16 damage.
Okay.
Radiant. And then Spiritual Weapon as bonus action.
Does an extra 1d8 radiant damage as well.
Okay. It's 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
Okay. So it does the 1d8 plus 5 plus another 1d8.
So
No,
2d8.
No. Yeah,
So
2
it's doing
2d8 plus 5.
Okay. Well, it is a 6 plus. So it's an 8, another 8 damage.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's 14 points of damage. Well, it's 6 plus 8, right?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were saying. All right.
I think you did.
Okay. I came in at the wrong part of this conversation.
All right. Anything else on your turn, Cal?
No, I think that's it.
Is the vampire going?
It's snarling.
Yeah, and blistered, I'm sure.
It's really annoyed with the situation. Rex.
DM, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I spin a thing because that was a delayed remembrance of my bonus thing that he didn't realize it didn't work?
He would know if it worked.
Ah, fuck. All right. All right, then I'm just gonna fucking charge him.
Okay.
And
Those are my glittery things. Do you want that there, or do I just keep it off?
with
No, that's handy.
okay, and I'm gonna see if there's another thing in here that ends up working. I'm gonna ask you about because I'm going to use Searing Smite, which lights the blade on fire, and I do have it coated.
Okay.
Does that double the fire damage? Because it's adding like an extra fire damage from the spell, but it's also lighting the shit on fire.
I'm gonna say for the purposes of this, I rolled a high-low to see what happens. Your weapon, as long as it's on fire, does an additional 1d6 damage.
Yeah, okay. That's what I didn't think like something stupid. Like I figured that, but I thought because the 1d6 is from the spell and I have something on it that is being lit on fire because of that, technically this double.
So I'm going to say as long as your weapon is on fire, it'll do an additional d6 of damage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you didn't know you could do that.
Sweet. All right, and swing foul.
Yeah, when you click your character.
Well, that is a 25.
Yeah,
that'll
that'll hit a little bit.
And the second one's gonna miss. I rolled a 4, so plus 9. It's a 13.
Yeah, miss. No, that one will miss.
Fuck. All right, so well, it hit him for 14 slashing, and here comes the fire. We're 3 fire damage, but he's on fire for a minute.
Okay, 3 fire damage, and what was the other damage on it, Flurry?
He's on fire for a minute. So
what was the other damage? Total damage.
Oh, 14 slashing.
Okay. Very nice, and he is on fire. And doesn't look happy about it.
I'm just gonna read the exact thing. Start at each of its turns until the spell ends. So it's up to a minute. Target must make a Constitution saving throw. If it fails, it takes another 1d6 fire damage.
All right, so that would be
If
for
it
10
saves,
rounds. Okay, noted. Thank you. All right. Anything else on your turn, Rex?
I'm just gonna add insult to injury because We're gonna do the bonus action and breathe fire at him.
That is a dex save on my part.
Yeah, dex save of 14.
He makes that.
Okay, so he takes half. So I rolled fucking 3.
Okay,
So
so 2
total up
points of
2.
damage.
I'm just gonna snarl at him.
All right. I will allow that as a free action. You snarl at him. Okay, that
I just smacked him
was
for a bunch of damage and let him very on fire.
that was Rex. So now it is Ilmir's turn.
Ilmir, I'm going to need to scoot him in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Nice. Okay.
And he is going to, again, because it's going to be quick and have less chance of smashing one of us, and it'll do a lot more damage than the other one. He's going to cast Scorching Ray at the vampire.
Okay, roll your attacks.
17.
17 will hit.
Okay. 22 hits. And 19 hits. So all 3 of those hit. And here comes 6d6 fire damage, motherfucker. 5. Whew, 11. Oof. That's 2 6s in a row. 17. Another 6. Ha! Fucking 23. And another 6.
Thank you.
28 fire damage.
Very nice.
6s were 6s. Awesome. It's starting to smell like crispy vampire in here.
Okay, he is now very much on fire. And not at all happy about the situation. That would have been Ilmir's go, which is going to bring us around to Himbo.
Who is in the kitchen making juice?
Be right there.
Okay, we'll say...
So, I'm going to say hold action and we'll come back.
I'm going to say we're going to hold Himbo's turn, which brings
Yeah.
us down to one of the brides, actually.
Right, see that.
This one is going to...
Enter the area.
And they sure they want to come around that corner and possibly get turned into fucking walking pyres too?
She's going to, and she is going to charge directly at Cal.
And her movement is half.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoops. What just happened?
She's also going to take the damage, isn't she, from entering the field?
Plus...
Okay.
Third action's been helped because already was control.
Yeah, no, I accidentally clicked the back button when I touched the mouse. Sorry.
Okay, well, she's going to fail her save, so she'll take the damage.
All right.
Okay.
I accidentally.
Damage. Why is it present? What's happening?
Okay, this is not. Oh wow.
7, 8, 9. Hang on. It rolled, but it's not giving me a total. Hang on.
All right, we're back.
Okay, so 15 plus there.
Yeah.
15 plus 7, so 22.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 22 damage.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yes, correct.
So she takes 22 points of damage and is now hissing angrily. And she is going to take 2 strikes at you. She is going to strike at you with her claws. What is your AC?
19.
That'll hit, and she's also going to make a bite against you.
Not the first time somebody wants to eat me.
Which will also
Ooh.
hit. So the claws, I need D4s, which are in here somewhere. Where are my D4s? There they are. So you are going to take 7 points of slashing damage from the claws. And you are going to take 19 points of damage, 10 of which is necrotic damage from the bite.
Ooh,
All right then.
kinky.
And she is going to regain hit points.
DM, I'm also going to call myself on it. I realize now I shouldn't have gotten the fire breath off because I used my bonus action to light the blade, but I got a little carried away.
I'm just going to say you're going to lose. I will say
Fire it up!
I'll say you lose your next bonus action as a result.
Okay.
Okay, so that is her turn. Is Himbo back?
Kimbo is back in their room, yes.
There we go.
Okay, Himbo, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
Okay, I move up to the. Wait, is my thing on fire already?
Did you light it on fire?
Yeah, no, he stated he lit it on fire walking in because I made the "it has become toast" joke.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
then it is on fire. And Jordan, could you grab me a Dr. Pepper, please?
Yep.
I move over to the one of the brides over here and
Okay.
take a swing with my quarterstaff.
Go for it. And keep in mind, because it is on fire, it does an additional d6 of damage.
That I believe would be a 20.
20 will hit.
Dirty 20.
It'll still hit.
Okay. Wait, you said an extra d6.
Yes, because your weapon is on fire.
First hit, that would be 7 plus 2. That would be 9.
So 9 points of damage on the first strike.
Now I'm gonna add that on the fire the fire
Okay.
plus whatever damage, which is an extra 3 for a total of 10.
Okay.
Nice.
Anything
Now,
else on your turn?
The second strike.
And you got to finish it off properly. If you get hit her with a crit, you got to yell "toasty," all high pitched.
18.
18 will hit.
Come on, high damage.
A 9 plus the 2 from the thing, which is 11. Do I add the fire damage onto this attack onto the second?
It's
part
your
of the attack?
As long as you're
still
hitting
gonna-
with your staff, yes.
Yes. All right.
Yeah, because I think it burns for 7 minutes. You said.
Yep.
Yeah, 7 minutes. So that would be a total of 12 damage.
Okay.
For a bonus action, I'll do the flurry of blows.
All right, roll your attacks.
Of course, this is not going to do the fiery.
No.
It's not going to do that.
No, your hands are not on fire. At least I hope not.
19.
19 hits.
You'll just titty punch her really hard.
9.
Okay. And is there a second strike?
Yes, there is. I'll roll that. A 13.
13 will miss.
Okay. If I hit with one of the flurry of blows attacks, I can impose onto that target a certain effect. I can choose which effect, right?
Okay. So what would you like to impose?
If they'll fall prone if they fail a Dex saving throw of DC 14.
All right, I need to make a dex save. which she does not make. So she is considered prone.
I think, though, out of all the undead, vampires are some of the more dexterous. So
Doesn't help when she rolls like shit.
no, I would say, but it doesn't help when she rolls like shit. But I think just on a stat basis, they're a little bit more dexterous because they're like the fast coordinated ones.
Yeah. So she is now considered prone. Is that your turn?
That would be my turn. Yes.
Okie dokie. That means it is now going to be Granthar's turn.
All right. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw my sword.
Okay.
And find your rage. I'm going to forget what I was supposed to do with it because I'm foaming at the mouth, and I'm going to charge the vampire while I scream drunkenly. And take a swing at it.
Okay, we have a barbarian and a drunken rage. This is glorious.
That would be a reckless attack. With Lord
Okay.
I must confess at this point now, forgotten the plan.
Just killed them. That was kind of the plan.
Roll number 1. Oh shit, that's a 24.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. It does. Not a critical hit, unfortunately. It was only an 18. But it is still coated in the whiskey, but it's not on fire. How much damage does it do?
Because there is a healing potion that is on it, I'll
Yeah.
say it does an additional D4.
Okay, so that is let's see, 10 points of damage, reckless attack.
Actually, you know what? You're going to take the D6 because you're hitting a target that is on fire.
Oh,
yeah,
sweet.
you're just adding
Fire.
to
Oh, that was part of the plan.
So your
Okay.
weapon lights on fire.
So that does an additional. Okay, so
I didn't think about
I
that.
just did. First attack was 14 points of damage to his stupid fangy face.
Okay.
Second
You're
one.
welcome, guys.
Freaking the lights on fire.
Okay, I rolled a 16. Does that miss?
No, that'll
Or
hit.
does it hit?
It'll
Okay.
hit.
Really?
Yep.
All right, so that does 8 plus
I thought the Lord was just out of that.
13. 13 points of damage.
Okay.
And then for my bonus action? No.
This vampire is getting fucked.
And then I'm going to burp in his face with my boozy tequila bag.
Okay. He recoils a little bit from the stench of it.
You suck. Get it?
Sorry, what?
He recoils a little from the stench of it and bares his fangs and hisses at you.
You suck. All right. That's what Granthar does. He's going to hold his reaction because I'm sure that this vampire is going to do something that's going to warrant getting him stabbed in the face.
Okay.
Oh, also, because I hit him, he now has disadvantage when he attacks anyone else.
You want to know how we can really fuck that? I can cast Compelled Duel on him, and then he just takes a disadvantage at everything.
He is
Yeah.
going to use one of his legendary actions to
Man,
bite you.
he's going to what?
He's going to bite you.
He's going to bite me?
Yep.
Uh-oh. My blood is like 50% holy alcohol at this point. That's a bad idea.
Then bite him back.
It's like mostly healing.
That might not actually help him because he's drunk on the fucking healing potion.
That is a 15.
Watered down healing potion.
15.
Does a 15?
15?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's a tie. Does tie go to the attacker?
No, that means
Yep.
he will hit.
Okay.
So
that's
he
what I
is
meant.
going to do 10 points of piercing damage, which is reduced by half to 5 because you're raging.
Okay.
And 10 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And he is going to regain hit points.
Okay, so 10 points of damage. Wait, whoa, hang on. My tattoo is going to have something to say about this.
It was the start of his turn. Did he make a save?
That was not on his turn.
Oh,
He can
yeah.
use legendary actions at any point.
No. Did he make a save because he's standing inside the holy fire?
It's not
He's
his
got
turn
that
right
too.
now.
Oh, okay.
No, legendary
I get
actions.
a melee attack against him because of him biting me.
Just for the sake of people who don't know, legendary actions are things that can be used at the end of anybody else's turns. So he can just opt to use them whenever he feels like it.
Okay, well, as a reaction to him damaging me, I get to stab him again.
Go for it.
Okay. Woohoo! And I rolled a dirty 23.
That'll hit.
Freaking
Okay, so that's going to be 2d6 plus, so 9 plus another d6 fire damage. It's going to be, so he gets 12 points of damage right in the breadbasket.
Okay, so that was a useless bite.
Yeah, bite me, will you?
Yep. That's what I'm.
Bleed out all that blood out of that gut wound.
That's the other reason we were getting at with next when it hits his turn too.
He lost points from that. God damn it!
Yeah, bite me, dummy.
This vampire is fucked.
He's not having a good time.
Hey, there's blood on my neck. Why? Oh man.
All right, so that was Granthar's turn. So that's going to bring us around to the other bride, who is going to... What is she going to do?
She's gonna make a save. Yeah.
She is going to... She's actually going to start making her way around the other way.
Oh, you mean the bride that's not in the radius? Okay, so she's not making a save. But she steps into the radius. Oh boy.
No, she is noticing the situation going on, and she is going to start heading off towards where the doorway is. So that is going to be her turn.
Run away!
And that's going to bring us to the top of the round with Seeker.
Pew pew.
No. Why would I do that? I poisoned my daggers to start this.
Do your daggers also have alcohol on them?
No.
Okay. Just so I know.
So I'm sneaking in behind Mr. Vampire. Gonna stab him 3 times.
Go for it.
Gotta double check something.
Right. Good. Clean it up. Excellent.
Okay, so I'm going to get my sneak on this guy. It's not a critical, but he still gets this and this. This, he's got to make a DC. Oh no, that's on the next attack. This one's just the. Oh no, I poisoned both of my daggers. I said I poisoned both of them. So yeah, he's got to make a DC 18 con save.
Woo!
Okay. Which he does not make, but he is going to choose to use one of his legendary resistances to make the save.
That's fine. So he's taking that. I'm going to re-roll that 1 dice. So that's that. Plus 5, plus, so it's 11, plus 8, 11, so it's 22, 31. Takes 33 damage on the first one. 11 of which is radiant. So whatever radiant does to him. Second attack. It's with the blind sight dagger. So this one is also poisoned. So it's 11 plus 16, 19. So it's a 20.
The 20 will hit. Oh, that's damage?
Okay, sweet. So he's going to take 3, 8, 11, 15 Oh, and he's got to make a con save. He's got to make another Constitution save, a DC 18 Constitution save.
Which he does not make, so he's going to use another legendary resistance.
It's 2 out of 3.
Okay, so then third attack, which is with the Radiant Dagger again, is an 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
It did hit? Okay, sweet. Take this, you fucking prick. Let's re-roll that one.
Seriously, we were worried about the vampire. We were kicking his fucking ass.
So it's 9, 12, 21. Another 9 of which was radiant.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
I'm just gonna I'm gonna steal Rex's thing, but I'm not gonna scream it out. I'm just gonna whisper in his ear. Surprise, mother.
Okay. So that is going to bring us around to the vampire's turn, who now has to make a save against the
Make like 3 saves, actually.
Shield of Faith.
Yep.
So that is a
16 to save.
oh fuck my life. Can you double your damage die for me, please?
Oh,
Well, it
yeah.
was a 28 roll.
Because that was a natural one.
So
Woo!
my damage together was 28.
Toasty.
So doubling it?
So
that
it's
would
going to
be
be
56.
So 56 points of godly damage just rained down on his vampire ass.
And now he's got to make the fire save.
What's the DC on
The
that?
fist of God just came through the entire ground, the roof, and boom, thrown to the ground like a tent peg.
Rex, what's the is that a dex
14.
that's a dex save?
No, it's hang on. Let me fucking gotta open it back up now. La 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 la. Con. It's a con saving throw. Constitution.
He's going to take the damage.
Yeah, that's 1d6 fire damage. 3.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not burning a
he's
fucking
still on
save
fire.
on that.
And he's still on fire. So
All right, so now the vampire's actually going to take a turn. They're just getting smashed with damage for existing.
I'd say he took a turn for the worse.
And he is going to. What is he going to do? He is going to lock eyes with Kel. And Kel, I'm going to need you to make a wisdom save for me.
Okay. Is this against being charmed?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. It's
I have
automatic details.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm pretty sure wisdom is one of your saving throws, so you add your proficiency to that too.
Yeah, so I got 16.
16 total?
Yeah.
You hear a voice in your head telling you that you want to drop your spiritual guardian.
That's cute.
Can I actually?
Wait, are you? I thought you were an elf. I didn't think elves could be charmed.
It's advantage against it.
Oh, the rules changed in additions. All right.
So you are considered charmed.
Okay, now for my information, that actual spell that does that, what was that called? The one that he wants you to drop.
The spirit guardian?
Is it Spirit
Yeah.
Guardian?
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought it was you said something about Shield of Faith earlier.
No, so on your next turn, you are going to drop that because, as far as you're concerned, it's a really good idea. And he is going to take the rest of his turn to take a couple strikes against Granthar.
Man,
Granthar, what is your AC?
15. All the live long day, but I'm drunk, so it might be
Wait.
higher.
Kel, did you add the +4? You were within 10 feet of me.
For what?
You made it.
You got-
You didn't roll 16. You rolled 20. The plus 4 from being in 10 feet of me.
No, I didn't. I
Oh,
didn't know that was a thing.
So no, you're not charmed.
oh.
I've stated that.
Motherfucker.
No, you're not charmed.
I hate
And
all
no,
of
you're not
you
dropping
very
this
much
character.
right now. I'm not happy
We're
with you.
working together as a team. We can accomplish anything, friends.
Okay, Granthar,
Wait a minute, hang
the
on.
first strike against you is going to miss, but the second strike is a critical.
Man!
So you're going to
Frick.
take... Where is that? So it would be 24 bludgeoning damage. It'll be reduced to 12.
Okay.
And he is going to end his turn and stay there. That's going to bring us around to Kel,
Okay.
who is not charmed and therefore does not drop the Spirit Guardian.
55.
Welcome.
Fuckers.
All right, well,
good.
I guess I might as well do a guiding bolt on the vampire.
You can just reach out and stick your finger in his eye and guide bolt.
Oh! Don't think it's going to be enough. It's only a 12.
Captain is
12 will miss.
No.
Do you have an inspiration point still?
Oh, I do.
Use it.
Okay, so I can re-roll it.
Not.
And I got a 27.
Yes! High five. Guiding bolt does so much damage now. So much damage.
No shows no mercy.
One unit on top of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So guiding bolt, I think at this point does what? Like.
So I got 17 plus. So 19.
19 damage to his stupid face.
I know we all have advantage.
Okay.
Seriously, like we were worried about the vampires.
Fucking
We're
radiant
absolutely
damage,
slaughtering
honestly.
This has been hilarious.
Pussies.
As bonus action, I'm going to do Healing Word on Granthar.
Hey. Hey,
I'm
girl.
going to do
I go, hey.
plus 11. So that's going to do 12 healing.
So that's
and it's
what.
going to heal myself for 3.
Nice. So that's the bludgeoning damage gone. Boom.
Okay. Kel, is that your turn?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
okay.
hang on.
For now.
He bludgeoned me. I get to stab him.
Did he?
Yeah, I have I get a reaction to that. Any enemy that strikes me and does damage, I get to strike him back. Excuse me while I. Ah man, 14. Does that hit?
Nope.
No, I missed.
Doesn't
All
matter
right.
anyway.
Doesn't matter.
with some air.
All right, so that's going to bring us around to Rex.
Okay, as a bonus action, I'm putting a hunter's mark on the bride over here.
Okay.
And because my weapon is still on fire and you're going to do that 2d6 extra fire damage every time, swing swong on the big vampy motherfucker. That is 17.
That'll hit.
And same thing, 17. So both hit.
Yep.
Here is the slashing damage. 11 slashing damage altogether, and here comes the fire. "20 fire damage."
Good God.
Did I kill this one too?
No, it's not dead yet,
Almost.
He's not far off.
but he is annoyed.
Yeah.
He annoyed or are you annoyed?
I was gonna say, as is the DM.
You're going to say he's annoyed.
Oh, this has been hilarious.
Anything else on your turn, Rex?
Nope, that's it. That's all I could do.
The extra flies up. Murder!
Okay. That would bring it around to Ilmir.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have him move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a twist, and a scorching ray. Right at the Vamp Daddy.
You're keeping an eye on spell slots, right?
Yarp. Should be. We had rest a little bit ago. That will be the second one he's cast.
All right. Roll your attacks.
That is a 22.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That's gonna hit. I rolled an 18,
Yeah, that'll also hit.
and that's a 17.
Go fuck yourself.
Here's 66 fire damage, bitch.
God damn it.
We broke Lex. Oh no.
Oh, another 20 fire damage.
Ugh, I hate all
Eat
of
a
you.
dick!
Tell me Ilmir actually yells that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Anything else on his turn?
It's canon now.
Oh no, it's totally canon. Can he do as a bonus action? I want to make sure if there's anything else. Can it be just a bonus? No, it's action. Shit. No, it's enough. That's good on his team. His turn.
Okay. Himbo, it's your turn.
Oh no. Okay. I give the bride another whack with the quarterstaff, and that's a 19.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, let's see here.
It's a madhouse. Madhouse.
Okay, so that's 12 for the regular damage, 4 for the fire, plus another 2 for the thing. So that's like freaking 18.
Of course it is.
We should get drunk before we fight more often. This is great.
This
Oh
is
my
actually
God.
effective. I'm gonna do another quarter staff. Another freaking
Yep.
with a freaking breadstick.
I think there's no alcohol content in my breath.
I'm kind of wishing that was
Hey,
a drinking
Rex,
Dr.
can
Pepper.
you?
I think 12 misses, right?
I'm actually gonna go crack open some booze now.
12 does
celebration.
miss. Okay, anything else on your turn, Himbo?
Oh, I can use my go with another flurry of blows.
Go for it.
Uh, 13.
Misses.
Let's try the second one. 15.
Hits.
Frick. We're doing so well. That will be my turn.
What's the damage on the second hit?
No, I didn't hit. Oh, wait. Oh,
15 hits. What's the damage on the second hit?
Oh, sorry. I thought that missed. 14 on the initial hits plus 2 with an additional 1 on that, so that would be 17.
Yep.
And for the the open hand technique thing, she gets pushed up to 15 feet if they fail a strength saving throw of 14.
She does make her save.
Okay.
So she resists the shove. All
That'll be
right.
my
That's going to bring us up to the bride's turn, who I believe has to make a save now against the freaking Shield of Faith bullshit.
Spirit Guardians?
Which is a 10, so that fails miserably.
What the fuck? Okay, my phone just shit the bed. Hang on a second.
I'm just picturing my ancestral guardians and her spirit guardians being like, "Oh, hello, nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you."
Mosh pit!
Jordan, could you
Yeah.
bring me a glass and some moonshine, please?
Just
We've
take
broken
the
the deal.
bottle, keep
So,
This is not going the way I thought it would.
one thing I had not been considered are my spirit guardians.
It's going great.
Sorry, are your spirit
What?
guardians what?
Do the spirit guardians do that extra 1d8, or is that just me?
That is just you and Cherry, please.
Okay, good. Okay, so anyway, it's 29 damage.
Fuck my life.
We've gotten stronger.
You put a life cleric up against the undead. That's like putting me against a bowl of M&Ms.
So she's looking fucked up. Excuse
Let's
me,
see
I need to
that.
make myself a drink.
Okay, hang on. What are my drinks? I mean, I need.
Oh, this is too goddamn good.
Do
We
not
were all
deny
worried
me
about
my
the fucking
alcohol,
vampires. I'm like,
please.
holy shit.
Spiritual weapon. You can, as a bonus
Right,
action,
yeah, I
smack
already-
him with a spiritual
Well, I
weapon.
already made spiritual weapon. I was just wondering if there's anything else I could put down. It's pretty much just that. So. Okay, so yeah, my spiritual weapon should still be active.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's still
we're
her
gonna-
turn at the moment. That was just
Oh,
damage from the
What?
thingy.
Whose turn?
oh yeah, because it's not me.
Oh,
That's
right.
It was just a
Yeah,
response
okay,
to the
never mind
guardians.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's just passive damage you're doing
Yeah.
right now.
I'm thinking I'm attacking.
Cheers, everybody!
Cheers.
Cheers.
Ha!
Cheers!
Okay,
You are not-
so she, in her infinite fury, is going to desperately try to kill Kel. So she's gonna take 2 attacks against you. What is your AC, Kel?
19.
That's a natural 20 on the first hit,
Man.
and an unnatural 21 on the second hit, so both are going to hit. Finally. So she is gonna do
No, she's not. Hang on.
5, 8,
Protection.
Objection. Because if I'm raging and another creature I can see within 30 feet of me takes damage, I can either use my reaction to reduce that damage by 2d6, or hang on. There's another thing I can
Or you
do.
can probably touch them. I'm a second.
Well, I mean, I believe I can also do. Yeah, either she's going to be reduced by 2d6, or here we go. Yeah, that's it. I'm trying to remember where the other one was.
Alright. I'll take the minus 2d6 damage.
Yeah. I swear to God, there was another thing I
that's
resistance. Oh, okay, never mind.
20 points of damage on the first strike.
Oops. So that's going to be minus 9.
So 11 points of damage on the first strike. And 11 points of damage on the second strike.
Alright. That ain't so bad. I mean, I got a fuck ton of healing potions.
And
You also
she's
are healing.
going to hiss and
Yeah.
snarl at you.
I'm gonna laugh. Laugh in her face and say, "You're next."
Granthar.
Yeah, hi. Okay.
All right, drunky.
I still have the big bad vampire in front of me, right?
Yep.
Except he's kind of bubbling and overdone. Okay. It is time to once again try to pull his guts out with the edge of my sword.
So yeah, no, at this point, Vamp Daddy's quite crispy.
Yep, time to see if he's crispy on the inside, if all this cheese is melted and gooey. Anyone want pizza?
Suddenly,
Oh,
yes.
man. That one sucked. I rolled a 10. Okay.
Suckers.
I do. I'll re-roll that one. Inspiration. Oh, I rolled a 10 again. What the fuck?
What?
All right, clearly that was meant to be a 10. So I missed with that one. But my second one.
Wait.
Oh,
Isn't it still in the... Oh, no, it's a round only, isn't it?
yeah.
So I was going to say,
Second
isn't it
one
still
was,
in the fucking cutting mold, but...
Second one was a 15. Does a 15 hit?
Against the vampire?
Yeah.
No.
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 He's a little higher.
And all right, then as my bonus action, I mean, no, that's it.
Okay.
Nope.
Jordan, could you just come here for a quick second, please?
I clearly need another shot at tequila.
And that vampire slippery main one is like slippery little sucker.
Fash. Stop moving, you butter. I have to check if you're gooey inside.
Okay, so Granthar, that is your turn.
That was my turn.
Okay, that's going to bring us to the other bride, who has so far done absolutely nothing useful.
A little scared.
And she is going to be very cautious in circumventing the friggin' field because she doesn't want to get zapped the hell. And she is going to take her attacks against Ilmir. Because that's the safest target.
As a small Cybertruck.
Or so you think.
Hit. Okay, so both of those will hit, which is good. And I'm going to roll damage, and then Jordan can deal with that momentarily. I just have to do the damage first. So that's 7.
Per mile, you get like a certain amount of money. You gain a certain amount of money.
13, 16, 19. Okay.
That's how you earn money.
So Ilmir is going to take 19 points of damage.
Was there any sort of save built on that?
All right. And that is the bride's turn. And after her is going to bring us around to the top of the round, where it is going to be Seeker's turn.
Okay, I'm just gonna continue tickling Buddy in front of me.
Yeah, it's just a little tickle fight with sharp, pointy objects.
That's a critical hit.
Oh, fuck you.
This is really gonna hurt.
They're not even tickles at this point.
I do not have enough whiskey.
Roll that one. Oh, beautiful. We rolled it to a 6. 2, 7, 10. Oh, no, wait, it's just the dice that gets doubled. So
I think we're just going to kill the highway
2.
folk tonight.
So it's 10, 17, 34, 39, 42 damage on the first one.
Oh, fuck off. Okay.
And for number... Oh, wait, no, wait, there's more to... Yeah, there's more to that.
Oh, wait, there's more!
Sorry, 52 damage for the first one. I almost forgot to put the radiant damage from the dagger in.
All right. The vampire in front of you dissolves into a patch of mist.
Kill the rest! No, kill it!
What am I going to do to it? Stab mist?
You have poison or
well-
enchanted shit on your daggers. You have a radiant dagger.
You could try
Yeah,
doing an
I-
elbow drop off the library shelves onto it.
It's mist. Just follow it back to its freaking thing.
Seeker, could
so
I have you
then-
make me a very quick intelligence check, please?
It's 19 on the dice plus 2, so 21.
Okay. You are aware through legend that when a vampire dissolves into mist form, they are trying to get back to their lair to be able to rejuvenate. The only way to destroy them permanently is either through direct sunlight or running water.
Yep, which I don't have either of. So
I
I'm
didn't know if
going
they'll count against
Dead.
it. So
turn and run and stab this one twice.
Okay, so you guys basically need either light or running water to be able to destroy the now mist. Alright, so make your attacks against the other one.
Running water,
20. Well, that's gonna hit. That's a 25.
Yeah, that'll hit.
She takes 4, 9, 12, 18 points of damage on the first attack.
Yep.
And then, so my last attack at 21.
21 will hit.
And she takes 3, 8, 11, 15, 19, 8 of which is radiant.
Okay. Is that your turn, Seeker?
I'm going to disengage and start watching that mist.
Alright. That's going to bring us around to the vampire's turn, who is in mist form, and is going to
note that I'm watching it too because he was right in front of me as well.
start trying to float off this way.
Can I sort of just get my free movement on that with the Relentless Avenger thing, basically?
What if we capture it using a bag of holding?
Or get it eaten with a bag of devouring.
Yeah, what if we like woof it like a
Are you,
like a pillowcase?
are you suggesting that you've tried to vape the vampire again?
No.
Yeah, well, we tried atomic elbow dropping it up from a library shelf onto it. Didn't work.
You are welcome to attempt to use the bag of holding or devouring against it on whoever's turn has those. Rex,
The devouring might be-
you can follow it because you have that trait, so that's fine.
I'm just gonna be tailing him.
So
And then we just open up the bag at the surface.
that's what it does, is it shifts, and that's its turn, because it's currently kind of useless. That's going to bring us to Kel's turn.
Okay, so
Do you have
what
any
exactly is happening? I have the vampire bride next to me, the one over next to Seeker, and the one that misted,
and the vampire who is currently in mist form and trying to run away.
And I'm chasing him.
I'm over there. Okay.
You are being attacked by the goth girl.
So, if I took a water skin, which would have holy water in it, because I would have blessed it, because, that's just what I do, and throw it at the cloud of mist, and then shoot it with a crossbow, making it explode.
A lot of dex checks.
That is got to be the biggest dexterity check ever. Like,
I'm gonna have
It's
you
cool, but that sounds like a lot of dex checks.
make a dexterity check to throw the wineskin with accuracy, and then you're gonna need to make an attack with your crossbow.
or you could just pour the water skin full of water on its coffin and kill it.
Yeah, but where is its coffin?
Well,
We
that's
don't-
where
that's where it's going. So
That's
we
where
don't
I'm
know
following it to.
Yeah. Rex is following it.
until it misses through the fucking wall and you can't chase it anymore.
Oh, we'll chase it.
Okay. Maybe not then. Fuck.
I mean,
it sounded epic.
it sounds very epic.
All right. Well, I will just try to get rid of this thing then. This other vampire next to us, because she can't be doing too good right now. There's no way.
She's been getting wailed on for a while.
So we're gonna go with guiding bolt, because why not?
Again, Captain Sano shows no mercy. He's poking it in her eyeball.
Unnatural 20.
Great. I don't have enough
Let's see,
whiskey.
so-
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me while the DM gets hammered.
So that would be 27 damage.
Yep.
Busted.
She's not looking good.
Bonus action. Yeah, okay, so I still made that spiritual weapon, so that's still active. So, yeah, might as well make an attack or two. It's not going to do anything to the mist. 14?
14 will miss.
Oh.
Damn.
So it's going to spin in the air and do like 12 damage. It's going to spin in the air doing 12 damage to the air.
Okay. That is Kel's turn. Rex, it is now your turn.
Have an idea?
Of course.
So theoretically, the vampire is still conscious in mist form because he's making like a conscious "oh, get the fuck out of there" decision. Like he doesn't have a corporeal body, but his mind is still aware of stuff, right?
Yes.
Would compel do it work and make him stay instead of trying to keep?
You can try.
Let me just open this up real quick.
It's an interesting question.
Come on, open up. Bonus action. Compel a creature to the duel. Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it's drawn to me, compelled by divine command.
What is your DC?
That's a 14.
Okay, he's gonna fail that, but he's gonna use his last legendary resistance to succeed. Because he wants to get the hell out of here.
It's something that can be done that is a doable as a bonus action, but I can shove it in as an action, right? Instead?
Yeah, as you can use it as
Okay,
an
I'm
action.
Okay, well, I'm gonna switch around then. Since that didn't quite work, I'm gonna shift the hunter's mark to him. To the mist.
Okay. You use your action then to move the hunter's mark onto the mist. Okay. Anything else on your turn?
I don't think anything else have anything else to do that would actually do anything there. I got one more shot of something to like. I got to ping on him anyways in case he fucks off, but I got one more shot to try something. Hold person.
Technically, you could try it, I guess.
I know he's not technically in a humanoid form right now, but he was a human. Like he overall is a humanoid type thing.
I'll say you can try it. What's the save against it?
It's wisdom again, so that'll be 14.
That he makes.
That he makes you motherfucker. Oh well, he's still got the hunter's mark on him.
Okay. Excuse me while I just look something up quickly here.
Are you trying to find a secret attack that will kill us all?
No, I'm looking up the specifics of a spell that one of your party members has.
Which one?
Probably Ilmir.
Okay, no, it does not. All right, so Rex, that was your turn, which means it's going to bring us around to Ilmir's turn.
Okay, was the spell you were looking up light?
I wanted to see how it functioned.
It doesn't count?
Nope.
Fuck. What if I have him cast a wall of fire like along this back wall here?
Uh,
A lot of the house is already on fire too.
You said it goes back to its coffin, right? And when it's in misty form, but then it's like stuck in its coffin.
it will return to its coffin to regenerate.
Yeah.
And in the interest of being point blank about it, you can't really hurt it when it's in mist form, except with certain things.
Mm-hmm.
But you said it has to be hurt by sunlight or running water. What I'm asking is, when it goes back to its coffin and it has to regenerate, I'm assuming it's not like an instantaneous thing. Otherwise, vampires would be some
Way
of like
OP.
the craziest, more powerful things.
It's definitely not instantaneous, no.
So my question is, would we have like a time frame where we could, drag the coffin into sunlight or throw it in a river of running water?
Roll. Well, you guys are still in combat, so when it's your turn, I'll let you make this check.
Okay.
Okay. So if that's not going to do anything, then I'll just have him turn and hit the fucking bride that's whacking on him.
Okay.
I just wanted to check to see about that, to see if it was any type of thing that would actually work. And you know what? Where is it? Where are you? Eldritch Blast and the push modifier thingy. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I'm not sure how to do the modifier thing on it though.
Eldritch Blast is going to be 1 ray right now because of his level.
Yep.
It's a +9 to hit, and the modifier just activates.
Okay. All right. Get off me, bish. Oh, that's a 14.
That misses.
That should hit her. Really?
Yep.
Doesn't it hit the brides?
Nope.
I swear they got hit on 14 before.
Nope.
I swear they got hit on 14 before. It was him that wouldn't get hit on 14.
None of them will get hit on a 14.
One of the brides in the melee took a hit on a 14.
Nope.
Like 3 times. I thought it was weird too because it seemed low, but she took a hit on a 14.
She took a hit on a 15.
I remember a 14 hitting too.
14 won't hit her. I wouldn't have said it would. All right. Anything else on Ilmir's turn?
No, he is dick all for bonus actions.
That's the downside with casters. All right. Himbo. Lewis,
Yeah.
it's your turn.
Okay. Once again, I hit. I hit the. I'm sorry. This is just too much. All right. I hit the bride with the with the flaming breadstick.
All right, roll your attack.
That's 24 to hit.
Yes.
Dirty 24.
That'll very hit. I don't have any idea how you guys are getting ridiculous rolls like this, honestly. Roll your damage for me, please.
6 plus 5 plus the 2 on it, which is 13.
13. Okay.
That's,
She is barely holding on.
I'm gonna do my another attack with it.
Okay.
Dirty 21.
Yeah, that hits.
Rolling for damage.
Yep.
Uh, 5 plus 4 plus 2, which is 11.
She explodes in a cloud of ash
Toasty!
There you go.
and is now very dead.
Wow, okay.
Anything else on your turn?
I'm gonna scream out to the cloud of mist and say, "Your bride is dead. Why don't you come fight us?"
I'm gonna go for the third one.
All right, so that was Himbo.
Actually, that's it.
No, there's another one. Left
I mean,
over.
like,
For your turn. Okay. It
There's
is
the other one left over,
now
so-
her turn, and she is not liking her odds. But she doesn't have much of an option right now. So she is going to continue attempting to kill Ymir, because that's all she could do. That's a 20 to hit.
That hits.
And yeah, that'll hit because that's a natural 19. So
And what else? Sorry, I forgot to add the damage he took before. What did he take?
19 points.
19. Okay.
So that's
Okay. So,
8 points on the first strike. And
okay.
9 points on the second strike.
Okay. Yeah, he's not looking good.
All right, and that is her turn. Granthar.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Where do they all go?
So there is a current pile of mist that is attempting to run away, and there is a bride who is eyes are darting around in panic.
Oh,
At this
okay,
point, I should
well-
point out that the roof is starting to collapse in places.
I was gonna say also, DM. Is there any sign of my little burning skull buddy?
The roof is starting to collapse in certain places just from the sheer quantity of fire.
Whoosh. And stabby stab. Oh, 21.
Hits.
So that would be not a critical, it's a dirty 21. Okay. And that plus 7 plus 1d8. Ba-ba. So that's 14 points of damage, first strike.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a 14. I missed her. Okay.
Okay.
Is she still alive?
She's not looking good.
Hooray!
I was gonna say grapple and throw her in a circle.
She is not looking good.
If I did it with a frying pan, I could grapple her.
Seeker.
Step over here and I'll just try to stab her twice or 3 times or whatever. I know what I meant. That's not gonna do it. That's a 10.
Nope, that'll miss.
I rolled a 2.
Oh no.
Second attempt. That's not fucking much better. That's gonna miss. That's a 12.
Yeesh. You don't normally miss. This is
Alright,
weird.
so last attack. There it is. That's a 13 plus 8, so 21.
The 21 will hit.
So get this. This. Let's 16, 23, 28, 31 points of damage.
Poof. Yeah, she turns into a cloud of ash. That's the wrong. Give me that.
Since I still have movement, I'm gonna make half my movement up here. Start chasing the mist.
Okay.
Mist.
And that is your turn?
Yep.
All right, that brings us to the Cloud of Mist's turn. Uh, who is going to continue attempting to book it. And that's the extent of as far as it's going to get. So,
Well, that's fine.
for the purposes of this, I'm going to say that we're going to maintain the initiative order. So you guys are welcome to make chase if you would like. Kel.
Okay. So I'm gonna move closer to the wait, is she not there?
No, she got poofed.
Okay.
So we're just alone in a burning house.
The mist is running. It went outside the wall. So
Get out.
Okay.
there is a thing over here.
Oh, what thing?
If you look down,
Oh,
not with the bed.
right.
We may want to grab that before we fuck off. But
Oh, like the chest?
yeah. Also, we don't have to run out after him right now. I did Hunter's Mark him. That last.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that I know for expediency, are you guys giving chase right now, or are you opting to just
We'll
let the Hunter's Mark do its thing?
We'll let the Hunter's Mark do its thing. Go after him later. It's still gonna take him a while to regen. We can go after. We can loot the thing, have a quick rest, and then go after him and fuck it
So
up bad.
where would you like to go?
Well, I'm gonna come up and touch you and give you cure wounds.
Okay.
So plus 18.
Thank you.
Okay, so you guys are out of initiative for the moment.
Thank you.
I'm gonna come.
All right.
Thursday.
Hey, look, there's another bed. I'm going to go search it.
I'm gonna look at the desk.
Okay. Well.
All right. We're gonna
What's
do
this
this
here?
one at a time. That's a candelabra. So
Shiny.
it is very shiny. Granthar, you are looking at a bed.
Yep, I'm going to check under the mattress for vampire porn.
Okay, roll an investigation check for me.
All right. And under the bed, and natural 20.
Of course.
Okay, so nat 20 for searching the bed.
Under the bed, you find two things. You find a simple scroll sealed with wax.
Okay.
And you find a scroll that looks like the things you've seen warlocks or wizards use before.
Oh, okay. I'm going to keep hold of those.
Okay. Now here's a
All
thought.
right.
Would vampire porn even work? Because technically, a camera lens is reflective.
It's engravings. We don't have cameras. Duh. It's descriptions.
The questions you have to
Mostly
answer.
Mac. Weird. But if you're into
Darkened
Macs,
memory stored in a
vampire
gem.
porn.
Okay. Rex, you are looking at the desk.
Yep.
Roll an investigation check for me.
11.
You find a series of papers that have what look like invasion plans on them.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna take a closer look at those. Roll another one, or
I'm going to say you can make one with advantage because you do have war experience.
okay. Yeah, that's a dirty 20.
Okay, looking over these, it looks like the intention was, when the city rose, to send part of the forces to absolutely decimate any residual populace of Edoras. And I say residual because from the way the plans look, it looks like when they say the dead city rises, they mean that literally. And
Okay.
the other half of the plans, it would appear, show the other half of the forces taking tunnels to Astilion.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of just hold them up in the
Troop movement documents, attack plans. And it looks like we've misunderstood what happens here. It's not so much that they come up from their city to take Edoras. This city comes up to destroy and replace Edoras.
That was a dirty 20. I'm going to give you one more little hint. At the very bottom, there is some writing that seems to stipulate that if the symbols in the city are active, the city can rise. If they've been deactivated, it can't move.
But we're in luck. We've already taken out two of the three keys that cause it to rise.
Actually, on that note, the symbol that is currently in the house you're in right now is still active.
because we haven't killed him, but like I know that because we haven't finished the vampire, but it's more or less.
Okay, Granthar, were you taking a closer look at the scrolls?
I am going to save them for later because I am drunk and probably would have trouble reading them.
Noted.
I'm gonna fold up the attack plans and put them in just my side pouch.
All right, Kel,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
I might as well search. Is that a chest in the back room?
Yes, it is.
All right, so I'm gonna go for that then.
Shiny thing.
Settings.
All right, roll me an investigation check.
All right, okay. Investigation. Let's see. Investigation kind sucks. I got a 12.
The chest is mostly empty, but there is what appears to be a very finely crafted fur cloak in it.
I'll take it.
Okay, you can check it out further if you would like to.
Sure. Right, check it out further.
So roll me either investigation or arcana.
Difference. Natural 20.
Nice.
Of course it is. This is a cloak of displacement.
Cloak of displacement.
It requires
What?
attunement. While you wear this cloak, it projects an illusion that makes you appear to be standing in a place near your actual location. What this does essentially is causes any creature that is attacking you to have disadvantage on the attack rolls. If you take damage, the property ceases to function until the start of your next turn.
So you have like if whoever puts it on basically has a weird like light refraction thing going on, pretty much.
Okay.
Like it makes them invisible and makes it look like they're standing slightly to their right or left, more or less.
It creates a duplicate that's slightly to the right or left, so it gives people a kind of a 50-50 chance of actually hitting.
Okay, like that's what I said. It didn't sound like it made a duplicate. It sounded like it made it kind of like a weird light refraction of like you're technically invisible and it looks like you're 2 feet to the left.
It's sort of like a blur effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely going to keep that for now.
That's interesting.
There is nothing else in that chest?
That was the only thing in the chest.
Okay.
Okay, Himbo and Ilmir and Seeker.
I'm following the mist and I'm grabbing, as I'm walking by, I'm grabbing anything that's wooden sharp that I can find.
Okay. There is nothing sharp or wooden in here, although there are some collapsed pieces of roof that you could probably break off if you wanted to.
What's the desk made out of?
It's a wooden desk.
Okay, that's what I was gonna do next. Ilmir was just gonna have kind of wait over here, and then having gotten everything else, and yeah, on with the hunt now. Just gonna snap a leg off the desk and start sharpening it a little bit.
Okay, so Seeger, I'm assuming you're just going to kind of grab a beam from the roof to use as a rudimentary stake.
No, I've got arrows. They can work. They're sharpened wood.
Okay.
So I'm going to snap one of my arrows in half so it's got a jagged point and continue following the mist.
Himbo, is there anything you are doing?
Oh, me, Himbo?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I want to carefully look under this rug and see if there is anything under.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, we forgot to check this rug.
Roll me an investigation check.
I don't think we're gonna get another magic carpet, but
It's an 8.
Okay, you flip up the rug and you're not 100% certain, but you almost think part of the floor looks a little weird.
what if that's where the thing is? What if the fucking coffins are down there?
Huh. What?
Do you want to tell any of the rest of the party?
Yeah, I shout out, "Hey, look over here. What's up with this carpet here?"
I'll have Ilmir will peel back in to see what Himbo's doing. Rex is gonna go with Seeker after the mist because he can follow it.
Okay. So Ilmir.
I can't get a good look under there.
So Ilmir can roll me an investigation check. Kel and Granthar, I think you guys are still in the room as well. You guys could if you'd like to as well.
Okay.
He's got +5 too.
16.
I don't know what he's talking about because I got a 1.
Okay.
What?
Ilmir and Granthar, there's a trap door.
Oh.
Ooh! I flipped the rug back. Trap door!
So you guys find a trap door.
Ilmir looks at Granthar with a little sparkle in his eye and goes, "This is turning out better and better. First a secret hidden bookcase, now a trap door."
Do either of you open the trap door?
Of course. I wrenched that fucker open.
All right, you open the trap door. Underneath of it is a small opening that has a solitary glowing scroll in it.
Oh. Arcana.
All right, roll an Arcana check.
Hey, Kel, what is this thing? I rolled an 11.
I rolled a 1.
Yep.
I got an 8.
Oh, she rolled worse than me.
Ilmir
Don't know what it is, but
Ilmir doesn't have an inspiration to burn.
I think he does actually.
It's not on his sheet.
He
I'll
should
take
have one. He should
Okay.
have an inspiration point.
I'm burning it because that was fucking embarrassing. Yeah, that's better. That's an 18.
Okay. So Ilmir picks up this scroll and looks at it and goes, "Oh, this is a daylight spell."
he goes, daylight spell, and just turns around and starts sprinting after Rex and Seeker.
Okay, so Ilmir takes off sprinting with a scroll of daylight.
Hey, we maybe should leave the house. It is on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, the house is just getting more and more on fire at this point now.
Yeah, we're gonna go outside.
So are you guys now chasing after the rest of the party?
Sure.
Go.
Okay. Rex, you had Hunter's Mark on, correct?
Yep.
Okay. You
I'll take the lead.
a moment to concentrate, and you feel the presence coming from over here.
Oh, I see him.
There is what appears to be a partially collapsed tunnel that has an opening into an area back there.
This way. Somewhere back in the rubble.
Just gonna keep moving up towards it and have Ilmir coming
Okay.
along with.
So,
I found the data spell.
in the interest of just letting you guys know, you'll have to enter through here.
Okay.
And
It looked like it was kind of like a fiddle around.
anyone going through is going to have to make a dexterity check to see if they can navigate through the rubble carefully.
Okay.
The entry
Dex
point is
check.
open enough, but the tunnel does collapse completely further in.
Huh?
Okay.
Also, I've got that ring of movement, so rough terrain is no problem for me.
Okay, so Granthar's fine, but the rest of you can all make me a dex check to see if you get through without twisting your ankles.
Hang on, I have the ring of jumping.
Not gonna help with this.
I
I
got
rolled a
17.
19 on the die, so it's 24.
Yeah, you're fine.
I got a
Wait.
17.
Yeah, you're
and
fine.
Ilmir, same thing.
They're fine.
Okay, and Kel rolled a 17 as well.
Also fine.
All right, we're good.
Is that just a dexterity check or an acrobatics check?
It's just a straight dex roll.
Straight dex.
That's a 10.
You have a little difficulty, but you do manage to make it through.
Okay.
So, coming around the bend,
Little late.
it is very, very dark back here. There is no light whatsoever. But going around, there's a small... What the hell am I hearing?
Yeah.
Montana.
Okay, because I'm like, what the hell is that?
Am I trying to act like a tough guy?
Coming around the bend, though, you do say there is a bit of a gap in the rubble, and just beyond that, you can barely make out the corner edge of a coffin.
Huh, okay. Well, get down there to get the fucking coffin.
Okay, you guys work your way over to where there is a coffin that is currently closed.
Oh, you... Hang on. Fucking roll 20 did something stupid.
Just stretch out my leg here, it's a little cramped.
Hang on, it's like it completely booted me out for a sec. Oh, you son of a bitch. Can you do things?
I was just saying that.
Anyways, I was gonna say I opened the lid and Ilmir's just gonna use the daylight scroll on the inside. If we see mist in there,
There is mist in there.
he's gonna use the
And
daylight scroll.
Ilmir, I believe, does have spellcasting ability up to a 3rd level spell.
Yes, he does.
So he can use a
Actually-
daylight spell.
All right, shaboom. We're not like, and that's just technically like I don't even have to make an attack roll, right? Because it's not moving.
No,
just-
it's in the interest of this, you cast daylight. And the mist
Oh, my eyes! Oh, God.
turns
So bright.
the mist turns to ash.
Whoa. Just like that.
It's daylight. Yeah, natural daylight. It
Fuck you.
boom.
I
Oh,
whip,
wow.
I whipped the stake I had fashioned into the coffin, anyways.
Okay, you whip the stake you had fashioned into the coffin, which is now an empty coffin full of ash.
Yep.
Wait, I'm gonna put some running water on the coffin just in case, because I really have to go. So I'm I'm gonna
We will clear out of the way.
yeah. Excuse me, guys. I have to be doubly sure. So I'm gonna go and empty my tequila bladder in the coffin.
So Granthar pees on the coffin.
Yep, everywhere. Oh boy. Woo!
Oh, okay.
It is now
That's for biting me. That's for
Wet.
biting me twice.
it is now wet and smelly ash.
Yep. If you come back somehow, there's always going to be a little bit of my whiz in you. Woo! This is a good day.
All right, at this point, it is now getting to be probably close to 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
You guys have had a very productive day.
I'm gonna say we go back to the House of White and rest for a little bit, and then we can worry about taking on the Death Tyrant next game.
And the once noble House
we're
of
at the
Vampires is now completely on fire.
Oh, I want to have a quick little look for my little burning skull buddy as we're going by.
Okay. You do find your little burning skull buddy, who is now moving on to try and light the rest of the houses in the neighborhood on fire. He seems to have calmed down.
He's still going for burning houses, so I don't know.
That's what they do.
Flaming skull.
Flaming.
I'm just gonna kind of walk by him and say,
Good job, Fiery One. Much appreciated.
Rex, roll me an insight check.
"That's an 18."
It's an 18. You're not really 100% certain because flame skulls don't talk so much. But there is a friendly chitter that comes from it. And you notice as you continue moving along, it is following you.
I made a new friend. Yay!
Any repairs that the party, in quotes, is responsible for, you're paying for. It's your friend, not mine. So if he gets out of hand and burns down an orphanage,
But he appears to be sort of just following along behind you.
All right, then, come along.
All right, so you guys make your way back to the House of White. The Flame Skull follows along at a little bit of a distance until you guys get back before it sort of chitters, lets out a burst of flame, and then flits off in another direction.
All right, well, he'll go have his fun. If he wants to come back, he'll come back.
If you love a flaming skull, let it go. If it comes back to you, run!
Okay, I think that is where we're going to leave the game off today.
We're at 8 hours, so
Because it is now 10:30 at night for us, and we have been playing for 8 hours. But you guys have decimated 2 of the noble houses, made some new friends, set several populaces free, really pissed off a lot of people. And we'll be able to pick this up in 2 weeks to see how you guys deal with the remaining house. Before we sign off, Granthar, did you want to look at the scrolls that you have on your person, or do you want to wait until next game?
Oh no, I'll look now. I think I've sobered up. I pissed on a vampire's ashes, and that usually helps me.
Okay, which one did you want to look at first?
I'll look at the one with the wax seal that looks like the other one we found.
Okay.
About the allies.
So you unwind that one, and written inside of it, it says, "If we burn, you burn."
Oh.
And noticing that, where are my notes here? Just a second, I have to find the right sheet. You do notice that any of the wraith in the vicinity disintegrate.
Wait, I opened it and the wraiths in the vicinity. Oh no!
because it was another message from the dark gods of
I didn't want that to happen.
it's just like when the ogre zombies died. Words.
So the
Oh,
wraith
man.
are now gone. The owner of the House of White looks at you guys, kind of grins and goes, "Stirring up a little trouble today."
Just a little.
Right. Granthar, you have a second scroll.
This is the one that looks like a magic scroll?
It is.
Oh, okay. Again, guys who use magic, do you know what this is?
Give me a second, and I will come in and roll because I want to have a smoke. So I'm going to come in and roll Phil Ilmir. Now my mouth is not working. Now my tongue is dead.
Okay.
Arcana plus fight. Oh, that's crap. That's an 8.
Okay, so Ilmir is not 100% certain. Anybody else want to take a crack at it?
Yeah.
What do I have to roll?
Arcana.
I mean, I'll roll Arcana, but I really doubt I'm gonna.
9.
Oof, I rolled worse.
Maybe I might understand this.
Hey, Himbo, you're a monk.
I might have a hunch. Okay, I'll roll Arcana. A 1. I don't know, it
Okay.
just looks like
You
any
have no
other
idea.
roll.
So Seeker and Rex, do you guys want to take a stab at this just for giggles?
Investigation, which I have a
I will. What is it?
Go.
Roll me an Arcana check. Or an investigation check, I'll allow it.
That's 15.
So investigation then. So that's 15, 17, 23.
You both look at this, and helpfully point out the title at the top of the page. This
That I somehow neglected.
this is a scroll of Firestorm.
There you go. That's what it is.
Alright.
So this will give whoever opts to use it 1 usage of the Firestorm spell.
Maybe my character is still drunk.
Okay. So make sure that is noted on the inventory. You guys all find your beds here. Less drunk now that you've had a big epic battle, but in a decidedly celebratory mood.
How much for the day?
Sorry?
How much for the day?
What do you mean how much for the day?
For sleeping there? Or are they just like
You're just being allowed to stay the night.
At this
Okay.
point,
On
he
the
was,
house?
even in the first place, I don't think he was charging us because he was kind of like, I like the cut of your jib, and, you know, you're going to do good things for us.
No, you guys have been let stay here free of charge. You've been paying for your food and everything else, but sleeping arrangements.
Okay.
He's just been like, nah, you can crash here, that's fine. So, is there anything you guys want to do before you bed down for the evening?
Well, I want to get my clothes.
Alright, you want to put on your cloak.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it.
Alright, so that does take up an attunement slot, so just make sure you keep that in mind.
Yes, I am now full on attunement slots.
I'll
Okay.
like meditate and stuff.
You meditate and such. Granthar, anything you're doing before sleep?
Oh, actually, no, I don't have anything to do. I've attuned everything I'm going to attune. I've given the magic scroll to the magic users. I'm good. I'm actually just going to turn in.
Alright.
I'm going to maybe have some more smashed rat, just like Grandma used to make.
Okay, so Granthar has some more smashed rat. Hexfeather is actually running around rampaging and looking for little bits of rat that are left over.
I'm going to share my rat with Hexfeather. The weird chicken is beginning to grow on me.
Granthar's developing a fondness for your chicken. And she seems to have developed a fondness for you because you'll feed her rat. Ironically, that's working out well for you. Seeker, anything you are doing before bed?
No, I'm just gonna send Volley out to go hunt for herself, and I'm gonna have her sit on the roof. And if anything comes from, never mind. I'm just gonna have her go hunt. And she can hang out on the roof for the
Okay.
night.
Volley goes hunting. She manages to find some sort of rodent type creature that she's chomping away on, and positions herself on the roof. I assume you find a nice place to shut down for the evening.
Yeah, right by the door, like always.
Okay. Ilmir is, I'm taking it, just sort of taking the time to relax.
It was kind of an exciting day. It's going to just take a minute.
And Rex.
I'm going to sit and meditate once again on the ring of warmth, but with further meditation on it, as kind of falling through some things that have been happening with Rex lately and with today. I'm going to focus on the warmth part of it and fire, and the fire in me, and the fire that we spread today, and meditate on that for a little while.
Okay, I need you to make me a wisdom check, please.
Check. Or saving.
Check.
Fine, you said bonus. It's actually kind of cocked. Goddamn mega dice. Boy, taste. You're damn huge dice.
I like them.
Yeah, that's 17.
17. You hear a much clearer voice in your head ring out, and you feel almost the gentle caress of Dahlia's hands on your shoulder. And the voice says, "Stay out of the central eye."
That's the nullification one, I think.
The voice fades, and you're left with a sense of warmth and comfort.
Not quite where I was going with that either.
Well, that's what you're going to get.
Focusing on the fire.
All right, I think we're going to call it for the day as you guys all find your rest. Could everyone please level up before the next game?
Yes.
Level 9 now.
You guys have
Yay.
earned it. Because just to pull behind the curtain a little bit here, the vampire has a challenge rating of 13 and
Like a
had
17 or 19.
370 some odd hit points. And a Death Knight
It's a 17 or 19.
has a challenge rating of 17 and had 400 hit points. So you guys managed to take out 2 exceedingly powerful creatures today. You have earned your level up. So, with that said, I'd like to take the time to thank all of the viewers who came to hang out. BB Thumps, Casino Thank, Electric Longboard, FTO Player, Go With Him, Ice Wizards, Lurks, Play Acted, Silly Gnome 225, Violets TV. Thank you guys for being here very, very much. Please hit that follow if you haven't done so, just to let us know you appreciate the content. We are going to be starting back up in 2 weeks with the next game, where we're going to pick up with the party taking on the last of the noble houses and successfully stopping the City of Dead from rising, hopefully. So, with that, this is all of us from Of Dice and Men signing off.
Bye.
Bye.
It's still live.
Actually, at this point, shouldn't be rising. Oh, from what we've been
Oh,
having,
but you know how it is. You don't get every single one of those marks.
So we'll see you guys in 2 weeks.